A new Muslim autonomous region seen to end long-drawn conflicts in Mindanao. But first, a plebiscite. I'm Ruth Cabal. This is On the Record. The Bangsamoro Organic Law is a product of years of peace negotiations between the government and the country's largest Muslim rebel group, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. David Santos gives us a preview on how this new political entity will look like.
The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region aims to succeed where the almost three-decade-old autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao has failed. But like the ARMM, the Bangsamoro government will also be an experiment. For the first time in our country's history, this restyled regional entity will take a parliamentary democratic form of government. Constituents will elect 80 members to the Bangsamoro Parliament, half of which will be party representatives. The rest will come from the different districts, as well as from sectors like women and indigenous peoples. Among the 80, they will select a chief minister who will head the parliament. But first, a plebiscite will be held to determine the Bangsamoro territory. Provinces and cities in the current ARMM will vote if they agree to join the new autonomous government. Their votes will be counted as region and not as individual areas. Also voting in the referendum are the cities of Cotabato and Isabela in Basilan, as well as 6 towns in Lanao del Norte and 39 barangays in North Cotabato. But Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato as provinces will also have to vote if they are willing to let go of their towns and barangays to join the Bangsamoro. There's a provision that allow other areas in Mindanao that want to join the Bangsamoro government to file a petition to be included in the plebiscite. Once the Bangsamoro core territory is established, President Duterte will appoint 80 people to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority or BTA. The BTA will serve as the interim government until the first elections are held in 2022. Bangsamoro elected and appointed officials as well as employees will be required to comply with their own code of ethics for public officials.
Tiwala kami na magiging matino yung pamumuno sa Bangsamoro government. First, hindi namin tinatago ito. Our commitment to our people is that we will eliminate corruption in the government.
5% of the country's customs and internal revenue tax collection, estimated at about 60 to 70 billion pesos a year, will be allocated to the Bangsamoro as some sort of a startup fund. It will also get a 50 billion peso fund spread over 10 years to finance rehabilitation of conflict-torn communities like building roads.
And joining us in this episode live in the studio, Marawi Civic Leader Samira Gutok and ARMM Assemblyman Zia Alonto Adyong. And joining us all the way from Cotabato City, we have Mayor Cynthia Giani Sayadi. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. So basically, as a general concept, it's being touted, the Bangsamoro Organic Law is being touted as that which will bring lasting peace and prosperity to Mindanao. And what does it mean for you guys? Let's start with Samira.
Well, as a woman, as a mother, importante po yung stopping the armed conflict. Malaking bagay po yung ceasefire. Kasi po you're talking about 40,000 fully armed men and women. At ba ibalik sa normal ang kanilang pamumuhay. We have the highest lowest HDIs, Human Development Index, rules there. Infant mortality is at the highest. Women dying from pregnancy is at the highest. So, kung draconian ng poverty sa Pilipinas, mas mahirap tayo. So I hope that would be addressed by an incoming Bangsamoro formal government.
Well, I think it's a clear translation of the aspiration of the Bangsamoro people. Many of those issues have been tabled in the negotiating table for the past several years. Remember, this is not just a piece of legislation where Congress decided to enact. It's actually, it brought a lot of years of struggles and years of insurgency. It would substantially decrease the tension on the ground. Having the MILF not as a rebel, not as an organization that fight against the government, but even a partner of the government. And Mindanao, as we know it, has been a food basket of the Philippines. So it will actually generate the feeling of an actual inclusive growth. Mindanao in ARMM right now, for last year, there's an increase of our GDP for 15%. And in 2016, that's 11.5%. Given the fact that there's still an intermittent conflict in the area. Now, if you have the Bangsamoro setup, it would actually, it would actually bring about the feeling of security amongst the people. That the rebels who were used to fight the government are now partners of the government. So in terms of security and stabilization of peace and order, you do not actually earn peace. The most important question is how you actually maintain peace and order. And so Bangsamoro is not only to open up the peace and security in the area that would actually create an atmosphere conducive to economic growth, but it's actually a apparatus to maintain peace and stability in
because
the area.
they're actively part of the whole process. So that's siguro one of the biggest differences with yung existing ARMM. Kasi ang gusto kong itanong, may ARMM ka ngayon eh.
Yung policing aspect kasi, Ruth, sa ARMM law, kasi nga sa time drafter ng Bangsamoro Organic Law, you're going to have to program itong mga MILF forces na ibalik sila sa normal. May commitment silang pinirmahan that you're supposed to set up even a policing fund, disband the private armed groups, kasama sila sa monitoring even. So you're going to have to, as an MILF, commit to this, what you signed with the government.
Ano pang kinaiba niya?
Kasi kakasama na we used to work together during the 7th Assembly. Now, in the current ARMM system, Republic Act 1954, the power of the Regional Assembly is very, very limited. Very restrictive, in fact. That's why up to now, I don't know if they're still continuing if they continuously do the tripartite review, OIC tripartite review with the MNLF and the OIC, Organization of Islamic Conference. So you cannot actually you cannot actually maximize the potential of the region. Well, if you compare that to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government, you would have automatically a share of the national, the BIT, the internal
malaking
revenue.
Bagay po yun.
For
yung budget.
The 5% of all the
National
taxes and revenue collected from customs and from the from other taxes is not it's not bad. It's actually a tremendous help to
compared
the region.
to the existing
Compared
now
to the
because
existing,
you have just an
which in the current system that we have under the arm,
hinihingi sa
we cannot even prepare our own budget. We have to go through a lot of process and then submit for example our budget proposal which is earmarked by DBM, and then submit that to Congress and then defend that before Congress and the Senate. So if DBM decides to give us 1 peso, we have to defend the 1 peso before Congress and Senate. In this case, automatically there will be a fiscal autonomy that the Parliament would decide how much would go to these services, how much would go to to education, so you have a closer administration, closer to the people, because the Parliament are actually the representatives of the people and they know kung saan dadalhin dapat ang pera, and not Congress and not Senate anymore.
and you have that block grant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
malaking
of course,
bagay din, Ruth, yung political dynasty issue. Kasi nga sabi nila, you just repeat political power of big clans. Hindi po eh. There's an automatic allocation of indigenous peoples. Yung natatakot na minorities, and mayor is on the other side, si Cynthia. I think she would appreciate the fact na may representasyon at dapat iakyat nga yung antas ng partisipasyon politically natin. Sophisticate the process by which we enter the COMELEC process. Kasi kung sinasabi na lang natin, awayin natin yung MI o kaya yung mga malalaking pamilya, you have to join the process and may automatic allocation ng kababaihan, may automatic allocation ng kabataan. So, may formalization ng mga partido na gustong sumama, at yun po, Ma'am Ruth, the way na rin to fight the collusion ng mga malalaking clans o kaya yung hindi masyadong nakapartisipa yung mga maliliit.
Okay, yun na nga, pumunta tayo ngayon sa Cotabato City and let's listen to the statement naman of si Mayor Cynthia, kasi ang Cotabato City is highly regarded daw as the crown jewel daw, if ever, of
The capital of ARM.
And it's the capital of ARM. And
it's not part of ARM, but it's the de facto, let's say de facto administrative.
So tanong natin si Mayor Cynthia, how do you view all this? Kasi recently lang din, you gave statements following yung attack lang nitong December dyan sa inyo, nagkaroon ng bomb attack dyan sa Cotabato City. So what do you make of yung creation of the Bangsamoro region, Mayor?
Yes, at the outset, I'd like to tell you that yung decision namin, decision ko specifically to support the no for inclusion of Cotabato City, hindi ko sariling desisyon ito. I consulted practically all the stakeholders of Cotabato City, lahat ho ng religious congregations, including po yung lahat ng sectors ng Cotabato City, because I do not want to decide alone. I want to get the feel kung anong gusto ng tao, kung ano yung hindi nila masabi dahil natatakot sila. I must know it dahil ako nga po yung kanilang mayor, and sa akin naman nasasabi nila kung ano yung nararamdaman nila. So, yes, so when I decided that to go all out for a no for inclusion, talagang masasabi ko that it is representative, no, ng kung ano yung pulso ng bayan. Hindi pa po napuputukan ang South Seas Mall, near the South Seas Mall, last December 31, nandun na yung tension nandun na yung fear because may mga MILF commanders na nananakot online, and aside from that, merong mga video na talagang sinabi nilang dadanak ang dugo sa Cotabato City kung hindi kami boboto ng yes. Because they are actually regarding this ball as something like, kung Muslim ka, you are mandated to support the ball because if not, you will be considered as a munafiq or a kufar, which is actually wrong because BOL law or the organic law is just a creation of Congress. So nagkakaroon siya ng parang misinterpretation doon sa baba, doon sa mga tao. And this is something that has to be explained to the people dahil nga nagiging simula or nagiging cause ng hindi pagkakaunawaan, no? And you see, while the Organic Act embodies a provision that there should be no discrimination insofar as religion is concerned, that is not actually what is happening in the ground. So, being the mayor of this place, I also have to listen to others, no? Hindi pwedeng isang sektor lang ang aking pakikinggan. More so may mga businessmen tayo, meron tayong mga kabataan, may mga iba't ibang religious congregations tayo na gusto nila talagang mag-participate for them to be heard, no?
Okay.
But then, dahil nga dito sa mga pananakot na ito, medyo nahahamper yung kanilang right, no?
Okay, we'll listen more to our guests. We'll continue this discussion after a break. On the record, we'll be right back. Welcome back to On the Record. Our topic, the Bangsamoro plebiscite. It's going to happen on Monday. So tell us yung magiging scenario for the plebiscite.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go
I was kasi the drafter on the provisions along the other committee members on transitory on voters ed. Importante po sa akin, Ruth, na alam ng mga tao kung ano isusulat kasi alam marami pong hindi literado, hindi sila marunong magsulat, kailangan pong assistance sila. So I'm calling on PPCRV and all the election monitors kasi nandun sa provision po na inintroduce natin, Ruth, sa BOL na batas, is citizens watchdogs should be able to monitor. Kasi a disenfranchised one voter sa akin po, Ruth, malaking bagay for a Marawi evacuee leader like I, kung hindi makapunta ang isang botante na quit dahil walang pera na 5 piso sa ballot box, disenfranchisement, and that would be negative.
Pero
yeah,
what's going to
I
happen?
think it's like a regular election. They will mobilize the COMELEC and they will coordinate with the LGUs, and they will actually again mobilize the teachers.
So it will be
this
about
time,
voting for
yeah.
if you want ratification
Yeah, if
and
you want,
inclusion.
if you want. Yes, in the case of the armed territory, Marawi is part
Sasama
of
ka ba o
the.
hindi?
Sasama ka ba? Gusto mo bang ma-replacean ng RA 11 of 54 ang 1954. So what's different in the case of this particular plebiscite, it's going to be a manual voting, no? It's not automation So the challenge there is logistic. How would you transport election materials from one area to the other? So kasi kung compare mo sa mga local elections where we use the automation, it's mas matagal na yung one day sa municipal level, no? In this case, maybe we can expect a week of canvassing. No? Should there be any cases of, let's say, sana walang mangyari, no? Na sana smooth nga ang election, we're expecting about within a week. So makikita
na malalaman
natin.
na natin.
Malalaman natin pulso ng tao.
But aside from moving on after the plebiscite, you have another one on February 6, di ba?
that's
Basically,
Mga areas
the
or
same
concerned.
thing. Na
Now areas, norte.
Non-armed areas.
So there's going to be two dates.
yeah, 2 days.
Monday and the Feb 6.
So how is that going to be? The counting will be after na the Feb 6.
The COMELEC has jurisdiction kasi.
Yeah,
So they're going
I
to
think
have to,
I read somewhere in the report yesterday that I think it would depend on the outcome of the January 21 plebiscite. If the January 21 plebiscite, the vote is overwhelmingly yes, then they will proceed with February 6. If no, then they will stick to the status quo, meaning you don't need to replace the 1954.
Yes,
Yeah, kasi
the
no na nga ang
Bangsamoro
election. So it
organic
would
law.
depend on the outcome of January 21. Yung February 6 na the inclusion of 6 municipalities in Lanao del Norte and the 35 or 39 barangays in North Cotabato.
But your feel on the ground, kasi you mentioned na rin yung disenfranchisement and pag elections, usually marred with violence. And kanina si Mayor was saying may mga threats na they should vote yes, di ba? Parang may banta na sa kanila. Anong sense nyo? Will the people be coming out and vote? And
Sa akin, Ruth, yes or no lang naman yan. Hindi yan about candidates.
Yeah,
so I
that's
think dahil kasama na yung MILF na supposedly mainstream na sila, pirmado na nila yung itong peace talk agreement, kaya tayo may BOL ngayon na plebiscito, ay baka peaceful po. I think, Ruth, we have to trust that the institutional trust of the people sa MILF ay itutupad nila na they should be committing to peace.
But kasi ang
Sa
I think
plebiscito.
in the case of Cotabato City as compared to other cities, no, in Marawi City, I think why Cotabato, one of the reasons why Cotabato City is very hot, no, in terms of the issue of BOL, it's because the current mayor is, categorically and publicly stated her opposition against the inclusion of her city to the BARM, as compared to Marawi City and other areas where you can see politicians actually posting tarpaulins, big tarpaulins saying
Supporting,
yes,
yes,
support the BOL. So that's one of the reasons. No? As far as the local political dynamics is concerned, it's correct. No? Sabi nga ni Kakasam, let's not focus our vote based on the political personalities of whoever actually espouses either no or yes. We should concentrate our vote and base our choice on the law itself, no? Hindi dun sa personalities behind those who are campaigning against or pro.
si Mayor Cynthia, balikan natin sa Cotabato City. Mayor, yung binanggit nyo nga, you are actively campaigning na no to inclusion, pero even the Catholic leaders there are saying, and the MILF are positive na majority daw will vote for inclusion in BARM.
They are entitled to their own opinion, no? Pero kasi ako, talagang in touch ako with the people sa ground, no? So, each time naman na nakakausap ko, actually, malalaman ito pagdating ng January 21, no? We will actually know kung sino ba talaga ang nagsasabi ng totoo, kung sabi nga nila, mapuprove natin yung claim ng bawat isa sa election or plebiscite day mismo. But I just would like to tell you that this stand of mine is not just mine. This is actually the stand of the people we consulted.
Mayor, outside of the threats na sinabi nyo nga may mga banta, 'di ba, dyan sa Cotabato City, but outside of the threats, why don't you want to be included in the Bangsamoro region?
Yes, alam mo, yung pag sinabi mo kasi yung batas, that's one thing, no? Pero pag sinabi mo yung tinatawag na credibility, that is another thing. How credible yun bang mga proponents o yung mga sumusuporta doon in bringing about peace, progress, and prosperity to Cotabato City? That is actually the question here, no? If they cannot even control their people, yung mga tao na nanghaharas ng mga Cotabateño, how can you say that you can bring about peace? This is actually the question of Cotabateños now.
Okay, so let's ask our proponents here. How would you respond to that question posed by Mayor na yung credibility daw of the proponents, the MILF, and the other politicians who are
Well, kasi the
pushing
healing
for it?
process hasn't started naman eh. Wala pa naman transitional justice, hindi pa naman nagkakaroon talaga ng formal process by which nagsasorry ng bawat isa sa isa. You need to undergo a political process by which you can get the trust nga and implement a structure. So, dadaanan yan na proseso.
Well, I think on the issue of proponent, it's not only the MILF who is pushing for the BARM. It's actually this administration and the administration previous to this administration. And let's go back to again what transpired the enactment of Bangsamoro. It's actually it actually came through a lot of processes. It started during President Ramos. So it's a commitment of this government. It's a commitment of the Philippine government, not only as a promise to the Bangsamoro people, but it is a commitment of this government to the international community. You have their international contact groups. You have the international monitoring team, who is actually in charge. Turkey is in charge of the international decommissioning body. So we will lose our respect, the standing of the Philippines in the international community if we cannot even act on the promises that we gave to the people. So it's not only MILF that is pushing here. The BTC, Kakasam used to be a member of the BTC. So it's actually a multi-sectoral representation who are actually pushing for the enactment of the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Okay, we'll talk more about that. We're taking another break. This is On the Record. Stay with us on CNN Philippines. Welcome back to On the Record. We take you back to Cotabato City with Mayor Cynthia. Mayor Cynthia, yung last words na lang natin on our last gap, no, yung message nyo na lang sa inyong mga kababayan for the plebiscite on Monday.
Yes, commitment according to them is one thing. But reality is different from perception. Ang nangyayari dito sa Cotabato City is reality. My people are abused. We have been filing protests before the CCCH and it has remained unacted. So many crimes are happening in Cotabato City, perpetrated by people identified with the MILF, and no action has been taken by the hierarchy. My question is, you may be committed to bring about peace and order to Cotabato City, but how can you do that if you cannot even control your people? Mine is just a concern for my people. I would like to call on all Cotabateños to come out, vote on January 21, exercise your right. Tell the people, show the world that this is our place and nobody can dictate to us what will happen to Cotabato City.
Okay, thank you very much to Mayor Cynthia. We take you back here to the studio with our guests. Yun na lang, for you guys, kasi kami, nandito kami sa Metro Manila, medyo malayo kami dyan sa Mindanao. Pero why would, people from Metro Manila care about this issue sa Mindanao? What will it mean for the whole country?
Yung hindi taga roon, sana maka-experience na makabisita sila doon sa mga airports at sa mga marshlands, Lake Lanao, the most beautiful lake in one of the most beautiful in the world. So importante ay tuldukan na ang away dahil kailangan na ng turismo, investment, kailangan po ng friendship that has to be fostered by Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Kailangan pong dumarating na sila sa atin, because Cotabato is the seat at napakaraming ng mga malls napakaraming ng goodwill doon eh. It's the seat kasi of government.
Well, I think it's an opportunity for the non-Muslims, non-armed residents to understand how we value historical antecedents. It's actually an opportunity for the non-residents of ARM to see things in our own optics. There's a brewing, sabi ko nga, there's a brewing militant feeling of militancy among the youth. Look what happened in Marawi City. Now, if we having the BARM and the MILF being partner of the government, it would substantially reduce, the tension on the ground. And that would also include showing that this government is really sincere in providing in providing all the services that are required for the region, the most poorest region in the country, to really elevate itself. And I think let me go back to inclusive growth. It's an opportunity actually. You cannot say Philippines is Philippines is beautiful. If you look at in Manila only, Philippines would be beautiful if all areas in the country are growing equally, being productive. So I think this is a good opportunity, and that's why the non-residents of ARM should also look at this as a inclusive growth of the country.
Okay. Thank you very much to our guests for tonight. And that's On the Record this week. Thanks for watching. I'm Ruth Cabal.
Our top business stories: nearly 3 million Filipinos in Mindanao will take part in the historic Bangsamoro plebiscite on January 21st. The government is optimistic the new political entity will boost the economy of the poorest region in the country. A number of business groups are supporting the proposed Bangsamoro region. Can people in the area bank on the Bangsamoro organic law to help improve their quality of life? Former Finance Secretary Gary Teves will give us his insights later on in the show. And what's the future of Islamic banking in the country? Will it finally take off with the creation of the Bangsamoro region? Let's get some answers from Al-Amana Islamic Bank Chairman Alex Bangcola joining us live. Welcome, I'm Michael Imurang, and this is Business Round with special coverage of the historic Bangsamoro Organic Law plebiscite. The government believes a more autonomous Bangsamoro region in Mindanao will attract more investments and create more jobs. Its fate is now in the hands of millions of voters in the South in a historic plebiscite. Our Rex Remito has that story.
Ashlea Omar has been selling menswear and watches in Baclaran in Parañaque for 6 years now. Omar left her hometown in Marawi City when she was 15. Now at 21, she will return home again. Omar will vote in a plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law that will pave the way for the creation of an autonomous region in Mindanao.
Para po makatulong sa bansa, gumanda na po yung probinsya namin. Wala na pong magulo.
Like Omar, 22-year-old Faisal Yunus will also return to vote in his hometown in Binidayan Town, Lanao del Sur. He earns less than 1,000 pesos a day, selling various women accessories in Baclaran. Despite this, Yunus believes he will be able to recover the money spent for his trip to Lanao.
Bakit boboto ka para dun sa BOA?
Kasi minsan po may namimigay na mga candidates. Minsan din yung sa mayor 3,000 medyo malaki-laki. Yung vice naman 2,000 lang.
Whatever their motivation for voting is, the future of Bangsamoro is now in their hands. The Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or ARMM as presently known, is the country's poorest. While the poverty incidence rate among Filipinos nationwide went down from 2006 to 2015, it's the other way around for ARMM. It has 3 of the country's 5 poorest provinces, with Lanao del Sur having the worst at 71%. If the region's economy will be divided among its people, each one will only have about 13,000 pesos. This is far from the national average of 82,000 pesos and 244,000 pesos per person in Metro Manila. That's why the Trade Department believes that a more autonomous Bangsamoro region would attract more investors, create more jobs, and give income for the poor.
Maraming maitutulong ito sa ekonomiya natin, yung business and livelihood ng mga kapatid natin ng mga Moro. Dahil, of course, lalaki yung budget doon at yung pagiging kalakal na negosyo ay mas mapapabilis.
The Bangon Marawi Chamber of Commerce meanwhile shares this view, stressing the new provisions that are not found in the ARMM. The group says the Bangsamoro government will now have the authority to issue franchising permits to telco and transport companies. It can also explore its natural resources such as mining and power and set up a Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority which gives fiscal incentives. This is much needed since the region contributes only less than 1% of the total approved investments in the country. They are optimistic they can attract more investors from Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, and Indonesia interested in agriculture and halal food products.
So imagine na gaano kalaki ang maitulong niya sa Bangsamoro area. I am sure with that, maraming investor na papasok dyan.
The Chamber's President Elias Macala, however, believes the ratification of the law is one of many steps to make Bangsamoro a better investment place. He says the national government has to supervise the new region's early years. It must provide tight security, maintain the martial law, and end corruption and bureaucratic red tape in the region. More importantly, he also says the government should speed up the rehabilitation of Marawi after the war with the Maute Group in 2017.
Kasi hanggang ngayon, nagkakaproblema yung mga kababayan namin. Hindi rin ma-establish yung kanilang mga business kasi mismo yung tirahan nila wala eh.
These are also the same reasons why Omar and Yunus, instead of creating their new businesses there, will return to Manila after they have voted.
Makakatulong din po kasi maganda po kasi yung pag-ano dito sa Maynila kaysa po sa Mindanao.
Rex Remitio, CNN Philippines.
Nearly 3 million Filipinos in the South will go out and vote in the historic Bangsamoro plebiscite. The Bangsamoro Organic Law seeks to abolish ARMM and replace it with the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The regional government will have access and control over tens of billions in funds, vast powers over resources, and a legal system that recognizes Islamic tradition will be in place. Will the creation of the Bangsamoro region finally unlock the economic potential of the poorest region in the country? Let's get some insights from former Finance Secretary Gary Teves, who's also a member of advocacy group Foundation for Economic Freedom. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mike.
Well, obviously, the historic plebiscite. Now, the establishment of ARMM in 1989 has generally failed to improve conditions in those provinces relative to other parts of the country. Now, you were former finance secretary during the time of former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Can you share with us how was the situation in ARM back then, and how does it compare to ARMM's situation now?
Well, it has gradually improved as both additional funds and the peace and security in that area have steadily improved. More so now with the plebiscite and the upcoming additional institutions like Parliament, the justice system, and more importantly, the bureaucracy will have to be in place and improve over time. A combination of peace, security, new sets of labor laws, foreign investment laws, business, and so on, the sum total of which should improve the overall situation in the Bangsamoro autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao.
Now, why hasn't the region been able to achieve sustained economic growth in the past?
Largely because of the real and perceived peace and order situation. You need to do that even in any place in the world today. No, you need to have a combination of peace and order, resources, and people. Leaders who will actually implement laws properly. I think this will be a good indicator for the rest of the country. I think there is now a discussion, although not a sustained one at the moment, on a federal system. I think they'll be looking at how the the Bangsamoro automated region will take place.
And it's sort of acting as a test case,
Yes,
so
that's
to
right.
speak. Now, the Federation of Economic Freedom was very supportive, I think, of the BOL. What do you see as the key benefits of this BOL, and what's really being addressed in the law?
Yeah, one is you will have of course additional funds. No,
Okay.
there will be an allocation of about 5 billion yearly for 10 years, what they call a special fund, and then they will have a block grant of about 50 to 60 billion a year. And there will be the equivalent of the PESA in that area. No? So they'll set up their own set of economic zones, and they'll have their own government and a justice system. So all of this will be helpful.
And these additional funds are over and above what they're receiving today.
Yes, that's correct. By the way,
Yes.
in terms of wealth distribution, they will have an additional 5% from the overall wealth. I think the sharing right now is 70-20, 70-30. It will be 75, so a 5% more for Bangsamoro. No.
In your opinion, clearly the region has been impacted by a lot of conflict. How does the law sort of enable the conditions for stronger economic development here?
The law will be helpful in the sense that you now have a regional government that will implement it, and the parliament can also come up with additional laws to reinforce what is available and what will be available. No.
In your view, what will happen to those that do not vote to be part of the region?
Well, of course, they can continue with being part of the overall government right now. I'm not sure whether in the future they can be included, but okay, Monday, of course, some of them will have a chance, no? And there will be additional number of people who can join the BARM. No.
All right. Well, on that note, Farms Secretary Teves, when Business Roundup returns, with the vote for the Bangsamoro Organic Law coming up, how can the plebiscite's outcome affect the region's economy and business sector? Let's get more answers from former Finance Secretary Margarito Teves when we come back. The Bangsamoro Organic Law gives broad powers related to governance, finance, and natural resources, among others. What would be the impact of this expanded regional government role if the law gets ratified? We continue with our discussion with former Finance Secretary Margarito Teves on how the outcome of the BOL plebiscite can impact the region's economy. Well, sir, in your view, how much of an impact will the BOL have on the region's economic outlook? How will that really affect growth in the area?
Well, qualitatively at first, it will lead to further growth because there will be peace and security, or at least an improvement in peace and security. And then it's real that the government will be providing additional resources. And even in the Build program of the national government, 17.5% of the total projects will be allocated in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And once there is already an improvement, then this will be a signal to other foreign investors to come in. Of course, this is a topic for the next discussion, but Islamic banking will also be there. So this will attract investors from the Arab nations. So it will be like any economy, but more managed, more controlled, and it will really serve a good signal. One of the manifestations there will be an improvement in the per capita income. As we know, the per capita income in the ARM right now is very low. It's 6.5 times less than the national average. So we need to bring that up. So there will be additional resources of the people that will be used to consume the goods and services in the area. Again, this will attract investors because the market will be provided with additional income.
Additional income, right. In terms of just raw numbers here, what's the outlook for the economic growth over the next few years? I know the national GDP is a well-known number. What do you see it happening there?
Well, in terms of the national economy, we're looking at something like 6.5 to maybe 7%. I'm hoping that Bangsamoro can also approximate that. But we will have to have the numbers. I don't have the numbers yet in terms of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region first, no? But eventually we will probably have that, no?
And the hope is at least that it approximates what's happening.
Yes,
nationally.
that's right.
Now, what in your view will drive that growth? Which industries look most promising? You mentioned build. Anything else that's
well, you have agriculture. You have vast tracts of land there. And this land can be devoted to corn, cassava. And then you will have industries there because there will be the equivalent of the PESA in that area. And because of the peace and order, investors will now be encouraged to put in their investments. So it will be a combination of both industry and agriculture. And of course, it will be managed by Parliament. So there will be a semblance of a government there that will run the affairs of the region. So all of this, of course, I mentioned earlier that bureaucracy will have to be continuously upgraded to respond to be able to manage those projects and implement those projects properly.
And you need an effective government to actually move things
Yes,
forward. And the idea behind the parliamentary system here is it's going to be representative, both Muslim, non-Muslim,
Yes, that's right.
the indigenous peoples. Now, at what pace would the economy need to grow to really begin to reduce poverty? We know for the ARMM provinces are among the poorest regions in the country. You mentioned the GDP per capita is quite low in that area.
Yeah.
At what pace would you need to really grow here?
I would say 7 to 8% over at least a decade, no, preferably longer. That will really be very helpful in terms of increasing the GDP per capita or GDP per person. So I guess there will be more stability once the GDP per capita improves at least to the level of the national average. No.
That means you would have to consistently beat the national average for it to actually
Yes, that's right.
catch up, no?
To be able for them to really accelerate and reach the average. No.
Now, as an autonomous region, I think, at least my understanding of that is the bulk of the funding comes from locally generated revenues. I do know that there is, I think, as you mentioned earlier, some insertions are coming from national, no? But a lot of the bulk of these is from locally generated. Will there be enough funding for the region to build the necessary infrastructure to enable it to catch up?
If we rely on local resources, I don't think this will be enough. There will have to be a continuous support for a while from the national government. And that's why the black grants and a portion of the budget will still have to be provided to that area. No.
Yeah, because otherwise, if you're just relying on the local, it really
I don't think that will be
insufficient. Now, in terms from a timing perspective, right, when will the Filipinos actually begin to feel the effects of this law? I know the plebiscite's upcoming. As with any new initiative, I assume there's going to be some lead time to ramp up. You mentioned the bureaucracy needs to be set up. So when can we Filipinos begin to expect it, and when will the trickle-down effect really be felt?
Well, I guess in the next 3 to 5 years, you'll see some improvements already. It's best to manage expectation. It's best to, of course, be optimistic, but at the same time, manage expectations. No?
So 3 to 5 years, all right, that's manage expectations, I understand. Will businesses actually move to the region? I mean, there's obviously a lot of the talk that peace and order will set up a PESA zone. Obviously, there's a lot of perception you need to overcome, right? And so will businesses actually move to the region?
Yes, in fact, there are a few businesses that are already there, but with this new setup and additional support from the government, and hopefully with foreign investors coming in, there will be a momentum, both from the domestic and additional foreign investors, plus the financial institutions that will be set up there. I think all of this will encourage more investments in the area.
Now, assuming the Bangsamoro region will be formed, and as it seems to be the case, now, what major challenges do you foresee that the government should immediately address?
I would say the institutions, the political institutions, both parliament, the justice system, the civil service, they will have to be in place and learn from the experiences of our own setup here at the national level. So we must be able to ensure that they're properly motivated, properly educated, and good in terms of planning and execution, so that both the national government and private investors will be encouraged to put up businesses in that area.
Well, obviously, the problems in ARMM and the entire Mindanao does not end with the formation of the Bangsamoro region. Where do we go from there?
Well, as you said, this could be a good example for the others, no? But I guess first things first, let's make sure that this is a success, no? And the rest will follow, no?
Right.
But we've been looking for peace in Mindanao. This is a good example to really help our people in that area, bring the standard of living in that area, and maybe all the rest will follow. No?
All right. Well said. Thank you very much for your insights.
Mike.
Coming up, what is the future of Islamic banking in the country, and what are the opportunities with the creation of the Bangsamoro region? Let's hear from Alamana Islamic Bank Chairman Alex Bangcola later on in the show. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. Islamic banking has yet to reach its full potential, even as it faces a lack of capital. But with billions of pesos available for the Bangsamoro region, will Islamic banking finally take off as a channel to spur economic activity in the country's poorest region? What lies ahead for Islamic banking in the Philippines? Here to share some of his insights is Alamana Islamic Bank Chairman and CEO Alex Bangcola. Good afternoon, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, Mike.
Assalamu alaikum. Now, for the sake of our viewers, how different is Islamic banking with traditional banking? I mean, that most of Filipinos are familiar with.
Okay, that's usually the first question we get. I mean, like, we say that in Islamic banking, we do not charge interest. So then they say, so how do you make money?
Right.
We share in the profits of our borrowers. So it's Islamic banking is more of a partnership than a strict lender-borrower relationship.
It's more like an equity type investment.
In a way, yes. So we are more engaged with our clients because obviously we want them to succeed.
True. Now, at present, Al-Amana Islamic Bank is the only Islamic bank in the country. In your view, why has that been the only one?
Well, I think it's because the financial system in the Philippines, we have always been Western looking. Mm-hmm. We emulate the American model, the European model. Worldwide nowadays, Islamic banking is actually mainstream. It's only in the Philippines that it remains an exotic form of banking. In ASEAN, 9 of the ASEAN countries are very well into Islamic banking. Malaysia, obviously, Indonesia, Brunei. Only Laos has not gone into Islamic banking yet. So that's the main reason.
Well, what are the services that you offer that maybe perhaps commercial banks do not have, or quite similar to commercial banks?
Okay, we have several what we call Islamic products. The main difference is we do not charge interest. We share in the profits. And if I tell you the names, it's mostly in Arabic. It might just confuse our viewers. But like, say for example, car loans. We do car loans. So we have an Islamic type of a car loan, and we have a normal conventional car loans. We give the borrower the choice of what they want to do. Also, we are I think the only bank in the Philippines who actually gives out what we call a benevolent loan, which is actually interest-free. But this is only for the needy.
All right. Well, how important are Islamic banks in helping promote the economic development in that region?
Okay, most of our branches are actually in Mindanao. We are a small bank. We have There's 9 branches, but most of these are in Mindanao, in the key cities of Mindanao. And since we are talking about the Bangsamoro, we are very much in the region.
Right.
We have branches in Jolo, Cotabato, and Marawi City.
Well, speaking of which, nearly 3 million Filipinos are in Mindanao are taking part in the historic plebiscite. Do you see Islamic banking taking off as a result of this? And assuming the region is formed, what happens?
We are very upbeat on the BOL. To us, the formation of the future Bangsamoro government will give a very much needed impetus to the growth of Islamic banking, not just in Mindanao, but in the rest of the country. For example, let me just segue a bit to illustrate this. Hanjin has been in the headlines the last few days. 5 of our biggest commercial banks are exposed to this company to the tune of close to 30 billion. We got inquiries from shipping companies in the Bangsamoro region whether it might be possible for Amana Bank to help them acquire Hanjin. And this can be done through sukuk or Islamic bonds, meaning we can raise funding for this company to acquire Hanjin.
Well, last question for you. Where do you see Islamic banking in the Philippines heading in the next few years?
Again, if the Bangsamoro government is successful, we expect Aman Islamic Bank to be one of the bigger banks in the next 3 to 5 years. Not just in Mindanao, but in the whole country.
All right, good luck to that, sir.
Thank you very much, Mike.
All right, and that's the bottom line. I'm Mike Kalimurong. Thanks for watching the Business Roundup.
Monday, January 21st. It's a new day, everyone. I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo.
Good morning, I'm Andre Felix, and we keep you company until 7:30.
Hello and welcome. I'm Christine Jacobs Sandejas.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Back to Monday.
That's right. And it is a big Monday, too. A lot of things happening today.
Absolutely. Of course, today is the Bangsamoro plebiscite. We have all our reporters in the South to cover this historic vote. Voting begins at about 7 a.m., and we're going to bring that to you.
All right, and earlier we were testing. We were trying. David Santos is actually at the Cotabato City Hall. We have Ms. Trisha Terrada, who is at Sultan Kudarat. We also have George Cahiles over in Marawi. Okay.
Yes, so they're going to get the flavor and feel of what's actually happening on the ground, and we'll be able to bring all that to you live today. It's such an historic moment. And speaking of historic moment, survey did say that majority of the youth in ARM will vote yes for the BOL today. So I guess that would just mean like more power for the region in terms of their, handling the funds, handling the resources, and just everything more in their control rather than with the government.
And it's also huge because it's nice to know and to see that the youth is involved in something like this.
Yes.
Like the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So like what you mentioned, survey says that majority of the youth.
And I think it's also nice they're also banking for the peace process that will actually happen once this BOL will be ratified.
And that's what we all have, what we all want, which is peace. Again, stick around until 7:30 for those stories and more. Meantime, here are the morning's headlines.
Around 2.8 million voters are expected to cast their vote on the ratification of the Bangsamoro Law.
day down south with a historic vote taking place in several parts of Mindanao. More than 2 million residents in Cotabato City, Isabela City, and the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao will decide whether to ratify the Bangsamoro law, which allows the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. This will replace the ARMM. The vote will also determine whether several towns in Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato will also be included in the region. This landmark measure is seen to help resolve conflict and rebellion in the south. Our senior correspondent David Santos now joins us live from Cotabato City. David, it is still very early in the day, but what can you tell us?
Well, Ria, good morning. So far, things are going on smoothly at this hour, at least here in Cotabato City. We are here at the Cotabato City Hall where election workers are now being transported to their respective polling centers with the voting expected to start in less than an hour. Now, despite the grenade throwing incident in one of the barangays here in Cotabato City last night, officials here are sure that today's plebiscite will carry on. They don't see that incident in any way affecting the electoral exercise, even urging voters to show defiance to those disturbing the peace here by coming out and casting their votes. Now, authorities will resume today the investigation of last night's explosion, which fortunately did not hurt anyone. But earlier, we spoke to COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez. He said it is all systems go for the conduct of the plebiscite in all the 5 provinces and 4 cities in the ARMM, including Isabela and Cotabato cities. Now, yesterday, COMELEC reported that the shipment of plebiscite materials in the remote island municipality of Turtle Islands in Tawi-Tawi was being delayed by bad weather. Jimenez says there is still no word from COMELEC Tawi-Tawi if the materials already made through to Turtle Islands. Now, except for Turtle Islands, the COMELEC says it is all set to hold the plebiscite unless an extreme situation crops up. Jimenez says failure of elections or for the conduct of the plebiscite is not an option. Ria.
Okay, how would you describe the security in Cotabato City right now? Do you really get a sense that there is more police presence there?
Let me just tell you, Ria, at this hour, medyo nagkaka-delay, no? The transport of the teachers or yung mga BEIs, members of the Board of Election Inspectors, or in this case, the so-called plebiscite committees, we are seeing some delays because COMELEC wanted to assure first that the distribution of all plebiscite materials are completed, and then they will be escorted all together as one group. These are about 600 teachers who are serving in today's plebiscite. They will be transported as one because they will have to be escorted by a convoy of military and police personnel. Now, that gives you a picture of how intense the security will be, at least here in Cotabato City. Now, we recall that Cotabato City was also among the 2 areas recently placed under COMELEC control. The other area, of course, was Daraga Albay. Now, this after the New Year's Eve bombing here in Cotabato outside the shopping mall that killed 2 people. The security forces have also increased their presence in the city. The armed forces, for example, had to realign some of its army and marine units from adjacent towns of Maguindanao and redeploy them here in Cotabato City to beef up their forces here. Now, if you're coming to Cotabato City today by land transport, expect long lines at the PNP and AFP checkpoints. And on air, we could hear Air Force assets hovering even before daybreak today, which I can only assume are reconnaissance flights just to check on the security situation in the city. Ria.
What is the voter turnout expected to be today, David?
Officials here are very optimistic. They recall that in the 2001 and the previous plebiscite, which was in 1989, we recall, according to history, the MILF and the MNLF, these are more rebel groups that had boycotted the plebiscite at that time, creating the ARMM and expanding its territory. But this time, we see the MILF, the More Islamic Liberation Front, actively participating in this electoral process. This is going to be historic because this will be the first time for them as a revolutionary force to be participating in a democratic electoral process. So optimism is very high. Also, there has been very intense discussions among residents here, pro and anti-BOL. So that also is expected to drive residents to participate in the plebiscite. Also, no less than the President Duterte, just on Friday, endorsed the yes vote here. He was backed up by his cabinet members. So all these factors are seen to somehow bring increase the number of voters to be participating today. In the previous years, there were only less than 30% of total voters here in Cotabato City that participated in the plebiscite. Now, authorities here, officials here, the COMELEC in particular, is expecting those numbers to go higher this plebiscite day. Ria.
Okay, and of course, everyone is anticipating those results. How long will it take before the COMELEC can declare whether or not the BOL has been ratified and approved?
Well, the COMELEC spokesperson, James Jimenez, in a press briefing yesterday, he's saying that it would probably take about 4 days before all the results will be consolidated. In Cotabato City's case, all the results will be consolidated from the barangay level, then moved towards the city level. But in other cases, like Maguindanao, from barangay, it has to move to the municipality. From municipality, moves to the provincial level. Then from provincial level, move to the regional level. So that you can just imagine the process it has to go through. That probably is the cause for why it would take for about 4 days before all these results can be consolidated and brought to Manila and be canvassed by the National Canvassing Board. Ria.
All right, certainly we will be covering that from beginning to end. David Santos there reporting from Cotabato City. Thank you very much. Now let's head on over to Sultan Kudarat town in Maguindanao, which is just outside Cotabato City. And this is where the Moro Islamic Liberation Front's Camp Darapanan is located. And our Trisha Terada is there now. Trisha, good morning. What is the latest from there?
Well, Ria, good morning. Just like in any other election, teachers are early for work today as part of the Plebiscite Committee, or PLEBCOM, at least in Maguindanao. As early as 2:30 a.m., ballot boxes and other election paraphernalia have been distributed in the municipality of Sultan Kudarat. Once they get their tools, the PLEBCOM members load the items into their vehicles and they're escorted by 2 policemen or soldiers to their polling centers. Although security is tight, PLEBCOM is optimistic that today's plebiscite will be peaceful.
Para sa amin naman, mga BI, maganda naman ang namin. Hindi kami matatakot na mayroong mga gano'n na tinatatakot. Wala, kasi wala namang nairinig na mga manggulo.
Kampante kami na safe kami dito. Walang mga ganong threat sa amin.
As of this time, the PLEBCOM is settling down as they wait to welcome the voters at 7 a.m. Ria?
Trisha, are there any key personalities that we're expecting to vote in that area?
Well, Ria, we're expecting MILF Chairman Alhaj Murad Ibrahim to arrive here to cast his vote. Of course, we're also expecting several MILF combatants to vote today. This is very interesting because this would be the first time for most of them to participate in a democratic process or exercise once again. Ria?
All right, thank you very much, Trisha Terada, reporting live there from Sultan Kudarat town. We're back. Thanks for joining us. As the historic Bangsamoro plebiscite happens today, a top commander of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front is calling for unity among supporters. Our George Cahiles reports.
For the first time, Lanao del Norte-based Commander Bravo of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front publicly called for unity in favor of the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, or BOL.
Nanawagan po ako sa lahat ng kapatid kong Kristiyano na magkaisa po tayo para sa kapayapaan. Huwag natin hayaang mabigo at ang presidente sa kaniyang programa para sa kapayapaan, at huwag natin hayaan na sirain ang kinabukasan ng ating mga anak kapalit ng interes ng mga taong naghari-hari dito sa Lanao del Norte.
In 2008, Bravo led attacks in towns of Lanao del Norte after the Supreme Court declared the Memorandum of Agreement on Ancestral Domain, or MOA-AD, unconstitutional. The MOA-AD was drafted during the time of then-President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, which was supposed to create an autonomous entity for the Bangsamoro. After a decade, here's the Bangsamoro Organic Law, another chance for the MILF to govern a Bangsamoro region. 6 towns in Lanao del Norte seek inclusion in the new Bangsamoro region: Baloi, Munay, Nunungan, Pantar, Tagoloan, and Tangkal. Lanao del Norte will vote on February 6th. Munay Mayor Kasan Makiling says Commander Bravo's statement will definitely boost the yes vote campaign.
Alam mo naman ang Munay is the host of itong si Commander Bravo. Nandyan yung Camp Pilal, no? Sa tingin ko, majority, no, sa mga tao bubuto ng yes sa bayan ng Munay.
Last week, Presidential Peace Advisor Cardito Galvez and Lanao del Norte Representative Abdullah Dimaporo made a historic visit to Bravo in Camp Bilal in Munay. The Dimaporos have expressed their support for the BOL but not the inclusion of the 6 towns.
Sinabihan ko si Congressman Dimaporo na wag niyang takutin ang mga yes supporter at bigyan ng kalayaan ang mga tao na panig sa kapayapaan at papanig sa bangsa ng 6 na munisipyo na Bangsamoro.
Commander Bravo says misunderstanding and chaos may spark in case the 6 Lanao del Norte towns will not be included in the new Bangsamoro region. But he promised that he will not lead any atrocities. From Lanao del Norte, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
While you're watching New Day here on CNN Philippines, coming up, many of the young people in ARMM approve of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, at least according to a new survey. New Day, we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome back. I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo. Today is the historic plebiscite for the Bangsamoro Organic Law, and residents of Isabela City, Cotabato City, and the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao are going to decide if they want to ratify the law. Let's have a look at what's happening on the ground. Our George Cahiles is in Marawi City, Lanao del Sur, which figured in a 5-month-long armed conflict in 2017. George, how's the situation there today?
Well, Ria, it's a rainy plebiscite day here in Marawi City, and the public says it may affect the intent of voters to go out and vote in today's plebiscite. Well, Lanao del Norte has more than 500,000 voters, and historically the turnouts here are high. Now, in fact, in the last barangay elections, Ria, they reached more than 80%. But of course, the dynamics of voting or electing public officials is different from a plebiscite. That's why the election supervisor here, Mr. Alan Cadon, says as early as December, they already went to barangays to explain to residents the importance of participating in today's plebiscite. Now, local officials are certain that residents of Marawi and Lanao del Sur will overwhelmingly favor the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. COMELEC says there's not even a single group that openly campaigned for no vote here. So far, it's all systems go for the conduct of the plebiscite. As we see here at the Marawi City Hall, teachers and their security escorts are already leaving the premises after they collected the plebiscite materials in this area. So let's just wait and see as to how the weather will affect today's the elections or the plebiscite here today. Ria.
George, are there any specific security threats in the area?
Well, Ria, authorities say there's none, but they're still monitoring the situation here as General Benjamin Madrigal, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces himself, said that the remnants of the multi-ISIS group led by Abu Dar remain a threat here in the province. But they said that they're working continuously to make the group insignificant. Ria.
Now, are there any considerations for the Marawi refugees who will vote today?
Yes, actually, they placed a special polling center near the area of the temporary shelter sites of those displaced residents of Marawi, and they also arranged vehicles so that they can ferry those displaced residents, those living in those temporary shelters, towards their respective polling centers again.
All right, certainly, I'm sure those residents of Marawi really want their voices to be heard. Thank you very much, George Cahiles there, reporting live from Marawi City. As voters in the South troop to polling centers today as part of a referendum to ratify a law creating a new Muslim autonomous region, the big question is, how informed are they in making their choices? David Santos gives us a preview on how voters are deciding.
In a rally in Cotabato City over the weekend, we tried asking potential voters what they know about the Bangsamoro Organic Law or BOL.
Kasi kapayapaan namin sa mga Bangsamoro yan.
Ano yung sabihin ng kapayapaan, ma'am?
Lahat tayo rito, Bangsamoro Cotabato yan!
Ano pong magagawa niyo ng BOL para sa akin?
Para kompleto tayo sa programa ito.
Doon ka na lang sa
Well, this is a gathering campaigning for the yes vote, meaning the inclusion of Cotabato City to the proposed Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. The city has rejected twice, in 1989 and 2001, attempts to make it part of the ARMM.
Nabasa ba natin yung BOL? Anong mga nilalaman ng BOL?
Hindi naman lahat, pero mayroon akong mga parte na nabasa.
Sa akin kasi, nagdesisyon ako na mag-yes dahil nabasa ko po yung batas.
Nabasa na natin, ma'am, yung batas.
Hindi totally ako nakano kasi hindi naman ako masyadong marunong sa mga batas.
May ina-attendan kami ng mga workshops, sir, or mga seminars, and then nagbibigay sila ng information regarding sa BOL.
Hindi ko rin masyado nabasa yung pero yun lang sa pagkaalam ko talaga, lahat po ay magkakaroon ng benepisyo sa programa ng BOL.
These two ladies have been good friends for about half a decade, sharing common interests like videoke and serving their community as barangay officials.
Yung mag-open kaming dalawa sa paniniwala ng bawat isa, hindi namin nire-respeto namin yun. Kasi number one naman kasi yung respeto sa isa't isa.
Kaibigan, respeto lang po talagang kailangan. Dahil alam ko rin po naman na sa aming mga Kristiyano, bawat isa sa amin may karapatan rin naman po, walang pagbabago. At saka isa pa po, ito na po yung way naming lahat na magkaroon ng kapayapaan at kaunlaran dito sa ating lungsod.
There are those who cannot help but attribute to local leaders and politicians their decisions.
Nung maaksidente ang anak ko, suportado ako ni Mayor. Kaya ang utang na loob ko kay Mayor Sima, hindi ko pwede talikuran.
Some of the no voters we spoke to are close allies of Mayor Sintegiani, a staunch critic of the BOL.
Lahat kami kapitan na sa kanya kasi alam namin na siyang tama.
Ang Cotabato City, no talaga. Dahil ang karamihan na tao dito, mga wise voters. Ang totoo niyan po, sir, gusto nilang ang kinilang Cotabato dahil maganda na ang Cotabato. Gusto nilang sakupin para sa kapakanan nila pang sarili lang po.
Good enough, there are voters who made an effort to understand BOL or at least some of its important points.
Unang-una, magkakaroon ng yung sabi nilang block grant. Ibig sabihin, mayroon ng fiscal autonomy na from 60 to 70 billion pesos every year.
Hindi na kami makakain ng pork at saka magdamit na kami ng Muslim, mapilitan na kami maasawa ng Muslim at uuwi kami ng Visayas. Sabi ko, hindi totoo yan.
We want to show them na kahit mga Moro kami, hindi kami terrorist. Para mabigyan din kami ng pagkakataon na hindi i-judge ang religion namin.
One survey by the International Alert Philippines showed a significant chunk of plebiscite voters coming from the youth sector, ages 18 to 35.
Kailangan namin matutunan talaga or malaman kung anong ibig sabihin ng BOL kasi as a new generation, kung mawawala yung mga matatanda natin, so kami ang papalit.
Officials say voters have been bombarded with information about BOL so they can better decide on their vote. But biases, exaggerations, and disinformation remain common in public opinions about BOL an indication there are gaps that needed to be filled when it comes to educating voters effectively to make an informed choice. In Cotabato City, David Santos, CNN Philippines.
Experts say the vote of the youth will matter in the upcoming Bangsamoro plebiscite. Our George Cahiles also talked to a peace group whose latest survey shows majority of the youth in the ARMM will vote yes to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
21-year-old Nahariza Baulo is a graduating student of Mindanao State University in Marawi City. Baulo says she'll go home in her hometown Malabang, Lanao del Sur this Monday to cast her vote in the plebiscite.
Karamihan po talaga sa mga youth ngayon is 100% talaga na vote for yes. Kasi itatry namin talaga kung okay ba yung Bangsamoro Organic Law. So itatry lang namin kung okay ba siya yung agreement na yon.
Baulo says their knowledge about the BOL is mainly due to seminars and fora carried out in their school and information available on social media.
May mga nag-ano po ng program dyan regarding sa BOL, kung ano po talaga yung advantages ng BOL, kung may pasa po yun.
A survey of Peace Group International Alert reveals majority of youth will vote yes to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Of the 382 respondents, the survey states 70.8% of young people aged 18 to 35 in the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao are in favor of the BOL. Lanao del Sur poses the highest number of youth who will vote yes for BOL with 100%. Maguindanao 88.5%, Tawi-Tawi 82.2%, and Basilan 51.2%. The group meanwhile mentions the increasing no votes from the youth in Sulu, Cotabato City, and Isabela City in Basilan.
It's really the next generation that will make this work. Etong mga nasa Bangsamoro ngayon, Transition Commission at saka yung authority will be there for a very short period of time. So the key is to harness the youth, to get them involved. Secondly, the youth are the targets of radicalization and recruitment. Third, obviously, because their numbers count. If you have 57% of the voting population within that range up to 35 years old, then they're very important.
The survey also shows that the youth sees poverty, terrorism, and corruption as among the issues of the BOL needs to address.
Pwede pong i-guide kami ng mga mas malaki po yung, kumbaga malaki yung knowledge nila sa Islam. Pwede pong i-guide nila po kami in a right way, in a right path po.
Baulo says it's important that they participate in Monday's plebiscite because, after all, their future depends on whatever the outcome will be. From Marawi City, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
Nearly 3 million Filipinos in the South will go out and vote in the historic Bangsamoro plebiscite. The proposed new regional government will have access and control over tens of billions in funds and vast powers over resources. But will the creation of the Bangsamoro region finally unlock the economic potential of the poorest region in the country? Let's get some insights from our business anchor and correspondent, Mike Alimurong. Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Christine. Well, there's a sense of optimism that the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law may finally bring about lasting peace and economic development to the country's poorest region. The BOL seeks to abolish the ARMM and replace it with the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Now, from what we gather, the ARMM, which was established in 1989, has generally failed to improve conditions in its provinces relative to other parts of the country. According to former Finance Secretary Margarito Teves, this has largely been because of the real and perceived peace and order situation in the area, combined with the need for resources and people who will implement laws properly. This time, however, Mr. Teves believes that the situation in ARMM has gradually improved in terms of both the existence of additional funds as well as with peace and security. Here's some of what he had to say regarding the benefits of the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
One is you will have, of course, additional funds. No, okay. There will be an allocation of about 5 billion yearly for 10 years, what they call a special fund, and then they will have a block grant of about 50 to 60 billion a year. And there will be the equivalent of the PESA in that area. No? So they'll set up their own set of economic zones, and they'll have their own government and a justice system. So all of this will be helpful. The law will be helpful in the sense that you now have a regional government that will implement it, and the parliament can also come up with additional laws to reinforce what is available and what will be available. Well, of course, they can continue with being part of the overall government right now. I'm not sure whether in the future they can be included, but okay, Monday, of course, some of them will have a chance, no? And there will be additional number of people who can join the BARM. Well, qualitatively at first, it will lead to further growth because there will be peace and security, or at least an improvement in peace and security. And then it's real that the government will be providing additional resources. And even in the build program of the national government, 17.5% of the total projects will be allocated in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And once there is already an improvement, then this will be a signal to other foreign investors to come in. Of course, this is a topic for the next discussion, but Islamic banking will also be there. So this will attract investors from the Arab nations. So it will be like any economy, but more managed, more controlled, and it will really serve a good signal. One of the manifestations there will be an improvement in the per capita income. And because of the peace and order, investors will now be encouraged to put in their investments. So it will be a combination of both industry and agriculture. And of course, it will be managed by Parliament. So there will be a semblance of a government there that will run the affairs of the region. I guess in the next 3 to 5 years, you'll see some improvements already. It's best to manage expectation. It's best to, of course, be optimistic, but at the same time, manage expectations. No?
While Mr. Teves was supportive of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, he did note that we must be able to ensure that various institutions such as Parliament, the justice system, and the civil service are properly set up and good in terms of planning and execution. Mr. Teves likewise believes that how the region develops will be closely watched as a good example and indicator for the ongoing discussion on federalism. He's certainly hopeful that the BOL will bring up the standard of living in that area. Christine?
Well, Mike, I do like that. Optimistic and manage expectations. And of course, we're all hoping this Bangsamoro region will improve Mindanao's economy. Thanks so much, Mike. Again, that was our business anchor and correspondent, Mike Calimurong.
More than 1 million people in the South will decide on the creation of a new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARMM. Our Trisha Tirada gives us a look at preparations for the historic plebiscite happening today.
2 days ahead of the Bangsamoro Organic Law plebiscite, these teachers have flocked to the COMELEC office in Cotabato City. They want to secure their slots in the plebiscite committee. It matters so much to them that they will be able to serve during the historic vote on Monday.
Willing po ako mag-serve sa Cotabato para po talagang, kumbaga, yung boses ng Cotabato City, para mabigay natin yung fair and just na boto.
Kulang daw talaga yung magsaserve. Kaya sabi ko, sige na lang, mag-serve na lang ako.
They know it's going to be tough. They will wake up early in time for the 3 a.m. assembly and end late to finish the counting, but they don't mind.
Mga 2 gabi ito na walang tulugan. So kailangan namin ng energy, yung presence of mind, of course.
Hopefully po wala pong kaguluhang mangyayari.
But the COMELEC says there's no reason to worry because it's all set for the plebiscite. Authorities have already laid out security plans for the transport of ballots and the teachers as well.
May mag-a-assist na PNP para sa movement ng mga teachers at saka pag-deploy ng mga teachers.
We really need to achieve yung objective natin na magkaroon ng honest, orderly, credible, and peaceful plebiscite. At we will provide the democratic space and let democracy work.
COMELEC encourages the residents to vote and have a say on the future of their hometowns. In Cotabato City, Trisha Terada, CNN Philippines.
You're back with us on CNN Philippines. I'm Ria Tanwat Cotillo.
Good morning again. I'm Andre Felix.
And this is New Day on CNN Philippines, where the news comes first. I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas.
Speaking of the news, we have a lot in store for our viewers in the next half hour. Of course, today is a historic day. Taking place is the Bangsamoro plebiscite down south. Of course, our reporters are deployed in various areas. George Cajiles is in Marawi. We have David Santos in Cotabato City. And we have Trisha Terada in Sultan Kudarat. They're going to be updating us because it is 7 o'clock and polls should be opening right now.
Again, stick around. We have more stories for you coming up. You are watching New Day here on CNN Philippines. Good morning.
A big day down south with a historic vote taking place in several parts of Mindanao. More than 2 million residents in Cotabato City, Isabela City, and the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao will decide whether to ratify the Bangsamoro law, which allows the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. This will replace the ARMM. The vote will also determine whether several towns in Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato will also be included in the region. This landmark is seen to help resolve conflict and rebellion in the south. Now let's head on over to Sultan Kudarat town in Maguindanao, which is just outside Cotabato City, and this is where the Moro Islamic Liberation Front's Camp Darapanan is located. Our Trisha Terada is there now. Trisha, good morning. Korea, while they used guns for decades of armed struggle, today MILF combatants are going to hold pens and papers to chart their future. It's the first time in a long time for many of them to participate in a democratic process, and that includes no less than MILF chairman Alhaj Murad Ibrahim. Now, days ahead of the plebiscite, we had the chance to speak with him, and he shared his thoughts for today's historic vote.
We are very enthusiastic kasi nakikita namin yung overwhelming support ng mga tao. So, we are very hopeful na talagang ma-ratify na ang BOS.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Well, Reed, as of this time, we are waiting for Murad's arrival. Several others have started lining up here for their names, looking for their names and their designated precincts. They get to cast their votes in a bit. Again, only written yes or no or its dialect counterpart will be accepted. Ria?
Okay, so it is 7 o'clock. Have voters actually been able to cast their vote yet? Hello, Trisha, can you hear me? All right. Okay, thank you very much. That was Trisha Terada reporting there from Sultan Kudarat. And millions of Mindanaoans will cast their vote today whether to approve or not the creation of a new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. But those who fled from Mindanao due to the conflict or the Moro diaspora may not be able to participate in the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Our correspondent Makoy Popioco tells us many of them joined the discourse even if they were not able or will not be able to participate in the polls.
Johaira Rashid is the last entrepreneur left among her family members who attempted to relocate in Manila. Relocation to bigger cities proved difficult as many of her loved ones went back to Iligan City, some to other provinces.
Gusto ko po sa Mindanao, makakasama mo yung pamilya mo, makakayakap mo sila, kahit anong oras nandiyan ka para sa kanila. Hindi ka tulad na nandito ka, kung may sakit man sila, hindi mo sila maalagaan. Gaya ng pag-aalaga mo pag nandun ka.
But being the breadwinner, Johaira is determined to succeed. She's now tending a small novelty sidewalk stall in Divisoria. The number of Muslim stall owners in Divisoria nearly doubled in the last 5 years. A Muslim traders group says many newcomers arrived in mid-2017, the height of the Battle of Marawi. Not just in Divisoria, but also in Quiapo. Walking around this neighborhood outside the Golden Mosque in Quiapo, Manila, I can't help but feel like I was brought back to Marawi City. And here, Maranaos are selling products that before can only be found in Mindanao, like this sakurab or white scallions that are turned into a Maranao condiment called palapa. Makasri Imam, who used to live right in the street where ISIS Maote group hoisted their flag in Marawi, is now saving up for his own business near the Golden Mosque.
Pakunti-kunti lang yung hanap buhay dito. Makakaraos tayo. Dati tayong negosyante, kahit ano pwede.
Johaira and Makasri are among the thousands of displaced Moros who fled from conflict-torn Mindanao to find greener pastures elsewhere. As thousands vote for the plebiscite on the new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region on Monday, the Moro diaspora like Johaira and Makasri, who could not participate in the polls, pin their hopes on their loved ones. Most Maranaos we talked to in Divisoria and Quiapo said a resounding yes to the Bangsamoro plebiscite and convinced their families left in Mindanao to write that in their ballot.
Sana kung ano man yung maging kahantungan ng BUL na yan, sana po maging susi na to para mas maging maganda yung buhay namin dito sa Mindanao po. Para po hindi na kami nagkakahiwa-hiwalay ng mga pamilya namin.
Gasa pa yun na magbago yung mga kabuhayan ng baka mawala yung mga ano-ano diyan, mga gulo-gulo diyan. Hindi ka matakot.
For them, the promise of a better Bangsamoro could be their ticket back to Mindanao, to a Bangsamoro that is new but familiar, a place where there is long-lasting peace and better opportunities. Makoy Popioko, CNN Philippines.
Got a message for us? New Day would love to hear from you. Email us at feedback@cnnphilippines.com.
Welcome back to the program. The Cotabato City Bomb Squad is responding to a call about a fragmentation grenade found in a side street. This comes as residents in the city cast their vote on whether to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Our correspondent David Santos now joins us from Cotabato City. David.
Yes, as you mentioned, the members of the Cotabato City Bomb Squad are currently in this area in Cotabato City in Barangay RH1. They call it RH1. As we are showing to you live pictures wherein the members of the team urging people nearby to move away because they're gonna disable this suspected to be a fragmentation grenade that was found abandoned several minutes ago in this side street here in Barangay Rosary Heights. It is located exactly in the corner of Sausa Street and San Juan Street. Accordingly, some residents here called the Cotabato City PNP to report about this fragmentation grenade that they saw earlier today, and that prompted the authorities to come here and check on it. Now, earlier they placed sandbags over it because they're going to disable it. More likely, they're going to explode it just as part of a safety procedure in handling such cases. We did not want to bother the authorities performing their job, but basically that's how we interpret what they're doing now. I guess you must have heard, I don't know if we caught that on TV, but basically there was this loud explosion, part of the disabling process that the Cotabato City Bomb Squad performed in handling that fragmentation grenade. So that just gives you an idea, a picture of how interesting this day is going to be here in Cotabato City. Time and again, officials and authorities have been saying that the security has been very tight and rather intense here in Cotabato City. This city has been placed under COMELEC control, and also Cotabato City being part of Mindanao is also still under martial law. So we can expect that the authorities will have their hands full in really addressing security issues, rather threats that this city is facing today as it participates in the regional referendum for the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Via?
David, talk to us about the location of this grenade that they found and just deliberately detonated. Is it near any precincts, near any security outposts, as well as the one last night? Did you see any kind of pattern?
If you recall, like we mentioned earlier, when we did our first live shot, we reported about another grenade throwing incident last night that was around 9 p.m. It happened in an adjacent barangay, or at least a few barangays from here. We don't know yet if they are related. Some people we spoke to here were saying that kids supposedly saw two men earlier today abandon a still an unidentified object in this area. They are presuming that could have been the fragmentation grenade that was disabled a few moments ago. So authorities have yet to complete the investigation on last night's grenade throwing incident that happened just near the house being rented by a municipal trial court judge residing here in Cotabato City now. This grenade that was found this morning is just a few barangays away from that incident. So we don't know yet if these two are related or if these incidents are also in any way related to the ongoing plebiscite that is being conducted here in ARMM. Priya.
All right. So, David, this one, which they just detonated this morning, is that near any polling stations or precincts?
We are not sure because it's my first time to come here, but we, from the looks of it, we don't see any public schools, which are normally the designated voting centers for our electoral exercises. But what we can see, there are a lot of residents here now, so perhaps some of them really curious about what had just happened. But we just came from Cerro Central Elementary School, which is about a kilometer or a couple of kilometers from here. We are just assuming that's the closest polling center from here, so we don't know if they could have heard the explosion as part of the disabling process that was performed, that was conducted earlier, a few moments ago. But I can only assume that is the closest, the Cerro Elementary School, where a Congresswoman by Sandra Sema. We were there because we were expecting Congresswoman by Sandra Sema to cast her vote at 8 o'clock. So we are just assuming that's probably the closest, unless, of course, we could be wrong and there's another voting center closer here, Priya.
All right, thank you very much, David Santos there reporting from Cotabato City. Again, breaking news. The bomb squad in Cotabato City has just disabled a fragmentation grenade found in one of the side streets. This was called in by residents in the area. The bomb squad came in, they covered the grenade with sandbags and then deliberately detonated it. So you're looking at live pictures. The detonation happened just a few minutes ago. Now, an explosion was also reported in Cotabato City a night before the Bangsamoro Organic Law plebiscite. And we now talk to Chief Superintendent Eliseo Rasco, Regional Director of the Police Regional Office 12. Good morning, sir. Thank you for taking our call. Sir, are you on the line? Hello, sir?
Hello.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for taking our call.
Hello.
Yes. Sir, can you tell us...
You are very weak. Your signal is very weak.
Okay, sir. I will try to speak loudly. Can you tell us exactly how this grenade throwing incident happened in one of the barangays in Cotabato City last night?
Last night, there was a report coming from my city director that a hand grenade was lobbed at the residence of a judge. So there was two loud explosions, and fortunately, nobody was hurt or there was no damage to property reported.
Sir, do you have any updates on the investigation as to the origin of this?
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Can you give us updates on the investigation? Do you have any leads as to who might have been behind this?
We have no suspect yet because according to the bystander, two men riding in tandem in a motorcycle lobbed a said grenade. As of this time, I have no report yet from my city director there.
Okay. Sir, do you see the incident last night as a threat to today's plebiscite?
It might be. They want to harass people, or we are also looking at other angles, like personal or job-related to the said judge.
All right. Thank you very much, PRO 12 Regional Director, Chief Superintendent Eliseo Rasco. Presidential Peace Advisor Carlito Galvez confirms to CNN Philippines on Sunday that a confidential survey was held in the proposed Bangsamoro areas in December and this month. Galvez would not give further details on who commissioned the survey and what agency conducted it, but calls the survey results as extensive and convincing. One of the findings of the survey, according to Galvez, shows that Cotabato City will have an overwhelming yes vote, at least 70%. CNN Philippines is still trying to independently verify the authenticity of the survey. In a one-on-one interview, we asked the Armed Forces Chief turned Presidential Peace Advisor Carlito Galvez if there's a way voter turnout could be measured and why President Duterte made a final pitch in Cotabato last Friday for the Bangsamoro law.
There is a very confidential survey na nabasa ko. And then talagang very extensive yung ginawa nila last December 9 to 12. And then yung isa is ngayong January 9 to 12. Ang nakita nila is those who are for yes. Ang kanilang reason is there will be peace. Second is there will be reconciliation, there will be unity, and there is progress. And pagka kinounter ng counter questions, why there is progress? Alam nila may black grant, mayroon devolution of powers. So alam nila yung sagot. And majority ng sa kanila is talagang they are convinced na the MILF can really deliver the goods and the governance. 70% ng mga na-interviewed are in favor na sabi nila na the MILF is now capable of doing the governance features. So yung initial result na nakita namin, and then when we go around the ARMM, parang nagtalagang there is convincing correlations at saka talagang similarities sa observation namin. One, ang sabi nga nila is on the areas of Maguindanao, Lanao and Tawi-Tawi, more than 95% to 100% ang magiging turnout na yes. Second, yung sa Cotabato, nung kanilang initial is 75%. We were surprised na bakit 75%. Nung tinignan namin demography ng Cotabato City is 57 are Muslims, 33 are Christians, and the remaining are the nomads. So sa demographic ng configurations ng Cotabato City, and considering that the MILF campaign and the MNLF campaign had joined together, na talagang mag-vote sila sa yes. So this increased the factor na the possibility that yes we will be overwhelming sa Cotabato City. Why Cotabato City na nagano si Presidente? Because meaning talaga sa Cotabato City, he want to make an impression na alam niya yung mangyayari sa Cotabato City, and we gave them the result of the the survey. Talagang very conclusive. And so I was so impressed with the survey.
There you go. Again, we have this breaking news.
That's right. We have breaking news on CNN Philippines. A bomb squad disabled a fragmentation grenade found in one of the side streets in Cotabato City. Okay, so these were pictures from just a few moments ago. Residents called in, that they saw a device on the street. So the bomb squad came in, covered it with sandbags, and deliberately detonated. So we were actually able to capture that live. Pretty dramatic stuff. I was asking our David Santos, who was on the ground, if this was near any particular landmarks or precincts. He said the nearest voting precinct that he knew of was at least a kilometer away. I also asked him regarding the grenade throwing incident last night, if this was, again, if they were geographically near each other. He said it was just a few barangays away, that it would be too early to tell if, these incidents were related. So there you see the bomb squad picking up the different fragments, which I'm sure they are going to be examining. But yeah, it certainly makes you understand the situation down south and precisely why security needs to be so tight. So thankfully, in neither of these grenade incidents last night and this morning, no one was hurt, no damage to property.
That's right. Well, the voting started already at 7 a.m. It will continue till 3 p.m. So do tune in and stay with CNN Philippines for the continuous update on the plebiscite that is actually happening right now in the ARM, in Cotabato, and of course, Isabela City in Basilan. So stay tuned for that. Well, and that's it for us this Monday. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas.
New Day is back tomorrow with a lot more stories at 6 on the dot. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Maria Tanwatco Trillo. Enjoy your morning. Have a great day.
Welcome to The Source, where we combine the headlines with in-depth conversations with the newsmakers themselves. Today on the program, it's decision time for Mindanaoans.
We want to show them na kahit mga Moro kami, hindi kami terrorist. Para mabigyan din kami ng pagkakataon na hindi i-judge ang religion namin.
Will they accept the proposed Bangsamoro government?
Sa akin kasi, nagdesisyon ako na mag-yes dahil nabasa ko po yung batas.
Ang Cotabato City, no talaga. Dahil lang karamihan na tao dito, mga wise voters.
Supporters of the Bangsamoro Organic Law are confident in securing a yes vote.
Karamihan po talaga sa mga youth ngayon is 100% talaga na vote for yes. Kasi itatry namin talaga kung okay ba yung Bangsamoro Organic Law.
But some groups are questioning its constitutionality.
Definitely, of course, that's their right. And we want them to bring it para it will pass the test of constitutionality.
And is this a key for peace in the long-time Mindanao conflict? Senator Coco Pimentel and former presidential peace advisor Ging Deles join us in the program. Thank you for joining us. I'm Pinky Webb. More than 2 million residents in Cotabato City, Isabela City, and the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao expect to cast their votes to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. The historic vote will allow the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. This will replace the ARMM. The vote will also determine whether several towns in Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato will also be included in the new region. This landmark measure is seen to help resolve conflict and rebellion in the South. Let's go straight to the source of the story. We have Senator Coco Pimentel. Senator, welcome to the show. Good to see you again.
Thank you for inviting me, Pinky.
Happy birthday.
Yes, that was yesterday.
I know. Belated happy birthday to you, Senator. I hope you had a good birthday. So it's all systems go for the plebiscite today, sir, despite petitions to actually stop the plebiscite. There were two. One is to stop the plebiscite, and the other is also questioning the constitutionality of the BOL. But how do you feel about today's vote? They say this is a historic day.
Yes, this is a very, very important day. So I'm praying for a peaceful plebiscite because the plebiscite should be peaceful because we're doing all of this in the name of peace, to promote peace starting in Mindanao and then it will extend all over the Philippines.
Senator, there are 2 different days of voting. That's January 21 today, and then there's another one.
February 6, yeah.
On February 6. Can you please tell us why there are 2 different days of voting for the plebiscite and what is covered on today and on Feb 6?
Sige, part 1 is today, part 2 would be in February. Part 1 is very important because part 1 will now ask the existing ARMM, do you want to improve on the existing ARMM? If the answer is yes, then we have to ask, because part of the improvement is the expansion of the territory within the autonomous region. So if the answer is yes, we want to improve the existing ARMM, then we ask the other territories if they want to join. But then we are also now including, this is the decision of the COMELEC now, to also include Isabela City and Cotabato City. Because,
on January 21,
yeah,
today.
And they will be asked if they want to join the existing arm and to be part of the better arm or the BAR. So we are doing this because the decision of Isabela City is not subject to any review by a bigger LGU. The decision of Cotabato City is also not subject to consent or review by any other bigger LGU.
Which
so
means
what is there? If the decision of Isabela today will be respected.
It's independent.
Will be respected.
Cotabato
the decision
City.
of Cotabato City will be respected.
It does not need the approval of a province or a mother unit.
Because they are separate and independent. While in February 6, these are the potential additional areas to the enhanced arm, but these are barangays and municipalities, and we need to ask their so-called mother unit. So the mother unit of a municipality is the province. The mother unit of a barangay is the municipality.
So barangay, municipality, barangay.
So pag mag-no ang municipality, there's no more need to ask the mother unit.
Wala na.
Pag mag-no ang barangay, there's no more need to ask the mother unit.
The municipality.
Yes.
So that's why there are 2 separate votes. Okay, so that's, again, that's January 21. Again, why? Because there are 5 provinces included in the ARMM.
The existing arm, yeah.
Let's name them, sir. Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, Lanao del Sur.
Basilan, Lanao del Sur, and Maguindanao.
And Maguindanao. Yun yung 5. And then for today, Isabela City and Cotabato City will also say, do we want to be included in the ARMM?
But the more important result would be in the existing arm. The existing arm must agree
first
to enhance the existing arm. If the answer is yes, then we now consider the results of the areas which we are inviting to join the enhanced arm. But if they say no, kahit mag-yes yung other area, there is no enhanced arm to join. So dapat manalo muna ang the law must win in the plebiscite in the existing arm.
They have to say yes to the creation or to the abolishing the arm and
creating an enhanced arm to be called Bangsamoro Autonomous Region.
Right. Yes to BOL. I think ganun eh, sir. Yes to BOL. So those are the existing regions and rather provinces in the ARMM, and that would possibly be expanded if they say yes to the ratification of the BOL.
Yes.
Parang ganun eh, no?
Yes to the law, because the law contains all of the mechanisms there. Pati yung mga resources na ibubuhos sa kanila, it's in the law.
Sir, why is, we already mentioned a while ago that these yung isasama pa, Cotabato City and Isabela, why is there resistance by Cotabato City? Because in the past, they resisted already being part of the ARMM. Sir, why? Historically, ano ba nangyari dito?
Well, they must have their own reasons, no? But no matter what the reasons are, what is important is to determine the will, the collective will of the people of Cotabato City, and we will respect it. So, at walang mawawala, that is the rule. If you do not join, you should not lose anything. But the promise is, if you join, you should be gaining something. That is the promise. That is how it should be presented to the people.
Why will this be better, sir, than the ARMM? Why will this new law be even any better? I know the former president called the ARMM a failed experiment. Looking back, this was established, I believe, in 1989, sir. Di ho ba? What makes this different?
Well, sometimes the complaint in when there is a devolution or the transfer of power, the number one complaint is you gave me power or more responsibilities, but you did not give me more resources. So we made sure in this law, the BOL, that resources would follow the mandate or the responsibilities given to the autonomous region. So from, I think, times 4 namin ang resources eh. So if ARM receives X amount today, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region will receive, BARM would receive 4X, 4 times more. And then we are also allowing for the very first time that this autonomous region will now have a parliamentary feature. So, which is, in my opinion, better because the government, the regional government, can now react quicker. Will be more responsive to the sentiments of the constituents of the people. So, because it's parliamentary, there is this vote of no confidence.
No confidence vote, yes.
If the executive branch, which comes from the parliament, or the majority will come from the parliament, seems to be out of touch with the sentiments of the constituents, then the parliament, the representatives of the people will say, we no longer have confidence in you, we will change the executive branch.
And the unitary form of government doesn't work, sir? That's not more responsive to the needs of the unitary form?
Unitary kasi
which is what they have right now.
Which is like the national setup in the Philippines, that we will have an executive branch separate from the legislative branch. So when there is a problem with the implementation of the law, sometimes the legislators will say it's not properly implemented by the executive, and then the executive will point to Congress, that is the law of the Congress.
And then they question it before the judiciary.
But still, we will still have the judicial branch in the Bangsamoro. But what is important is that when we say government, isa lang po yan ang responsible dyan, which is the parliament. Directly elected by the people. So, and then the BARM parliament is also unique in the sense that there will be 80 members and then not all are district representatives. Mas marami pa ang non-district representatives.
Okay, we're going to talk about the form of government, sir, so we understand that better from a unitary form to this so-called parliamentary slash it's parliamentary democratic form of government,
yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that a little later on. Let's just bring this in. The creation of a new Muslim autonomous region seen to bring a peaceful resolution to the long-drawn conflict in Mindanao. The Bangsamoro Organic Law is a product of years of peace negotiations between the government and the country's largest Muslim rebel group, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. David Santos gives us a preview on how this new political entity will look like.
The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region aims to succeed where the almost 3-decade-old autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao has failed. But like the ARMM, the Bangsamoro government will also be an experiment. For the first time in our country's history, this restyled regional entity will take a parliamentary democratic form of government. Constituents will elect 80 members to the Bangsamoro parliament, half of which will be party representatives. The rest will come from the different districts, as well as from sectors like women and indigenous peoples. Among the 80, they will select a chief minister who will head the parliament. But first, a plebiscite will be held to determine the Bangsamoro territory. Provinces and cities in the current ARMM will vote if they agree to join the new autonomous government. Their votes will be counted as region and not as individual areas. Also voting in the referendum are the cities of Cotabato and Isabela in Basilan, as well as 6 towns in Lanao del Norte and 39 barangays in North Cotabato. But Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato as provinces will also have to vote if they are willing to let go of their towns and barangays to join the Bangsamoro. There's a provision that allows other areas in Mindanao that want to join the Bangsamoro government to file a petition to be included in the plebiscite. Once the Bangsamoro Core Territory is established, President Duterte will appoint 80 people to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority or BTA. The BTA will serve as the interim government until the first elections are held in 2022. Bangsamoro elected and appointed officials as well as employees will be required to comply with their own code of ethics for public officials. 5% of the country's customs and internal revenue tax collection, estimated at about 60 to 70 billion pesos a year, will be allocated to the Bangsamoro as some sort of a startup fund. It will also get a 50 billion peso fund spread over 10 years to finance rehabilitation of conflict-torn communities like building roads, schools, and hospitals. Only 25% of the national taxes collected in the region will be remitted to the national government. Revenues from the exploration and use of natural resources will go entirely to the Bangsamoro, but those from fossil fuels and uranium will be shared equally with the national government. As part of the transition, about a third of the ARMM's 29,000 employees will have to go. The majority who will stay are social and health workers and school teachers. The Bangsamoro government will have more than 50 regional powers, with its Organic Act explicitly stating it will uphold the Constitution. Islam will play a vital role in the region's judicial as well as educational systems, such as the Sharia courts and the madrasa schools. But implementation will still be supervised by the national government. The Bangsamoro Regional Police will be directly under the Philippine National Police. Former rebels can join the police force and qualifications can be waived only if they apply within 5 years after the Bangsamoro Organic Law is passed. David Santos, CNN Philippines.
This is the source on CNN Philippines. Can the proposed Bangsamoro law withstand legal scrutiny? Senator Coco Pimentel will still be with us after the break. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Our guest today, Senator Coco Pimentel. Sir, I asked a while ago, why would this be any better, again, than the ARMM? What assurance can you tell the public that this is the better version of the ARMM?
We tried at least our best to clarify the existing law. Now the powers of the legislature are clearer, meaning to say that they can legislate in almost any subject matter except the following. Ganun lang ginawa namin. And then we made sure that resources would follow also, the greater responsibilities given to the regional government. We are allowing or authorizing a parliamentary setup, which we believe will be a more responsive governmental arrangement, so that even the executive branch can be changed even before the end of its term if it is no longer responsive to the needs or the sentiments of the people. And even the composition of the Legislative Assembly is unique. There will be more party list and sectoral representatives compared to district representatives, meaning to say...
Yeah, let's talk about that,
Meaning to say the legislative agenda of the parties in the region will have to be pursued by their assemblymen. Otherwise, they can be changed by the party list.
But I want to understand this form of government, sir. So it is a federal democratic form of government. So the head is the chief minister. Is that correct, sir?
Chief minister.
Sa ilalim po niya, merong 80 na members of parliament. And then David was telling us a while ago that half of it are party representatives and half are district representatives. So can you explain
ganito. There will be 80 members of the Regional Legislative Assembly.
Is it the parliament?
That's the parliament. Okay. Parliament. Tawagin na lang natin parliament. 80 members of parliament. Around 40% would be district representatives, 10% would be sectoral representatives, and then, if I'm not mistaken, the rest, 50% would be district representatives.
No, you said 40% is district.
50% would be party list represent. That's correct.
Isn't party list, sir, the 10% sectoral?
No, 10% yung reserved seats yan.
Sige.
Sectoral, yes.
So 50% is, did you say party?
Yes.
Did you say party list or party, sir? Iba yun.
Party list yan. Kasi, well, I'm using it loosely, but that means to say that the seat in the parliament belongs to a party, a regional political party, hindi national party, a regional.
So in the BARM rather, sir, kailangan magkakaroon na ng different kinds of parties.
Yes.
And we talk about parties, sir, we talk about what, PDP Laban, something like that, sir.
But it must be a regional. It must be a regional.
I know,
party.
sir. Ibig ko sabihin, hindi po party list parang mga Ako Bicol, mga iba ho yun. Because when we talk about party lists, sir, we talk about representatives such as the Bicol represent Ako Bicol, yung party list members. Iba ho kasi yung party, iba yung party list
In the BARM, in the region, people now must voluntarily form political parties. Regional, regional.
Let's say Hukbong.
It's a Region 11.
It's a
so
region.
they can now have their own regional party in... they form their own in the BARM. Okay? They will accredit with the COMELEC. And then COMELEC will now implement a system of election where around 50%, so 40 seats out of 80, 50% would be 40. This will be contested by, so 40 seats to be contested by all the regional parties registered in the region. So, meaning to say, it will be a regional legislative agenda which will be pursued by these political parties.
So, lalakas yung party system,
precisely,
definitely.
Lalakas ang party system, mas proactive or reactive to the sentiments of the people in the region, and then the seat is not controlled by the person elected but controlled by the party. So if they made a mistake, the representative is no longer espousing our legislative agenda in the parliament, we can change it.
We're going to take out that member of parliament.
The party can change it.
So, and then district, 40%, sir, is district.
Yan na yung mga cluster of municipalities considered as a district.
Parang ibig sabihin,
parang yung
sir,
ating,
congressman?
Parang congressman natin.
Okay, 40%. Ano yung 10% sectoral?
Okay. We made sure to give a voice to some sectors. So, for example, youth.
Ito na yung parang party list, sir.
Hindi, ano na to?
Youth, kunwari senior citizens,
okay.
how we understand it.
Pero ano kasi, our national party list system is convoluted. That's why we need to reform it also. But this time,
That's why you don't want to call it
mas
sectoral
klaro,
representation.
women, and I think even the non-Muslim residents inside the BARM, they're also given one seat. So they made sure that some sectors will have to have a voice, and then some seats will be for parties. They can now espouse regional legislative agenda. And then district iba.
Sir, sinong pipili ng chief minister?
The parliament.
Parliament votes the chief minister. And then that's when you say that the no confidence vote also comes in. If they are unhappy with the chief minister, they will declare a no confidence vote.
The chief minister should come from the parliament, will form his cabinet, also coming from the parliament. Therefore, if they are no longer responsive to the sentiments of the people, there can be a vote of no confidence.
You know, sir, I remember MIL founding chairman Salamat Hashim back then wanted total independence in the past, sir. And then when he died, sir, eventually the group just espoused for autonomy. Can you just tell us what is the difference between independence and autonomy? Paano ho ba natin maintindihan yun?
At least ang autonomy is you are operating under the jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines, but you will be given more powers or more subject matters you can decide on your own, and then the national government will respect your decision. But independence is a dangerous term, because that means that you are you're considered separate.
Like a separate country.
Separate na from the Republic of the Philippines, and you're inviting other nations to recognize you as a separate entity.
Senator, is this a prelude to a possible federal form of government in the Philippines, sir? Ito ho ba parang test case?
All I can say is that a lot of concepts in RA 11054, creating the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, are also concepts which we will encounter when we discuss federalism. Because number one, there is devolution of powers, there is sharing of resources, there is division of labor. Claro, itong role ng national, itong role ng regional, and then. This is the one exciting feature which we are allowing a certain area in the Philippines to have a different system of government or form of government. Parliamentary sila. While in the Philippines, at national level, we have a presidential.
Isn't that confusing, though?
Well,
are there? Let me throw out this question, sir, because I haven't researched this. Is there a country that you can say that is going to be similar to this setup in the Philippines?
There are federal countries.
No, not a country, sir, but a country that is presidential, and then there is a federal form of government in.
No, get that. If this law is approved in the plebiscite, then we will be a country where at the national level we are presidential. And then and in one autonomous area we are parliamentary. Or let's not use the word federal, but parliamentary. Okay. There are other countries like this, and these countries are federal. Because in a federal, you really allow the states, the regions, more autonomy, and they can in their constitution they allow the region or the autonomous area to choose their own form of government.
Yeah. So you mentioned a while back that, for example, the money that will be allotted from the ARMM to the BARM, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, will be ×4. My question is, where is government going to get this money? Is that going to come from the national government? Because I understand there will be a grant in the beginning, and then a 75 to 25% sharing. Pero paano ho mabibigyan ng ×4? Why was this not something given, even in the past, if it was possible to begin with?
Number one is siguro that was the present amount being given to ARM is the amount determined to be sufficient for the responsibilities of ARM. So now, that's why it's now BARM. We're giving them more responsibilities. We are expanding the area.
If they say yes.
Yes, yun na ngayon. So, but we're anticipating, di ba? We're anticipating that it will be an expanded area. Then we are also welcoming into the fold, into the normal way of life, former combatants. So we really have to pour resources into the area.
Are you confident?
For not only for livelihood, for infrastructure development.
Jobs, sir. Sir, here's the last question. Are you confident that this will pass the scrutiny in terms of constitutionality before the Supreme Court, sir?
Well, I will let the Supreme Court do its job, but I'm hoping. And okay, but when we voted on this, of course, those who voted in favor did not consciously vote for an unconstitutional law. So we all believe that what we were voting in favor for was a constitutional piece of legislation.
Senator Coco Pimentel, sir, maraming salamat po sa inyo. And again, belated happy birthday to you, sir. Maraming salamat. This is The Source on CNN Philippines. We get to know more about how the Bangsamoro Organic Law can be vital in providing peace to the long-time Mindanao conflict. Welcome back to the program. Members of the MILF joined the historic vote today. Our Trisha Tirada is in Sultan Kudarat Town in Maguindanao, where the MILF's Camp Darapanan is located. Trisha, tell us what's the latest there.
Pinky, the polling center here at Simway Elementary School in Maguindanao is getting busier and more crowded since it opened its gates at 7 a.m. The thick crowd outside the precincts is mainly due to the voters looking for their names before they can actually vote. We've been observing the conduct of the plebiscite, and so far it looks okay, at least as soon as the voter gets the chance to cast his or her vote. It slows down a bit when the plebcom checks the identity of the voters against the official list. Once done, like in any other election, plebcom drops some indelible ink onto their finger. We've also seen some MILF combatants casting their votes, and while many of them were quite hesitant to be seen on camera, one we've spoken to is delighted for the opportunity, and we have to keep in mind also that it's actually the first time in a long time for many of them to participate in a democratic process, and that includes no less than MILF Chairman Alhaj Murad Ibrahim. Now, days ahead of the plebiscite, we had a chance to speak with him, and he shared his thoughts for today's historic vote.
We are very enthusiastic kasi nakikita namin yung overwhelming support ng mga tao. So, we are very hopeful na talagang ma-ratify na ang BOS.
Well, as of this time, we are waiting for Chairman Murad's arrival. As you can see behind me, everyone's really preparing for his arrival here at the Simway Elementary School. Now, again, only written yes or no or its dialect counterpart will be accepted or counted. Pinky?
Thanks a lot, Trisha Terada, reporting to us from Sultan Kudarat, Maguindanao. Peace and security. Those are some of the promises once the new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region is established through the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. But with the current challenges on the ground, terrorism, crime, and patronage politics, how will the Moro Islamic Liberation Front address these issues once they lead the new Bangsamoro? We'll now speak to MILF Chairman Alhaj Murad Ibrahim via video call from Sultan Kudarat in Mindanao. Chairman, good morning. Welcome to the show, sir.
Good morning to Pinky. Good morning to our viewers.
First, I just want to ask you, Chairman, how do you feel? Very historic and important day.
Well, we are very satisfied that at least we see that there is an overwhelming support from our people on the plebiscite. Everywhere we go, we see that people are very supportive. From the island provinces to the mainland provinces in Mindanao, in the area, they are very supportive. So we are very optimistic that the BOL will be ratified.
Chairman, what are the contentious the contentious areas that you are looking at?
Well, we have challenges in the areas supposed to be not in the area of the original AIMS, but those to be added, like Cotabato City, the 6 municipalities in Lanao del Norte, and then Isabela City, and also the 49 barangays in North Cotabato. This is only where we are facing some challenges, especially in the Lanao, the 6 municipalities in Lanao. The provincial government of Lanao del Norte is not supportive of the inclusion of the 6 municipalities, although we see that within the 6 municipalities, we are confident that yes will win in the 6 municipalities.
Chairman.
But it is being voted for by the public, and that is where we are worried.
Chairman, you mentioned Cotabato City. The President was there, I believe, Friday, if I'm not mistaken, to make a final push for the ratification of the BOL. Do you feel that the residents of Cotabato City will finally vote inclusion into the, well, what will be called the BARM, or the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao?
Well, there are still some opposition, especially the local government in Cotabato City. But as far as the people in the area, the inhabitants of Cotabato City, both the Christians and the Muslims are very supportive of the inclusion of Cotabato City. But then, it is the local government that is not supporting. So, what we're apprehensive of is there will be some kind of manipulation in the result of the election. Because if there is no manipulation, no intervention, intimidations and others, there will be an overwhelming yes in Cotabato City.
Could there be intimidation coming from the other side? Chairman, you mean those who want to say no to the ratification of the BOL, sir?
That is where we are apprehensive of. And now, Cotabato City, because of this situation, is under Comelec control. So now we are watching closely the situation in Cotabato City. There are now some challenges we are facing, but we hope that since the police and the military are watching closely also the situation, we hope that there will be no manipulation, no intimidation that is made.
Chairman, the two questions that I wanted to ask you, one after the other, is that are you confident that the people of Mindanao will ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law? And next is, are you confident that there will be an expansion of the ARMM to the BAR or the BARM?
Well, so far, as to the area already under the ARMM, we are very confident that the BOL will be ratified. People will vote overwhelmingly. As I have said, the challenges are those to be added. And Lanao del Norte, we are not, I think the chances is around, as of now, is still 50-50 chance. In Cotabato City, if there is no manipulation, we are still sure that it will be ratified also. In Isabela City, we have about 80% to 90% chances of being included. In the other barangays in North Cotabato, all the local governments in the area, the mayors, the governors, are very supportive in the inclusion of the 49 barangays who petitioned to be part of the Bangsamoro.
As a last question, Chairman, what can you tell the people about the possible ratification of the BOL and the expansion to BARM? How can this, I guess in very simple terms, uplift the lives of the people who will be part of the BARM?
You know, there are many advantages in the BOL. Compared to the law that created the ARMM, the advantages and benefits are very far from the ARMM law. One example is, first, we have achieved what we call fiscal autonomy. We have the source from the national government and from the area, which will ensure that if properly managed and handled, it will really develop the area. It will give progress to the area, and it will give a good life to the people in the area.
Chairman Alhaj Murad, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you very much, Pinky. Thank you very much to our viewers.
We'll be taking a short break. This is The Source on CNN Philippines. Please stay tuned. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Joining us now here in the studio, former Presidential Peace Advisor, Ging Dele. Secretary, good to see you again. It's been so long.
Yes, quite a while. And an exciting day.
Very exciting day. How do you feel?
Well, I think more emotional than I had thought I would be. It's been a long time waiting. So all hopes, all prayers for the Bangsamoro.
Let's give a brief background. Secretary Ging, of course, espousing peace over in Mindanao, and also the past, well, the whole term. Is it the whole term of former President Aquino? You were working on this peace process, which was called the BBL.
Yes, in the comprehensive agreement of the Bangsamoro, the legislation was referred to as basic Bangsamoro law.
Bangsamoro basic law. Yes, and then now it's the BOL. How different is the BOL from the BBL?
Significantly, this frame is the same. The concepts of power sharing and greater fiscal autonomy, as was mentioned, revenue sharing, also the enlargement of the territory, and very important, the form of government are all carried in the BOL. Of course, some language was lost, which was very important to the MILF, and I think it is important to acknowledge that seeing the big picture, they accepted this. Words like parity of esteem, asymmetrical, if you will remember, those were
help us. Let's go back to that, Secretary. Well, how important were those words, and what does it mean having to change the language?
They were not included in the law, and the truth is, legally, they don't really affect. They have no legal impact. But emotionally, these were words that the MILF had used since, well, the MOA AD. And that we carried, it was carried in the comprehensive agreement because for them it was very important in the notion of asymmetric, for example, the recognition that the Bangsamoro is asymmetric in the Philippine government system, not equal to the national government but higher than local government. Parity of esteem was emphasizing, stressing the need for equal respect. No? So those were words that had become emotional, and that in the BBL, the decision was, this is a law that has been well fought for. It is a product of a peace process, so it can be there. The present Congress decided not to put it there. As I said, it has no legal impact. But that's one of the things that was not there.
So that in terms of language.
Well, also in terms of language, in terms of the powers, the comprehensive agreement and the BBL were defining the powers according to exclusive, shared, and reserved, if you will remember.
Yeah.
Yes. But the present BOL does not have that, but it includes pretty much all the same powers and gives the BARM, the new BARM, jurisdiction in terms of these powers, a sharing in these powers larger than before.
Which is the 75-25, Secretary?
In fact, in terms of the sharing from natural resources, BOL gives a higher sharing.
Natural resources found in the territory of the BARM.
Yes, because the comprehensive agreement and the BBL had said 100% for non-minerals, 75% for minerals, and then 50-50 for fossil fuels for power generating.
So that was more generous back then?
No, it's more generous now.
Now, I see.
BOL says non-mineral and mineral are now 100%. So the 75% in the BBL is raised to 100% in the BOL. Power sharing in terms of fossil fuels and other power generating resources is still, as President Aquino had said, hating kapatid, 50-50.
Secretary, we're talking about a lot of the, call it fine print, what really is what we can expect eventually if this is if the BOL is ratified, and eventually it's an expanded BARM. We normally talk about the general terms such as fiscal autonomy, 75-25 sharing, military, police, Coast Guard, etc. But in terms of possibly what can immediately affect the residents there, will this create jobs for the people of BARM?
I think what is important is that it will create and draw faith back in their future. And that's important in creating jobs. So maybe economically it may take time, but hopefully not as long as it would need. For the people there to see finally that in fact government keeps its commitment, that in fact the struggle has reached a closure, where the MILF that had fought and waged this for more than 4 decades now are saying no, it's time for all of us to become productive. In fact, in the last years, I would say that jobs had been created, because the ceasefire has held. The ceasefire has held even since 2003. That had meant that the fields in Maguindanao were being grown. People were actually, there was no disruption in people's work, in people's jobs. Women, you can see the weaving industry is gaining.
It's flourishing, yes.
Yes, so there's that start of the momentum already. And to come to this time now where the MILF, the people, will say, really,
let's join hands.
Yes, armed conflict, fighting the government is no longer on the agenda. We all focus on productive work. I don't know how quickly that will show in terms of economic terms, but I am pretty sure that the psychological base for a improvement of economic life, that is going to be felt.
But
that is going to be there.
If the residents were to feel any kind of improvement, how long or how short of a time do you see some sort of a jump start in its economy, hence in the lives of the people there?
According to Armed Governor Mujib Hataman, in fact, in the last 2 years, I think, ARM has been growing on a higher economic growth than the national average. So there is that. Well, just look at Cotabato City. Cotabato City is booming. There are malls. Jollibee is there. Well, if I'm allowed to say that.
Of course, that's
other brands are there. Many restaurants. There's nightlife. Construction is going on. So in fact there is that already. What will this add? The government will restructure. There should be, and I think this is very important moving forward. The commitment for a catch-up fund that needs to be in place. The good thing is that preparation was done for this. There's if you will remember, a Bangsamoro development plan that was launched in, I think, 2015. That already laid out where roads should be built, where schools should be built. Hopefully the local governments will also feel more inspired, and they are going to be so important. The halal industry is a low-hanging fruit there, and all of the startup productive activities are already there.
Are we assured, though, of an improved peace and order in the region?
You are going to put the weapons of the largest, most organized armed threat group to government. You are going to put this aside and put them beyond use, in fact, is the commitment of the MILF. It will not solve all of the security problems. There are going to be other lawless elements, but you have a full force that were formerly fighting government, now committed to keep the peace, now to have a stake in the peace. I will imagine that even those lawless elements are, that many of their members are going to begin to think twice. Is this the way we want to go, or are we going to be part of this positive momentum in the region? I have no doubt that security-wise, this is so important. It is in fact essential.
Secretary, is there anything that you are possibly cautioning about this ratification of the BOL and then an eventual abolishing the ARM and turning that into the BARM? What should we possibly look into that might cause maybe a bit of a problem?
No, we have to look at we have to realize that the ratification means that the law now has to be fully implemented. That means that the Bangsamoro Transition Authority has to be put into place.
The BTA, yeah.
BTA. That means appointments of 80 people have to be signed immediately,
right,
because the caretaker government that is in the law is not
right,
going to be a governing body.
Yeah, because elections will happen in May 2022.
Yes, yes. And then there's the budget requirements. I think, I hope the Congress is already looking at a supplementary budget law, because in terms of the size of government, just from the size of government, the BOL is larger than the ARM. So the budget of the ARM that is going to be carried over, that's not going to be enough.
Absolutely.
These are things that we have to watch out for. There are intergovernmental relations bodies that need to be put into place, because in the sharing of powers, there are bound to be problems and controversies. The national government has to be talking very closely to the new Bangsamoro to help it along. The Bangsamoro needs to do a lot of housekeeping, putting administrative codes into place and all of that. There's a policing provision that is not quite clear. That will have to be put into place. It's an important milestone in this peace roadmap. And very important, of course, the MILF's commitment to good and inclusive government. I have every confidence. I have seen them preparing themselves for this. That needs now to be seen.
Former Presidential Peace Advisor Ging Delis, good to see you again, ma'am. And we await, of course, a turnout of today's plebiscite. Till the other one, also on February 6th. Secretary, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Cherry Mercado, and you are watching a special coverage of CNN Philippines on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. A historic vote is now taking place in several parts in Mindanao. More than 2 million residents in Cotabato City, Isabela City, and the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao will decide whether to ratify the Bangsamoro law, which allows the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. This will replace the ARMM. The vote will also determine whether several towns in Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato will also be included in the new region. This landmark measure is seen to help resolve conflict and rebellion in the south. There are long lines of voters in Cotabato City after a precinct did not open on time. Our senior correspondent David Santos joins us now in Cotabato City. David, tell us what's happening there now.
But Cherry, the conditions in this voting center here in Cotabato City seem to be testing the patience of many voters here. Now we are here at the Cerro Central School, one of the city's 33 voting centers. It's also probably one of the biggest. Now this school opened about an hour late. Apparently the designated election workers and their paraphernalia were not transported here on time. But crowds have gathered outside the gate as early as 6 a.m. So by the time this voting center opened at 8 a.m., security forces assigned here had difficulty putting order while letting people in. Now voters were asked to form several lines. They had to endure the long queues under the scorching heat. We even saw the elderly among those who had to line up. But authorities need to do this as a security measure since they are on heightened alert following last month's shopping mall bombing and last night's grenade throwing incident. Now, Cherry, there are about 27 clustered precincts here in Cerro Central School. We are getting word that from some voters here that at least 5 precincts have yet to open at this hour. It's already past 10 in the morning. So this includes the precinct of Maguindanao 1st District Representative Sandra Sema. Her staff has alerted COMELEC about the situation here at Cerro Central School. And we're also trying to know if COMELEC is already acting on this complaint. Now we're going to speak to Ma'am Flor. She's a retired teacher. She's among those waiting to be able to cast her vote. Ma'am Flor, ano yung presinto po ninyo?
365.
365. 3658. Ano oras pa po kayo nandito?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. O ano pong balita kung alas 10 na, 3 oras na po kayong nag-aantay dito?
Kasi tinignan namin lahat ng mga presinto, yung wala man kaming pangalan. Tapos ngayon, tinignan namin doon sa kwan. Kasi sabi nila, wala pa daw dumating.
Hanggang ano oras po tayo mag-aantay?
Ay kami, magsakripisyo kami na mag-anak man kami nandito, na maghintay kami kung magdating ba ang aming kwan, presinto. Magsakripisyo kami.
So okay lang nag-aantay po kayo ngayon?
Okay lang man din.
Ilan po kayo nag-aantay dito? Marami tayo din dito.
Marami.
Yung mga hindi pa nakakaboto. O yan, Jerry, just to show you, these are some of the voters still waiting to be given the chance to cast their votes around. As we mentioned, around this, they belong to around 5 precincts still unopened at this hour. And at this hour, the word we're getting is that there were no BIs or the Board of Election Inspectors that reported to the school to these particular 5 precincts. So obviously nobody delivered the ballot boxes and the plebiscite paraphernalia and materials here. So therefore, all these voters are still waiting to be able to cast their vote. And let me just point out that despite the situation that they're in, like I've said, it is testing their patience, but you can see hinahabaan nila yung kanilang pasensya para lang makaboto. Now earlier, Cherry, we also saw a group of foreign observers there. Among close to 40 foreign observers, the COMELEC accredited to visit the plebiscite areas, including here in Cotabato City, to check on the conduct of the referendum. Cherry?
Isang mabilis na tanong lang, a quick question, David Santos. So they didn't open on time. Does that mean they're going to be extending the hours of voting in those precincts?
COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez earlier explained to us, para sa mga presinto, he was actually referring to a specific case in Tawi-Tawi kung saan inaantay pa yung pag-deliver ng election paraphernalia. He mentioned specifically for that case, sabi niya kung hindi mag-open on time, maaaring i-extend. Susubukan pa rin nilang buksan ng presinto within the day at i-extend na lang yung voting hours. Now, we don't know kung mag-a-apply yan dito, which is just inside Cotabato City, at hindi natin alam kung ano talagang reason kung bakit hindi nakarating dito yung mga election paraphernalia. Cherry.
Maraming salamat. That's David Santos reporting from Cotabato City. Let's now move on to Maguindanao. We now talk to Maguindanao 1st District Representative Sandra Sema. Good morning, Representative Sema, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Sherry. Actually, my district is 1st District of Maguindanao and Cotabato City.
Ma'am, have you already voted in the plebiscite yourself?
No, because until this time, my precinct 370 in Cotabato City, the BIs has not yet arrived in the polling center.
And what are the reports that you're getting? What's the reason for the delay?
It seems that the assigned teachers have withdrawn last minute. So this time, there are more than 10 precincts that have not yet casted or started the voting process.
From your sources,
at the same time, there are reports that barangay officials are inside the polling centers and trying to stop those who are voting for yes in Cotabato City.
So I was going to ask you to expound on that. Are there any specific incidents or reports of irregularities from your sources?
Yes, in Barangay Baguados, the BIs and the ballot boxes have arrived, but the gate is still closed. And that is also the same thing with the Kalanganan 1, where the barangay officials are trying to block those people who have lined up as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. And there are also one report I received in RH10, where until this time, the voting process has not started because of the gates are still closed and not yet open to the voters.
So this is early on, no? It's only 10 o'clock in the morning and we're receiving some reports like this. We have no idea how isolated reports like these are or irregularities are. What is your assessment so far and what is your forecast on the conduct of this election for the whole day today?
Actually, we were surprised because Cotabato City is put under Comelec control and we are relying on that. But it seems that things still happen. Like the ones that I have narrated to you that are already we are really delayed in this voting. Actually, I'm already here, Sherry, and I'm trying to go to my precinct. And can I talk to you because I will have to look for my precinct and the BIs after this.
Okay,
ma'am. To go to the city hall, okay?
We will get an update from you later. Thank you very much, Representative Sema. A bomb squad in Cotabato City had to disable a fragmentation grenade minutes before the polling precincts opened for the Bangsamoro plebiscite. The grenade was found at the corner of Sausa and San Juan streets in Barangay Rosary Heights 1. Authorities covered the suspected grenade with sandbags before detonating. No one was injured in the incident. On Sunday night, an explosion also happened in Cotabato City. According to police report, the incident occurred in Rosary Heights near the residence of Municipal Trial Court Judge Angelito Rasalanan at around 9 p.m. on Sunday. No casualties and damage to properties were reported. Marawi City residents are hopeful on the outcome of the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Our George Cahiles is monitoring the situation in one of the precincts there. George, how's the conduct of the plebiscite so far where you are?
Yes, Sherry, we're here at the special polling center in a temporary shelter site in Barangay Sagunsongan. And as you see right now, there's an overwhelming number of people that are currently here, mostly displaced residents from Ground Zero of Marawi. Dozens here are currently cramped in this multi-purpose hall. But as you see, despite the number of voters, there are no chairs for them to sit on while voting. And the secrecy folders over there are just placed on the floor. That's why voters kneel, sit on the floor, or squat. This is the first time that I saw this while covering elections. And even here in Marawi City, during the past barangay elections, they provide chairs for the voters. But this is another scenario. Well, the situation here has been like this since this polling center opened past 7 in the morning. And Maranao Civic Leader Aga Khan Sharif had voted here earlier, and he said that he voted yes because of the belief that the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, under their leadership, they will prioritize the rehabilitation of Marawi City. We also saw some MILF members who also casted their votes in this polling center. Cherry.
That is indeed quite unusual, George. You're reporting that there aren't even any seats for the voters and they have to squat or they have to write down their votes on the floor. You have videos showing that too. Apart from that, George, any other irregularities that you have observed?
Well, so far, Cherry, we are still trying to clarify the Comelec. As far as we know, each voter, after they voted, must be placed with indelible ink on their fingers. But we did not see that in some cases. But we need to verify with Comelec on the situation here on the ground. But as of the moment, we will verify and check that incident here in this polling center, Cherry.
Thank you very much, George Cahilas there reporting from Marawi, where the plebiscite is already underway. You're still watching the special coverage of CNN Philippines on the historic Bangsamoro plebiscite. Up next, many of the young people in the ARMM approve of the Bangsamoro organic law, at least according to a new survey. And a CNN Philippines exclusive presidential peace advisor Carlito Galvez tells us why President Duterte made a final pitch in Cotabato for the Bangsamoro law. Stay with CNN Philippines. This is a special of CNN Philippines on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Voters in the South trooped to polling centers today as part of a referendum to ratify a law creating a new Muslim autonomous region. Our Trisha Tirada is now in Maguindanao for the latest. Trisha, what can you tell us from your end?
Well, Terry, right at the time, it's a very slight motion because has already arrived here at the polling center in the Simway Elementary School. Well, the place has been busier and more crowded than how it was since it opens its doors past 7 this morning. Well, the crowd that you can see behind me is actually also, aside from the arrival of the Chairman Ibrahim, they're actually busy looking for their names before they could actually vote. Well, we've been observing the conduct of the plebiscite, and so far it's going okay, at least as far as that part where voters would actually cast their votes. It only slows down a bit once they've already casted their votes and submit their ballots, because the plebcom will have to verify and counter-check first their identities with the ballot entries that they have submitted. And just like in any other election, the plebcom drops an indelible ink after they cast their vote. And right now, like what we've been talking about earlier, Chairman Murad has already arrived here at the Simway Elementary School, and he is now undergoing the process of casting his vote. In a bit, we will try to get him to get more information about his thoughts about this ongoing plebiscite and reaction on the seeming attempts to disrupt peace, especially in Cotabato City, while the plebiscite is ongoing. Sherry?
Okay, thank you very much, Trisha Tirada, for that update from Maguindanao. What is at stake in today's political exercise in Mindanao? Cheska Buencamino tells us more.
President Rodrigo Duterte signed the Bangsamoro Organic Law, or the BOL, in July 2018. The BOL, now officially called the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, is the result of decades-long peace negotiations between the government and rebel groups in Mindanao, particularly the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. The BOL abolishes the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, established in 1989, as some officials earlier called it a failure because of supposed corruption and mismanagement. The BOL creates the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARMM. Its territorial coverage will be determined in separate plebiscites on January 21 and on February 6. Among the proposed territory of BARMM are ARMM's Maguindanao, Lanao del Sur, Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi provinces, and the cities of Marawi and Lamitan, and 6 towns in Lanao del Norte, namely Baloi, Munay, Nunungan, Pantar, Tagoloan, and Tangkal. Also part of the proposed territory are 39 barangays in North Cotabato under the towns of Alyosan, Carmen, Cabacan, Midsayap, Pigkawayan, and Pikit, and the cities of Cotabato and Isabela in Basilan. Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato will vote separately on February 6 to decide if they will allow these areas to be part of BARMM. If the BOL is not passed on January 21, the February 6 plebiscite will be cancelled.
Experts say the vote of the youth will matter in the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Our George Cahilas talked to a peace group whose latest survey shows majority of the youth in the ARMM will vote yes to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
21-year-old Nahariza Baulo is a graduating student of Mindanao State University in Marawi City. Baulo says she'll go home in her hometown Malabang, Lanao del Sur this Monday to cast her vote in the plebiscite.
Karamihan po talaga sa mga youth ngayon is 100% talaga na vote for yes. Kasi itatry namin talaga kung okay ba yung Bangsamoro Organic Law. So itatry lang namin kung okay ba siya yung agreement na yon.
Baulo says their knowledge about the BOL is mainly due to seminars and fora carried out in their school and information available on social media.
May mga nag-ano po ng program dyan regarding sa BOL, kung ano po talaga yung advantages ng BOL kung may pasa po yun.
A survey of Peace Group International Alert reveals majority of youth will vote yes to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Of the 382 respondents, the survey states 70.8% of young people aged 18 to 35 in the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao are in favor of the BOL. Lanao del Sur poses the highest number of youth who will vote yes for BOL with 100%. Maguindanao 88.5%, Tawi-Tawi 82.2%, and Basilan 51.2%. The group meanwhile mentions the increasing no votes from the youth in Sulu, Cotabato City, and Isabela City in Basilan.
It's really the next generation that will make this work. Etong mga nasa Bangsamoro ngayon, Transition Commission at saka yung authority will be there for a very short period of time. So the key is to harness the youth, to get them involved. Secondly, the youth are the targets of radicalization and recruitment. Third, obviously, because their numbers count. If you have 57% of the voting population within that range up to 35 years old, then they're very important.
The survey also shows that the youth sees poverty, terrorism, and corruption as among the issues of the BOL needs to address.
Pwede pong i-guide kami ng mga mas malaki po yung, kumbaga malaki yung knowledge nila sa Islam. Pwede pong i-guide nila po kami in a right way, in a right path po.
Baulo says it's important that they participate in Monday's plebiscite because, after all, their future depends on whatever the outcome will be. From Marawi City, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
A former cabinet official says the establishment of the Bangsamoro region will unlock the economic potential of the poorest area in the country. Former Finance Secretary and Foundation for Economic Freedom member Gary Teves says the additional funding for the new political entity will attract more investors.
Well, qualitatively at first, it will lead to further growth because, A, there will be peace and security, or at least an improvement in peace and security. And then it's real that the government will be providing additional resources. And even in the Build program of the national government, 17.5% of the total projects will be allocated in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Well, you have agriculture. You have vast tracts of land there, and this land can be devoted to corn, cassava, and then you will have industries there because there will be the equivalent of the PESA in that area. And because of the peace and order, investors will now be encouraged to put in their investments. So it will be a combination of both industry and agriculture.
Mindanaoans are taking to social media to call for a peaceful plebiscite. This netizen says today is an important day for Cotabateños. He says, quote, one vote can change someone's future. Another Twitter user says he is hoping for a lasting and genuine peace in the Bangsamoro after the voting. While this one tweets, may the Bangsamoro plebiscite ends peacefully today. This has been the special coverage on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines for the latest. I'm Cherry Mercado. Sports Desk is up next.
You're watching a special presentation of CNN Philippines. I'm Pinky Webb. Around 2.8 million voters are expected to cast their votes today on the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which will create the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region that will replace the ARMM. This comes years after the Aquino administration signed a historic peace deal with the country's largest Muslim rebel group, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. In July last year, the first president from Mindanao, President Rodrigo Duterte, signed the Bangsamoro Organic Law after certifying it as urgent. CNN Philippines will have an in-depth coverage of the situation on the ground, plus comprehensive analysis from our special guests all throughout the day. We'll also be getting live reports from our correspondents on the ground. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, is in Cotabato City. Trisha Terada will be reporting from Sultan Kudarat in Maguindanao, and George Cahiles will be joining us from Marawi City. Let's first go to Trisha Terada. She's at a voting center in Maguindanao, where MILF chairman Alhaj Murad Ibrahim cast his vote. How's the situation there, Trisha?
Well, Pinky, after decades of armed struggle carrying guns and bullets, today MILF combatants are holding pens and papers to fight for their future. Joining them is no less than their chairman Alhaj Murad Ibrahim, who voted yes for BOL.
It is now the start or the commencement of the transition from revolutionary to governance.
Murad says once implemented, BOL's priority would be education, provision of health care and basic services, and infrastructure. Meantime, there are fewer voters this time around here at the Simway Elementary School in Maguindanao. We've been observing the conduct of the plebiscite, and so far it looks okay, at least as soon as the voter gets the chance to cast his or her vote. It slows down a bit when the plebiscite committee or the plebcom would check the identity of the voter against the official list. Once done, just like in any other election, plebcom drops some indelible ink onto their finger. In about 3 hours, voting will officially close again. Just a reminder, only written yes or no or its dialect counterpart will be accepted. Pinky?
Thanks a lot, Trisha Terada, reporting to us. Nearly 3 million Mindanaoans are expected to cast their vote today, whether to approve or not the creation of a new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. Yet those who filed from or fled from Mindanao rather due to the conflict may not be able to participate in the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Our correspondent Makoy Popioco tells us many of them joined the discourse even if they will not be able to take part in the polls.
Johaira Rashid is the last entrepreneur left among her family members who attempted to relocate in Manila. Relocation to bigger cities proved difficult as many of her loved ones went back to Iligan City, some to other provinces.
Gusto ko po sa Mindanao, makakasama mo yung pamilya mo, makakayakap mo sila, kahit anong oras nandiyan ka para sa kanila. Hindi ka tulad na nandito ka, kung may sakit man sila, hindi mo sila maalagaan. Gaya ng pag-aalaga mo pag nandun ka.
But being the breadwinner, Johaira is determined to succeed. She's now tending a small novelty sidewalk stall in Divisoria. The number of Muslim stall owners in Divisoria nearly doubled in the last 5 years. A Muslim traders group says many newcomers arrived in mid-2017, the height of the Battle of Marawi. Not just in Divisoria, but also in Quiapo. Walking around this neighborhood outside the Golden Mosque in Quiapo, Manila, I can't help but feel like I was brought back to Marawi City. And here, Maranaos are selling products that before can only be found in Mindanao, like this sakurab or white scallions that are turned into a Maranao condiment called palapa. Makasri Imam, who used to live right in the street where ISIS Maote group hoisted their flag in Marawi, is now saving up for his own business near the Golden Mosque.
Pakunti-kunti lang yung hanap buhay dito. Makakaraos tayo. Dati tayong negosyante, kahit ano pwede.
Johaira and Macasri are among the thousands of displaced Moros who fled from conflict-torn Mindanao to find greener pastures elsewhere. As thousands vote for the plebiscite on the new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region on Monday, the Moro diaspora like Johaira and Macasri, who could not participate in the polls, pin their hopes on their loved ones. Most Maranaos we talked to in Divisoria and Quiapo said a resounding yes to the Bangsamoro plebiscite and convinced their families left in Mindanao to write that in their ballot.
Sana kung ano man yung maging kahantungan ng BUL na yan, sana po maging susi na to para mas maging maganda yung buhay namin dito sa Mindanao po. Para po hindi na kami nagkakahiwa-hiwalay ng mga pamilya namin.
Basta pa yung na magbago yung mga kabuhayan ng baka mawala yung mga diyan, mga gulo-gulo diyan. Hindi ka matakot.
For them, the promise of a better Bangsamoro could be their ticket back to Mindanao, to a Bangsamoro that is new but familiar, a place where there is long-lasting peace and better opportunities. Makoy Popioko, CNN Philippines.
Presidential Peace Advisor Carlito Galvez confirms to CNN Philippines on Sunday that a confidential survey was held in the proposed Bangsamoro areas in December and this month. Galvez did not disclose other details as to who commissioned the survey and what agency conducted it, but describes its results as extensive and convincing. He says one of the findings shows Cotabato City will have an overwhelming yes vote, at least 70%. CNN Philippines is still trying to independently verify the authenticity of the survey. In a one-on-one interview, we asked Galvez if there's a way voter turnout could be measured and why President Duterte made a final pitch in Cotabato last Friday for the Bangsamoro law.
There is a very confidential survey na nabasa ko. And then talagang very extensive yung ginawa nila last December 9 to 12, and then yung isa is ngayong January 9 to 12. Ang nakita nila is those who are for yes, ang kanilang reason is there will be peace. Second is there will be reconciliation, there will be unity, there is progress. And pagka kinounter ng counter questions, why there is progress? Alam nila may black grant, mayroon devolution of powers. So alam nila yung sagot. And majority ng sa kanila is talagang they are convinced na the MILF can really deliver the goods and the governance. 70% ng mga na-interviewed are in favor, na sabi nila na the MILF is now capable of doing the governance features. So yung initial result na nakita namin, and then when we go around the ARMM, parang nagtalagang there is convincing correlations at saka talagang similarities sa observation namin. One, ang sabi nga nila is on the areas of Maguindanao, Lanao and Tawi-Tawi, more than 95% to 100% ang magiging turnout na yes. Second, yung sa Cotabato, nung kanilang initial is 75%. We were surprised na bakit 75%. Nung tinignan namin demography ng Cotabato City is 57 are Muslims, 33 are Christians, and the remaining are the nomads. So sa demographic ng configurations ng Cotabato City, and considering that the MILF campaign and the MNLF campaign had joined together, na talagang mag-vote sila sa yes. So this increased the factor na the possibility that yes we will be overwhelming sa Cotabato City. Why Cotabato City na nagano si Presidente? Because meaning talaga sa Cotabato City, he want to make an impression na alam niya yung mangyayari sa Cotabato City, and we gave them the result of the survey. Talagang very conclusive. And so I was so impressed with the survey.
Galvez also explained why the cabinet members are going all out and pouring so much resources for the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Once na the BOL has been ratified, it might be the end of all conflict dito sa Mindanao. Ito yung sinasabi nga namin that if we have a very successful plebiscite, the President may declare that this is the end of the Bangsamoro question. Alam natin na yung ginagamit ng MILF that their struggle came out still from the Moro struggle during the Spanish and the American period. And with this, if we were able to address and we will able to implement the BOL, and sinasabi nga ni Presidente na you cannot have peace if the BOL that we will implement will be missing of good governance. So ina-emphasize namin yung sa MILF that the threshold of a good ratification of the law is basically will emanate from their management skill on how to govern the Bangsamoro. It will end when they say yung transition natin from 2019 to 2022. That is the transition on where we will mentor the MILF in really governing their own affairs.
The presidential peace advisor also explained why a former Mindanao commander who led operations against the MILF is also the same person who's now leading the peace process efforts with the group.
Nakita natin yung distractions. We have seen the destruction in 2000. We have seen the destructions in 2008. There are things that sinasabi nga ni Presidente na yung nangyari sa 2000, pwede lang mag-usap Kung nag-usap lang yung dalawang hindi nagkaroon ng pikunan o nagkaroon ng init ng ulo, or we have yung tinatawag na persuasive dialogue with each other, this war can be avoided. Ang nakikita ko kay Presidente, we wanted to avoid yung tinatawag nating catastrophic effect ng war. That's why he wanted, kami as a cabinet member, we wanted to implement that peace agenda of the President. And the peace agenda is he wants peace in all fronts before he steps down. Kasi sinasabi nga niya, pagka hindi natin nakuha ito ngayon, mahihirapan na tayo. Yun ang sinasabi niya sa amin. So we have to get this opportunity that we have a very aggressive and very tatawag nating na supportive president.
Galvez also gave his message to voters in Mindanao.
Sa akin is you have to go out. All of us, we have to go out and vote. Tingnan natin pagka tayo sumagot tayo ng yes or no, dapat alam natin ang dahilan kung bakit tayo nag-yes or no. Hindi pwedeng yun lang ay sinabi ng ating kapitan o mayor o yung ating governor na you vote no or yes. Ang natin, dapat alamin natin na yung ating iboboto doon manggagaling sa pinaghuhugutan natin sa ating mga puso at kaalaman na yun ang magiging destiny natin at yung magiging natin na maprotektahan natin yung rights at saka yung benefits ng isang Bangsamoro.
You're watching a special presentation of CNN Philippines. Up next, we take a closer look at how the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region will look like. And later, we'll check on the situation in Marawi City. We'll be right back. You're still watching a CNN Philippines special presentation. The creation of a new Muslim autonomous region believed to bring lasting peace in Mindanao. The Bangsamoro Organic Law, a product of years of peace talks between the government and the largest Muslim rebel group, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. David Santos gives us a preview on how this new political entity will look like.
The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region aims to succeed where the almost 3-decade-old autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao has failed. But like the ARMM, the Bangsamoro government will also be an experiment. For the first time in our country's history, this restyled regional entity will take a parliamentary democratic form of government. Constituents will elect 80 members to the Bangsamoro parliament, half of which will be party representatives. The rest will come from the different districts, as well as from sectors like women and indigenous peoples. Among the 80, they will select a chief minister who will head the parliament. But first, a plebiscite will be held to determine the Bangsamoro territory. Provinces and cities in the current ARMM will vote if they agree to join the new autonomous government. Their votes will be counted as region and not as individual areas. Also voting in the referendum are the cities of Cotabato and Isabela in Basilan,
as well as 6 towns in Lanao del Norte and 39 barangays in North Cotabato. But Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato as provinces will also have to vote if they are willing to let go of their towns and barangays to join the Bangsamoro. There's a provision that allow other areas in Mindanao that want to join the Bangsamoro government to file a petition to be included in the plebiscite. Once the Bangsamoro core territory is established, President Duterte will appoint 80 people to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority or BTA. The BTA will serve as the interim government until the first elections are held in 2022. Bangsamoro elected and appointed officials as well as employees will be required to comply with their own code of ethics for public officials. 5% of the country's customs and internal revenue tax collection, estimated at about 60 to 70 billion pesos a year, will be allocated to the Bangsamoro as some sort of a startup fund. It will also get a 50 billion peso fund spread over 10 years to finance rehabilitation of conflict-torn communities like building roads, schools, and hospitals. Only 25% of the national taxes collected in the region will be remitted to the national government. Revenues from the exploration and use of natural resources will go entirely to the Bangsamoro, but those from fossil fuels and uranium will be shared equally with the national government. As part of the transition, about a third of the ARMM's 29,000 employees will have to go. The majority who will stay are social and health workers and school teachers. The Bangsamoro government will have more than 50 regional powers, with its Organic Act explicitly stating it will uphold the Constitution. Islam will play a vital role in the region's judicial as well as educational systems, such as the Sharia courts and the madrasa schools. But implementation will still be supervised by the national government. The Bangsamoro Regional Police will be directly under the Philippine National Police. Former rebels can join the police force and qualifications can be waived only if they apply within 5 years after the Bangsamoro Organic Law is passed. David Santos, CNN Philippines.
We head over to Cotabato City, where President Rodrigo Duterte campaigned for the Bangsamoro Organic Law's passage last Friday. Cotabato City residents previously opposed inclusion in the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao. Our David Santos is there. David, how's the situation there now?
Well, Pinky, what is a Philippine electoral exercise without some hype and drama? And here in Cotabato City, two of the more feisty and influential women leaders who are figuring prominently in this hotly contested plebiscite are the same people to some sort of steal the show today. Let's start off with Maguindanao 1st District Representative by Sandra Sema. Her polling precinct at a Cerro Central School opened more than 3 hours late. Apparently, teachers assigned to her precinct did not report for duty, so members of the Philippine National Police instead were sent in to take their places. Now, this did not sit well with Sema. Here's her exchange with one of the police women.
Public school teacher, ang next ay private school teacher, ang next ay empleyado, ang next ay citizen, panglima na po. Wala namang pong kaguluhan sa Cotabato City para kailangan ang pulis ang mag-deploy po, no? So ano po yung reason at hindi po,
ano lang kasi kami ma'am ng instruction ng city director namin ma'am. So actually ma'am, hindi man sana kami maano dito ma'am kay wala kaming order na kami yung isasalang dito. So yung mga teacher po kasi ma'am, yun ang hindi namin na ano ma'am na dapat sila dito ma'am. Tapos bakit kami na ano dito. Ano lang po kami sa instruction ng city.
What seemed to have complicated the situation, the policemen tasked to work as members of a board of election inspectors, or what is called here now as the plebiscite committee, they appear to have been clueless on how to carry out the voting process. Now, Sema is now consulting her legal team whether to file a complaint for all the trouble she and other voters in her precinct had to go through. Now, more importantly, she's asking COMELEC to extend the voting hours since many precincts in her area did not open on time. Now, we go to Cotabato City Institute. Mayor Cynthia Gianni, who cast her vote in this school, did not go to the process without also making some noise. First, she manages to track down 2 suspected flying voters in that school, including a 17-year-old who tried to pass himself as a legitimate voter. Then a resident complained to Mayor Gianni about a teacher who supposedly was supposed to assist her but cast a wrong vote. She was explaining that she was casting a no vote, but the teacher supposedly wrote yes in her ballot. So Gianni had to confront the teacher right inside the polling center while she was doing her job. Now let's listen to a portion of that exchange.
Kasi nandito na ito ngayon, nagpo-complain ka, bakit ganon? So ano masasabi mo? Ngayon, sinabi na siya, nagdiskusyon na kayo. Wala ka bang ginawa na, let's say sabihin mo na, pasensya na o baka meron kayong replacement dyan o ano?
Ipapalit ko po yung akin.
So, pinalitan mo, nahulog mo.
Hindi po, madam, ma'am, ipapalit ko po yung akin na boto po sa kanya po. Sige na, ma'am. Pagbigyan nyo na po ako, ipapalit ko po yung boto ko para po maging maayos na po, attorney. Please po.
Bakit please ka sa akin ngayon? Mali mo kanina, tapos ngayon please ka. Kung hindi ka pa namin pinuntahan dito, hindi mapapalitan ng boto niya.
So thinking that was some kind of a bizarre, to some extent bizarre exchange between Mayor Gianni and one of the teachers serving in one of the polling precincts. That exchange ended with the chairman of that polling center saying that she will act on it, on a possible complaint to be filed by the mayor. They may even look into legal action against this teacher.
David Bizar is right. We, of course, know that Cotabato is a hotly contested area. We are definitely looking into what the outcome will be in today's plebiscite. But do you have any more information on why the teacher supposedly, and did she admit that she actually put a yes vote instead of a no vote for the voter?
We actually had to get dig deeper into what really happened, Pinky. It's really hard to make a conclusion based on that exchange. It wasn't clear, to be frank about it, Pinky. It wasn't clear if she did indeed admit that she wrote the wrong vote while she was assisting a voter, or maybe she was just forced to admit it because she was pressured by the presence of all the media and, of course, the feisty mayor in front of her. So, again, we will just have to leave it to COMELEC to investigate it. The chairman of the BI of that polling precinct is saying that they will have this investigated because the teacher on her part was also trying to defend her action. Apparently, she was saying that there was a misunderstanding between her and the voter she assisted. But because she appeared to have been pressured by the situation, by the fact that the mayor confronted her, who was an attorney at that, apparently she was just forced to say those things and offered her vote instead in exchange for the what seemed to be a mistake in the vote of the voter that she assisted.
You're definitely correct, David, in saying that it's hard to draw any conclusions right now, and it would be up to the COMELEC based on what we saw right now. It's really, we just have to take it for what it is at the moment and have the COMELEC really investigate on the issue. But as mentioned, David, you know, there are areas obviously that are being looked at with very, very closely because, as mentioned, Cotabato, we want to know if Cotabato will eventually allow themselves, the residents, to be part of the ARMM, rather the BARMM, eventually, indeed, if the BOL is ratified. So we'll leave you, David, to find more reports, and we'll get back to you a little later on again. Maraming salamat. David Santos reporting there. Good afternoon. We are 5 hours into the Bangsamoro plebiscite. CNN Philippines will provide the latest situation on the ground, as well as comprehensive analysis of what this process means to the Filipino people. Our correspondents are also in key locations monitoring this historic vote. Earlier, David Santos joined us from Cotabato City. Trisha Terada is in Sultan Kudarat, and in Marawi City, we have George Cahiles. We now go to our correspondent, George Cahiles. He is in Marawi, a city ravaged by war after it was attacked by the terror group Maute. George, how is the situation there now?
Well, Pinky, although the rainy weather has caused delay in the opening of some polling centers here this morning, so far the conduct of the plebiscite here has been peaceful. But during our rounds this morning, we saw possible irregularities and possible election violations. Like, for instance, in a polling center here in Barangay Sagunsongan, there are no chairs for the voters to sit on while voting. The secrecy folders are just placed on the floor. That's why voters kneel, they sit down on the floor or just squat. Earlier, people were already surrounding the table of the plebiscite committee because of the influx of voters this morning. Also, our camera caught some voters leaving the polling center without indelible ink on their fingers. Later, we will ask the election supervisor here about his comment on our observations. Meantime, local officials and civic leaders here say that Lanao del Sur will definitely deliver an overwhelming yes vote to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And Lanao del Sur, Pinky, has more than 500,000 registered voters. Pinky.
Well, George, we await the reply of the election officer there on the situation in the voting precinct. As George Cahiles reported, there were no tables and some of the voters left without an indelible ink mark on their finger. George, we'll get back to you a little later on. Thank you. A bomb squad in Cotabato City had to disable a fragmentation grenade minutes before the polling precincts opened for the Bangsamoro plebiscite. The grenade was found at the corner of Sausa and San Juan Streets in Barangay Rosary Heights 1. Authorities covered the suspected grenade with sandbags before detonating. No one was injured in the incident. On Sunday night, an explosion also happened in Cotabato City. According to a police report, the incident occurred in Rosary Heights near the residence of Municipal Trial Court Judge Angelito Rasalanan at around 9 p.m. Sunday. No casualties and damage to properties were reported. Former Presidential Peace Advisor Ging Deles is emotional about the ongoing Bangsamoro plebiscite. The Bangsamoro Organic Law was once called the Bangsamoro Basic Law, or BBL, under the Aquino administration, where Deles worked as peace advisor for 6 years. Speaking to the source, Deles shares how long advocates have been waiting for this day to happen.
Well, I think more emotional than I had thought I would be. It's been a long time waiting. So all hopes, all prayers for the Bangsamoro. What is important is that it will create and draw faith back in their future. And that's important in creating jobs. So maybe economically it may take time, but hopefully not as long as it would need.
Deles admits challenges remain with the implementation of the new Bangsamoro law.
It will not solve all of the security problems. There are going to be other lawless elements, but you have a full force that were formerly fighting government, now committed to keep the peace, now to have a stake in the peace. I will imagine that even those lawless elements are, that many of their members are going to begin to think twice. I have no doubt that security-wise, this is so important. It is in fact essential.
Catch the full interview of former Secretary Deles on The Source later at 2 in the afternoon and tonight at 7:30 p.m. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation. The chairman of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, or MILF, is confident the Bangsamoro Organic Law will be ratified. In an interview on The Source, MILF Chair Alhaj Murad Ibrahim says he's confident of a yes vote on the law. Murad also gives his thoughts on areas outside the current autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao that may be included in the new Bangsamoro region.
We are very satisfied that at least we see that there is an overwhelming support from our people on the plebiscite. So we are very optimistic that the BOL will be ratified. There are still some opposition, especially the local government in Cotabato City. But as far as the people of the area, the inhabitants of Cotabato City, both the Christians and the Muslims are very supportive of the inclusion of Cotabato City. But then it is the local government that is not supporting. So what we're apprehensive of is there will be some kind of manipulation in the results of the election. Because if there is no manipulation, no intervention, intimidations and others, there will be an overwhelming yes in Cotabato City. Lanao del Norte, we are not. I think the chances is around as of now is still 50-50 chance. In Isabela City, we have about 80% to 90% chances of being included. In the other barangays in North Cotabato, all the local governments in the area, the mayors, the governors, are very supportive in the inclusion of the 49 barangays who petitioned to be part of the Bangsamoro.
Cotabato City Mayor Cynthia Giani Sayadi urges voters to go out and exercise their right to vote. The mayor says she's been receiving reports that some teachers and voters were threatened not to vote in the plebiscite. Giani says in one incident, a resident complained that a teacher who is a poll facilitator gave the voter a ballot with a yes vote. The voter was supposed to receive a blank paper and would vote no. Giani has openly opposed Cotabato's inclusion in the new Bangsamoro region. The city had opposed inclusion in the current autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao.
I have been receiving reports na Johair Madag has threatened, no, yung mga Christian residents last night, pinasok niya sa lahat ng bahay, inisa-isa niyang pasukin. So, yung mga residente doon talagang pinasok niya. And then this morning, he warned yung Christian voters not to go to the polling places or else they will be shot after plebiscite.
You're watching a special presentation of CNN Philippines. Coming up, Senator Coco Pimentel addresses the concerns of those who question the constitutionality of the Bangsamoro law. Stay with CNN Philippines. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation. Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III is optimistic that the Bangsamoro organic law will succeed once it's ratified by residents participating in today's plebiscite. Speaking on The Source, Pimentel shares how lawmakers made the law better for the Bangsamoro people.
The plebiscite should be peaceful because we're doing all of this in the name of peace, to promote peace starting in Mindanao, and then it will extend all over the Philippines. We tried at least our best to clarify the existing law. Now the powers of the legislature are clearer. Meaning to say that they can legislate in almost any subject matter except the following. Ganun lang ginawa namin. And then we made sure that resources would follow also.
Meanwhile, Pimentel defends the new law from those expressing concerns over its constitutionality.
I will let the Supreme Court do its job, but I'm hoping. And okay, but when we voted on this, of course, those who voted in favor did not consciously vote for an unconstitutional law. So we all believe that what we were voting in favor for was a constitutional piece of legislation.
What's at stake in today's political exercise in parts of Mindanao? Cheska Buencamino tells us more.
President Rodrigo Duterte signed the Bangsamoro Organic Law, or the BOL, in July 2018. The BOL, now officially called the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, is the result of decades-long peace negotiations between the government and rebel groups in Mindanao, particularly the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. The BOL abolishes the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, established in 1989, as some officials earlier called it a failure because of supposed corruption and mismanagement. The BOL creates the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or BARMM. Its territorial coverage will be determined in separate plebiscites on January 21 and on February 6. Among the proposed territory of BARMM are ARMM's Maguindanao, Lanao del Sur, Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi provinces, and the cities of Marawi and Lamitan, and 6 towns in Lanao del Norte, namely Baloi, Munay, Nunungan, Pantar, Tagoloan, and Tangkal. Also part of the proposed territory are 39 barangays in North Cotabato under the towns of Alyosan, Carmen, Cabacan, Midsayap, Pigkawayan, and Pikit, and the cities of Cotabato and Isabela in Basilan. Lanao del Norte and North Cotabato will vote separately on February 6 to decide if they will allow these areas to be part of BARMM. If the BOL is not passed on January 21, the February 6 plebiscite will be cancelled.
This has been a CNN Philippines special presentation on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines for the latest on the voting. I'm Pinky Webb. Good afternoon.
First of all, we see that this exercise, this is the first time to exercise my rights for suffrage. And this signifies that now, from a revolutionary, we are now transforming into the democratic process. So we see that this is very historic because we have been struggling for almost 50 years. And it is only now that we see some light at the end of the tunnel. And we are hoping that with this development, finally we can achieve the aspiration of our people for peace, progress, and good life in this part of the country and in the entire country. Thank you.
What's next for them after this plebiscite?
Well, after the plebiscite, hopefully the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, the transitional government will be immediately established, and we will start to organize our governance structure. And after the BTA, then we will be having the regular government in the year 2022.
Next.
Salam.
Both questions go for Sir Thomas.
Okay.
And of course, Aggie.
Okay.
This comes at a very good time. Obviously, the momentum and the support for the BOL is not just from within your community, but also from the government. But it's also, the price to pay for this was very steep. If you look at the decades of fighting, the lives have been lost. What if, just by any chance, the plebiscite result is not how you expect it? Have you looked at the possible scenarios that may play out? And are you also prepared for other scenarios? I mean, both of you can answer.
Well, as revolutionary, we are prepared for whatever scenario. And as far as the democratic process, as long as it is conducted in a fair manner, there is no manipulation, there is no intimidation, then there is no cheating. We are determined to accept whatever is the result. Now, if and when the BOL will not be ratified, then we will continue to struggle in order that the agreement of the MILF and the government will be implemented. Because we see that now it is the duty of the government to implement the agreement. We are only partner, but the main responsibility is from the government. They have to implement the agreement.
Sir Thomas, you are a well-respected leader here, and what you put in is critical. Tell us more about what you are prepared for. I mean, despite obviously the support and the momentum is here, another scenario may also play out. Are you looking at that?
First of all, we would like to thank the President for the sincerity. In fact, we feel that this is the only President who is really pushing for this ball. No? So we're extending, on behalf of the Bangsamoro people, we're extending our sincere thanks to the President. And the fact that we are looking for peace, nagkaroon na tayo ng usapan. So with the action of the President now, we are really, sure that something good will happen. Hindi kami nag-iisip ng negative. The fact that every time the President speaks, he always push the ball. So wala kaming negative na pag-iisipan pa.
Last question, sir. Do you accept, of course, the decommissioning process may be the harder process, the more arduous process? Is it something that your fighters actually expect to know, that the decommissioning is one that may be harder because it's more than just casting the ballot, it's laying down the weapon?
The decommissioning process is part of the agreement. So as part of the agreement, we are bound to implement our side. So we assure our people and the government that once the process will be implemented as a condition for the decommissioning, then we will immediately undergo decommissioning. Our fighters are already well aware of this, and they have expressed their full support for the decommissioning process.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There were reports of in Guatemala City and also teachers included in City Hall. Hindi so important na may nagkakataon na pagbabalas. Your comments and reaction.
sumipot. Mga teachers, BIs. Di sumipot dahil may pagbabanta.
Alam mo, yan ang isang worry, our worry in Cotabato City. Because it seems that there are groups trying to create a situation para yung mga botante, yung mga teachers, matakot sila, so hindi sila sisipot. So yun ang apprehension natin. But we have already brought up this matter to the security, to OPAP, and to the 6ID. So we are hoping that they will find a way that this problem will be addressed. Kasi hindi makakabuto yung mga tao, and then what we fear ay kung hindi makabuto yung mga tao, merong mga tao na bubuto doon sa kanilang mga pangalan. So that is what we are very concerned. We actually have our own people there watching, but these are not intended to create any trouble in the area. They are there just to look at the process, make sure that everybody will be allowed, will be permitted to vote, will be allowed to vote.
Hindi ko pakilala. From what agency?
Turkey, Anadolu.
Muslims around the world now following you, your passport. So what would you like to say to people living in Libya, people living in Chechnya, people living in Syria? So these people is following you, your passport right now. So what would you like to say to those people?
Well, one lesson we have learned in our case, in our struggle for more than 50 years, is that we, as revolutionaries, although we resort to armed struggle as an option, but then always in our mind, we do not, we are not, we always see that the solution to the problem is peace. So that is why we never close our door for a peaceful process. So that will be also my advice to other brothers and sisters in other areas who are also struggling. The important thing is we will not close our door for peace, because war could not be a solution. It is not a solution. The solution is still peace. So that is why for us, just to defend ourselves, we resort to armed struggle. But finally, we never hesitate to go back to negotiation. And that is, I think, contributed to our success in this peace process. Yeah. Morning.
What language did you use in voting? Did you say, what language did you use in voting? Was it in Maguindanao, in English, or in Filipino?
I use English. International language.
How are you going to manage the expectations of your people, considering even if the law provides that there is a block grant or a special development fund, these are not yet in the budget this year, right? So how are you going to manage the expectations of your people, and how are you going to ensure that truly the ordinary borrower will benefit from this new government?
I think one very important thing is we will be very transparent. As long as we will be transparent, people will know what is really happening. Even though they have very high expectations. But if they know the real situation, then I think they will understand. So now we have been trying to let them understand. 2019, we will have no black grant yet because DBM pronounced that the black grant will be coming on 2020. So then we have some allotment from, but this allotment is intended only for the operation of the parliament in order to restructure the government. So, however, we know that there are people, especially the international community, who express their willingness to help us even during the very early stage, the first year of our operation. And we are looking forward to that. And we hope that the international community who have been helping us before will continue to help us and even maximize their help at this point in time, because our people needs very badly the assistance from the international community. And we look forward to maximize also whatever is remaining from the budget of the ARMM. Although by law, maybe we cannot already, this is already programmed. So we will see what we can do in order to make it more advantageous to the people.
Last, you met with the foreign international partners, with the foreign development partners in October.
Yes.
They actually make commitments to you at the time, or are you going to meet with them again?
Well, during the October 12 meeting in Davao, more than 35 international donors, more than 30 international donors attended, and in that forum themselves, they have they have pronounced their official commitment to help. Aside from that, after the meeting, we have we have also met individually some of those international donors. We meet JICA, we meet World Bank, we meet some UN agencies, and they committed to help in the when the PTA is in place.
A historic vote. Polls close in the autonomous region of Muslim Mindanao, Cotabato City, and in Isabela City. You're watching CNN Philippines special presentation of the Bangsamoro plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. We will have live reports and in-depth coverage of the situation on the ground, plus comprehensive analysis from our special guests. Some 2.8 million Filipinos in Mindanao writing their own history as they cast their vote on the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This law will allow the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. Let's first get to our senior correspondent, David Santos, who joins us live from Cotabato City. David, what is the situation like there now?
Well, Pia, there was growing tension between security forces and members and followers of a group identified with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front inside here, the Cotabato City Central Pilot School earlier this afternoon. This after voters as well as members of the MILF's United Bangsamoro Justice Party or UBJP, who were just merely loitering around the school campus, insisted of staying on. Now, COMELEC officials earlier sought the intervention of the AFP to help them control the number of people inside the school campus, especially since the counting of votes were set to begin earlier today. Now, citing COMELEC rules, voters and non-voters cannot loiter near polling centers when the canvassing of votes are being held. Now, only accredited poll watchers and plebiscite watchdogs will be given access to monitor and check on the counting of votes. Initially, there was resistance from many of those who were told to leave, most of them wearing ID cards of the UBJP. The AFP had to repeatedly call them out. Others eventually chose to leave, but many of them showed defiance by shouting the Islamic praise, Allahu Akbar. It's been a very sensitive, delicate past hour or so here at the Cotabato City Central Pilot School. Now, some military personnel are still urging other UBJMP members and asking them to leave the campus. Now, earlier, the AFP brought in a number of military trucks and armored personnel carrier, perhaps to show its might against those UBJP members who are persistent to stay on. Yeah.
David, can you tell us a little bit more about Cotabato City? You know, this is the height of irony. Cotabato City is the seat, we understand, of the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, and yet in the plebiscite in several decades ago, it voted no, and now again it is. Its residents, its registered voters are participating in today's plebiscite. And it is, from the way things sound, the heart of opposition to the Bangsamoro organic law.
The history of Cotabato City, Pia, firstly, this is, let me point out, as other Mindanao-based analysts and experts have been pointing out, that this plebiscite is more of a process, rather related to the peace process and not about politics. So they have been pointing this out, citing the past plebiscites that have been held here. There was 1977, there was 1989, and there was 2001, the expansion of the ARMM. Now, for the past three plebiscites, Cotabato City as well as other areas that have opted to reject any attempts to include them in autonomous region, they have been very consistent about that stance. Now, times have changed, according to, especially to the MILF, who have been lobbying to include convincing Cotabato City residents to join the ARMM. They even described Cotabato City as a crown jewel of the regions, basically on the basis that it has very strong economic potential. Many of the government offices are also based here. So, and also it is located right in the middle of Maguindanao. That's the reason why it has also, and let me also point out before I forget, it is also where the seat, ironically, of the ARMM. It is not part of the ARMM, but the structure, the building, the compound of the office of the regional governor is also located here. So that's only some of the reasons that the MILF and other peace advocates who've been pushing for the passage and ratification of BOL, that convincing residents of Cotabato City to perhaps open their minds and consider being included in this new political entity, Pia.
So, David, in a way, if the yes votes wins in Cotabato City, there where you are right now, that would be a very, very symbolic victory, not just for the Bangsamoro organic law, but also for the MILF, no?
It is, Pia. In fact, has been called a major battleground in a sense that aside from Isabela City, Cotabato City, both are not part of the ARMM. They have been included in this plebiscite, particularly in the ratification of the BOL, of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. They have, well, many officials here, the local officials who have been opposing this move because remember, this decision to include Cotabato, Isabela were made as part of the concessions in the peace negotiations between the government and the MILF. So it is something that they had hoped did not happen, but since it is now here, they're just hoping those opposing the BOL, they can manifest their no vote by as a message to the MILF and to the government panel that they do not want to be included. But then again, on the side of the MILF and of the government panel, they're still hoping that, as I've been pointing out, that Cotabato City residents will change their mind and will reconsider joining the new autonomous region.
Yeah, David, just one last question. I hope you don't mind if I ask you to, look into your crystal ball. And, you've been a long-time journalist and you have covered Mindanao for so very long, a wide range of issues, including this whole peace process with different Muslim rebel groups. No? But if the no vote were to win in Cotabato City, is it possible that the Bangsamoro, or at the very least the transition authority, and eventually the Bangsamoro government would decide to move the seat of government elsewhere? That is something they can do, right?
Well, specifically from what we got from the several days of discussions in the bicameral conference committee discussing discussing for the passage of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, it was very clear there that if the no vote wins, obviously everything goes back to the ARMM structure. Ibig sabihin, status quo uli. And then back to zero na naman uli itong efforts to set up the Bangsamoro government, Bangsamoro political entity as part of the peace agreement between the MILF and the government signed in 2014. We just heard earlier in the press conference of MILF chairman Murad Ibrahim, he was saying that this is also something that they've been repeatedly saying, that they will respect the decision, whatever outcome of the results of this plebiscite. Of course, they are saying that at the back of their head, they're also being, somehow convinced by the fact that there are surveys that being conducted, the youth survey, there are surveys conducted by some NGOs that have been presented to Malacanang, to the National Security Council, and even to the President, showing that there could be a positive outcome in terms of overwhelming favorable result for the yes vote. So both sides are just weighing things, no? But the reality is, if the no vote wins, we go back status quo, we go back to ARMM. Yung Cotabato City will still host the ARMM. Walang pagbabago, Pia. It will still be the same. The ORG, the Office of the Regional Governor, or the ORC, the Office of the Regional Governor Compound will remain. Pero kapag nanalo ang yes vote, obviously things will be will somehow change, no? Enhance in a way that it will be an opportunity for this new political entity to give focus on Cotabato City as being its regional center, its regional seat, perhaps pouring all its resources, or at least much of its resources, as it has promised during the conduct of the plebiscite and the many other consultations it has been conducted here in Cotabato City, Pia.
All right, David Santos, they're reporting. We're going to wait for more updates from you on now that the polls have closed. David Santos, of course, our senior correspondent and a veteran of many Mindanao coverages. Let's go now to Trisha Terada joining us from Sultan Kudarat in Maguindanao. Trisha, what is the situation like there?
Well, Pia, as of this time, voting is officially closed, and we're still here at the Simway Junction Elementary School in Maguindanao. But prior, going back here, a few hours before voting has been officially closed, we went around different schools and polling centers within Maguindanao. And as we speak with authorities, they would tell us that it was a generally peaceful casting of votes, and some actually had the 100% turnout, while others have an average of 75% voter turnout. So right now, we are with Ms. Johaira Ibrahim and Ma'am Fatima Dalinding. They're plebiscite committee members here at the Simway Elementary School. Let's hear straight from them. Ma'am, first of all, kumusta po yung nangyaring plebisito dito sa lugar po ninyo? Kumusta po yung voter turnout po natin?
So far, 100% sa precinct namin. Turnout vote.
Ma'am, kung ikukumpara po natin to dun sa mga nakaraang elections, ano po yung pagkakaiba nito in terms of voter turnout and yung conduct po? Ano po yung general assessment?
Mas bumoto yung mga tao. In fact, ngayon nga 100% sa aming precinct, and the other precinct, I think 90 about. So compare sa other parang ito talaga bumoto sila lumabas talaga sila at bumoto.
Ma'am Fatima, you've been here for many years na po, and marami na rin po kayo nasaksihang eleksyon at o pagboto po. Ano po yung naging kaibahan nito ngayong taon, and ano po yung indikasyon nito?
Siguro ma'am, ang naiba lang ngayon na boto ma'am is kasi nga ang first time na bumoto yung chairman ng MILF. So ginawa nila is talagang nirespeto nila yung chairman nila. Pinakita nila na yung mga Bangsamoro dito is disiplinado. Kaya yung pagboto nila kanina is talagang maganda yung nila. Smooth talaga yung pagboto.
When we were talking off the air po, nabanggit nyo na medyo may stumbling block din, hindi siya completely perfect. Ano po yung some part kayo medyo nahirapan ngayong plebiscite?
Ngayon, wala rin naman so far. Pero hindi naman kagaya sa mga election na meron kang maraming pagbubutuhan, unless ngayon, yes or no lang ang namin. So mas maganda ngayon ang
Ma'am, in terms of crowd kanina, medyo saan po tayo nahirapan?
Doon sa pagboto ni chairman. Talagang sumilip lahat ng kahit yung mga nakaboto na hindi pa sila umalis nung marinig nila na parang mga 10 o'clock, boboto nga si chairman. So talagang inabangan nila and then itong mga windows namin, punong-puno talaga yan sila.
Ma'am, kanina nakita po namin nagsusort out na kayo ng mga boto. Although it's unofficial so far, ano po yung nakita nating general kadamihan ng boto po?
Of course, yes. Most of the votes, yes.
Ma'am, after this, paano na po can you walk us through the process? Ano na po yung mangyayari ngayong close na po yung botohan?
We will transact the ballot box sa munisipyo po ng Sultan Kudarat. And then iti-turn over namin sa COMELEC yung ballot box and others.
All right, thank you very much po, ma'am. Okay, so Pia, that's the latest here at the Simway Elementary School. We've went around also the different classrooms, and we saw that the plebiscite committee are already busy sorting out the different ballots. The tally boards have already been placed, and anytime soon the counting will begin. Pia?
Yeah, Trisha, just to clarify, this is the plebiscite committee of...
This is the plebiscite committee of Simway Junction Elementary School, where MILF Chairman Murad voted earlier this morning.
Yeah, because what we have are the boards of election inspectors. Each precinct has a board of election inspectors made up of 3 members. That's where the voters, registered voters, go and vote and submit their ballots. No? So this plebiscite committee of the COMELEC is in charge of this school. Ganun ba yon? And hindi ba mangyayari yung bilangan ng boto doon sa in each precinct before this is compiled and put together?
Yes, Pia, that's correct. Yung bilangan ng boto mangyayari muna sa bawat presinto. At yung plebiscite committee, yan yung katumbas ng BEI or Board of Election Inspectors na yun yung tawag kapag nagkakaroon tayo ng national elections. But in particular for this plebiscite, ang tawag sa ating BEIs ay plebiscite committee. Sila rin yung magbabantay, magbibilang ng boto. Pia?
All right, and they were speaking to you right before, kasi 3:32, no? So 30 minutes past the hour of 3 when the polls are supposed to close. And after this, right after this interview, they're going back and they're going to start counting, or they're going to start opening the ballots.
Yes, Pia, that's right. Actually, nagsimula na sila mag-sort out ng mga balota kanina bago tayo nagsimulang pumasok o mag-interview. At ngayon ay pabalik na sila sa mga classroom to start the counting of the votes. And later on, they will be tallying this and transferring this over to the municipal office. Pia?
Tricia Terada there reporting from one of the schools in the town of Sultan Kudarat in the province of Maguindanao, where the MILF chairman cast his vote. Now let's head on to George Cahiles, who's monitoring the Bangsamoro referendum in the war-torn city of Marawi. Marawi, of course, in the province of Lanao del Sur. George, how is everything going there?
Well, Pia, even if the opening of some precincts here in Lanao del Sur were delayed due to rains, and the local COMELEC decided not to extend the voting hours for the plebiscite. The COMELEC says it's no longer necessary because the bulk of residents have already casted their votes this morning. In fact, here at the Amay Pakpak Central Elementary School in this precinct, the chairperson of the plebiscite committee says that the voter turnout in this precinct is roughly 90%. So we will have to check if the same is true in other precincts as well. Because if you could remember, the local officials here as well as civic leaders have already, they pledged that they will deliver an overwhelming number of votes in support for the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And the COMELEC itself said that there is no group that openly campaigned against the ratification of the BOL. So since the voting is already done, now some of our officers here, the plebcom, is already preparing for the counting of votes. And we will see later if our local officials and civic leaders indeed delivered for the yes votes. And meanwhile, authorities are telling us that the conduct of plebiscite here in Marawi and Lanao del Sur was technically and generally peaceful as of the moment. Pia.
Well, George, this is remarkable. We're having a plebiscite in the city of Marawi that just, over a year ago was right in the middle of a war, a 5-month war, right?
That's right, Pia. And most of those residents that we talked to, they said that they voted yes for the ratification of the BOL because of the promise of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front that they will prioritize this rehabilitation of Marawi City. So the speed up, the promise to speed up the rehabilitation of Ground Zero is a factor. It's a big factor for the voters here to come out and vote yes for the ratification of the BOL.
Which means, of course, that the Bangsamoro Authority will then have to, live up to its word and deliver on that promise, as you mentioned. Also, another remarkable thing, George, is that Marawi in 1989, in that 1989 plebiscite, voted no, and in the 21 plebiscite, then voted yes.
That's right, Pia, and they're telling us that as of now, they need to stand as one, together with their Moro brothers and sisters. And finally, they wanted to govern themselves, and this is the right time for them to prove that they can do it correctly and efficiently as one Moro family. Pia.
George, how many minutes before they start opening the ballot boxes and going through the ballots?
Well, actually, they are already preparing right now. So any minute, they will start counting the votes here in this particular precinct, PM.
Yeah, okay, we're going to go back to you when that happens. George Quiles standing by in Marawi City, who, by the way, was a veteran, I suppose you can call him that, of the coverage of the war in Marawi. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation of the Bangsamoro plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. We'll be back after the break.
Yan. Ayan, Bel.
Go.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Nakalive pa? Lock ko na to. Ay, sorry.
Ma'am, laksan mo lang daw konti ang boses.
Wala na?
Wala na po. No. Yes. Last. No.
Okay.
Pagkanda.
344.
Isulat mo yung ano natin, yung tapos na yung ano natin. 342. Isulat mo yan. Kuya, isulat mo 342. Diyan sa ano natin. End of ano. And 342.
Ayun na, putong ba?
Isang lang po, ma'am.
Hindi na madali kanina. Pero mga hindi na.
Susunod ko.
This is a special coverage of the Bangsamoro plebiscite. The polls have closed, but CNN Philippines continuing to provide the latest situation on the ground as well as comprehensive analysis of what this entire process means, not just to the people of Mindanao, but to the Filipino people also. We're showing you live pictures from one of the precincts. It is precinct number 33 in the Cotabato City Institute. And as you can clearly see, in this particular precinct, the no vote has won. There are 115 no votes and only 28 yes votes. again, 115 no votes, 28 yes votes in just this one precinct in the Cotabato City Institute. Of course, we were speaking earlier to David Santos, who was reporting live from Cotabato City. We all know Cotabato City, the seat of the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Ironically, it is the seat of the ARMM, but it is not a part of the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. In today's plebiscite, registered voters were asked to vote whether they want to be a part of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And this is, of course, like we say, this is just one precinct. So there is no way that we can extrapolate or summarize what the vote is going to be like in Cotabato. But this is one of the votes that will be very, very closely watched. Cotabato City, of course, kumbaga the crown jewel in Mindanao, and something that those who believe in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, those who have been campaigning for this, feel that Cotabato City should be a part of it. However, Cotabato City is, as many analysts have pointed out, the heart of the opposition to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Its own mayor has campaigned openly against this Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. But we're going to see how things go. Of course, again, this is just one precinct in the entire Cotabato City. We're going to try and get a clear picture for you in just a bit. In the meantime, we have guests here live in the studio. We have Rene Oliveros, he's a professor of Islamic Studies, and Yasmira Moner of the Young Moro Professionals Network. By way of introduction, we don't really need to introduce Rene again because Rene has been here many times before. As a matter of fact, we did an interview with you, Rene, and you have a very interesting story to tell. So, first of all, you are a Muslim scholar.
Yes.
But you are also an ex-Jesuit, an ex-priest of the Society of Jesus. You were educated in Catholic universities.
That's right.
Notre Dame in
General Santos.
Gensan,
Xavier University.
Xavier University in Cagayan de Oro City.
Then went to UP, after which I joined the Jesuits.
Okay.
And did my special studies in Islamic studies.
Yes, Islamic studies. And interestingly, you most recently, after we did that interview with you back in 2012 and 2014, most recently you have successfully translated the Quran?
The Quran in Filipino.
Into Filipino.
Because there are many converts to Islam. They have, many of them don't read Arabic. And some of them have difficulty also understanding it English. So one way to reach to the converts so that they will encounter the word of God, the Quran, is translated in Filipino.
Okay.
So
And
I just finished the work.
You know, the audience right now, they're probably trying to understand what's going on. You know, they heard me say Muslim scholar. They heard me say you are an ex-Jesuit, educated in Catholic universities, and yet you're a Muslim scholar with many different works on this. And this is because of your roots. Tell us about your roots.
It's an interfaith family. Okay, my mother, may she rest in peace, was a Tausug Samuel from Holosulu. She's Rama Taib Rasul. And my father was a Catholic. And they managed to raise children who believe in God. That's primary.
Yeah, but of course, this was the early 50s. Now, how did your father end up in Mindanao, in Holo?
He was a banker, so he was assigned to Holosulu. Of course, fell in love with my mother.
Yeah.
And of course,
in other words,
grandfather was not happy about it.
Yeah.
They eloped. And they raised us in the Jansan area, and we were allowed to choose whether one will become a Muslim or a Christian.
Yeah, they eloped, huh? That was possible at that time. Because the way your grandparents, your maternal grandparents referred to your father was this Christian.
Yeah. It's almost, I would call it an underground marriage. But after the first two born sons were brought back to Holo, and they were accepted. Lalaki to, dalawa, tatlong lalaki. So that was the beginning of maybe not kind of a reconciliation. Because my grandfather, Abdul Razik Taib, was also an imam. He was a chaplain of the military there. So I guess it has something to do with religion. When you go back to really what the Quran speaks and even the Gospel speaks, you get a more tolerant way of looking at life.
Right.
Life is far more important than all these artificial boundaries that we are creating because of religion.
Artificial boundaries.
Something
among
like
religions.
this.
Right.
When we talk of BOL, and that boundary was created because a history of people were neglected for centuries, and finally we begin to realize that you cannot force an identity on them. Okay, they have their own identity, they have their own story, but they are willing to work within a national framework, that they are a sub-state to a nation state like the Philippines. So giving them this chance, it's almost like if you're a Christian, that is your greatest desire, peace. And here are Muslims with that flick that we have seen earlier, little violence in a school. We should be past that stage. We should learn how to work together, whether you're a Muslim or a Christian.
Yeah.
And the Bangsamoro, I think even the term itself is an inclusive term. It does not only speak of the Muslims there. There are minorities, there are Lumads.
There are non-Moro communities.
Non-Muslim community. Right. So the burden actually is on the Muslim leaders or the Muslim populace because they know that there are minorities.
To include and not to exclude.
Yes. So the Bangsamoro term is a very inclusive term. It's an identity politics. But this ethnicity has its own limits.
Yeah.
So it's a politics without faith can lead to failure. So the faith of the people as good Muslims can save whatever opportunity that we have in Mindanao.
Faith of the people, politics without faith, good Muslims. You know, back in 2012, I had written that because I had written a report about that interview with you, and I was saying that this man, you believe that the quest for this Bangsamoro peace, and by the way, October 12, this was leading up to the framework agreement, hindi ba? The comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro. So at that time, you said you believe the quest for a Bangsamoro peace finds a parallel in your own life as it does in thousands of other people's lives also.
Exactly.
Diba?
Even they can go back to the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in the 7th century. The Charter of Medina, he crafted the Charter of Medina to take good care of the minority. There were Jews and there were few Christians there. And when he crafted the charter, he was always thinking of not only just a statesman, but as a religious leader. So when we talk of the Bangsamoro political entity, the leadership there, if you look at Islam, Al-Hakimiyya, Allah, you cannot separate the state. You cannot separate the state from the religion of the people. It's Allah who rules. So we have to choose, okay? God willing, if it will be ratified, we have to choose leaders who have a heart of the Prophet, who will really take good care even of the minority. And the desire is salam, peace.
Yeah.
Enough is enough. I think Muslims there deserve this.
Yeah. Salam, peace. In Catholic masses, we say peace be with you.
Yeah.
Right? And among the Muslims, you say.
That's right. For them, it's on a daily basis. Even when everyone you meet on the street, Assalamu alaikum. Probably in our faith as Christians, I tend to hear it only during Mass. So if a person does not hear Mass, he wouldn't be greeted, peace be with you, or Christ be with you. But in the world of Islam, even in the Bangsamoro political entity, they hear this on a regular basis. So it's a challenge. They have to live that greeting.
I'm sure people are also wondering, we're speaking about religion, even as today is a very political day, if you will. No? However, it is important to point out na, like you had said several years ago, and I'm sure you will say this again today, that there is more that unites us than divides us. You know, there should be no, actually there are no lines dapat, no, in between religions. Can you explain to us, since you as an ex-Jesuit, as someone who was educated in a Jesuit-run school, Xavier University, you talked about before how your Islamic roots blended well with Ignatian spirituality. Ignatian, of course, referring to Saint Ignatius, who started the Society of Jesus.
In fact, I published a paper, Islam and Ignatian Spirituality. And at the heart of this is the choices that we make, the decisions that we make is always for God's greater glory. That's very close to Islam, Allahu Akbar. Everything that I do.
And very close also to Ateneans, AMDG.
Oh, hindi lang sa basketball.
Oh, yeah, of course, definitely.
Hindi lang sa but
Ad
Maiorem Dei Gloriam. When we make all these choices, it's always for God's greater glory. And second element there is the respect for every human being. Okay?
Right.
The dignity of every human being, because they are God's creature. So it follows when you glorify God, when you serve God, you take good care of those closest to God, the humanity, the human race. So when Jesuits or when Ignatians, when Muslims decide or discern, they always have to look for what is best for humanity, that they can achieve their primordial goal. The goal of every human being is to glorify God and serve God. It's very Islamic. It's at the core of it. So you see this in the principle and foundation of Ignatius. So when I did my spiritual exercises, it's almost like, oh my God, this is home again, because this is what my mother told me.
Ad Maiorem Dei Gloriam, AMDG, Allahu Akbar, Amare et Servire.
Oh.
Precisely, diba? But okay, so several years ago when we were doing those interviews about, leading up to the comprehensive agreement in the Bangsamoro, that was, like we said, 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah,
and today, January 19, tama yung dates ko, no? January 21, January 21, 2019, we have this third plebiscite, this plebiscite that will expand the ARMM and then, recreate it, if you will, no, into the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Your thoughts and feelings at this moment?
Respecting for the will of the people. There is a saying that the will of the people is the will of God. Okay? But much of the discernment of the will of the people is exercised through a plebiscite. Okay? We just hope and pray that the leaders or the educators that were guiding them are really attuned to what God wants for the Moro people. And when I look at this as an opportunity for peace, it's almost like I will not doubt this. Probably this is really God's will. Because it's almost like the violence there is never intended by God. It's human frailty and probably corruption. Corruption always breeds violence. Like if you look at ARMM, nasa pinakamababang region, highest poverty index.
Right.
Even though there was an arm, but I would admit it was a failure. Okay, give them a chance, right?
Many said failed experiment.
Yeah, failed experiment. And there's another group, bigger and more organized. And they're willing to lay down their arms and help build progressive. Because armed conflict in Mindanao has hampered any form of development. Sagabal talaga yan eh. So we have doubts, but if this will lead to peace so that there will be development, why not? Why doubt it? Let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay? So the other tribes must, if they are good Muslims, I would say, sorry, I have to say that, they have to work with fellow Muslims. Let's stop thinking in terms of MN, MI, Tausug, Baranao,
the tribes,
Let's think, do not be tribal anymore. Be good Muslims. And this is our chance to prove to the rest of the nation that we can take good care of ourselves, our resources, and we take good care of the minority in our community.
Right. In a few minutes, we're going to go into a break. But before that, I wanted to ask our other guest. Her name is Yasmira Moner, Young Moro Professionals Network. Yasmira, thank you very much for being here. You are a resident of Lanao del Norte, correct? Which town?
Linamon.
Linamon. Although it is, you are going to be voting on Feb 6, correct?
Yeah. Because the plebiscite will be about a double majority vote. So there are 6 municipalities to be included if the mother unit, which is the province of Lanao del Norte, will go into vote yes, favoring the inclusion. And it's again another challenge.
6 municipalities in Lanao Norte, but not including Linamon.
Not including.
Okay, but you will be voting. And when you do vote on Feb 6, your vote will be?
Because I believe that the BOL can make that institutional change that we need, at least to be able to catch up with national development. So I would vote for a yes.
Okay. Listening earlier to what Professor Rene Oliveros was saying, what are the thoughts that run through your mind?
Yeah. Indeed, you know, when we speak about a politically negotiated agreement, it's really a kind of a journey that all through must be able to really understand and to appreciate. And the BOL is a product of the journey towards, you know, rejecting war as a means to settle settle on our political differences, but rather to be able to look into our shared aspiration, and that is collective peace and development for the region of Mindanao, you know, not just Muslim Mindanao, but Southern Philippines and Mindanao collectively as a nation and as a country. So, you know, having said that from Professor Rene, that indeed as a Muslim, I also believe that, you know, faith, you know, is a bridge that could unite us together, regardless of our other identities. That is surely something that we all have a common differences, but at the same time, it's also a shared understanding that we could work together in harmony and with peaceful coexistence.
You sound very hopeful. Also, Professor Olivera saying the same thing basically earlier. Of course, everybody knows what a failed experiment the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao was. So at this point, there is also, you know, parang all the hope that is present today for the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. In a way, it's like balanced out or contradicted by fear, by frustration, perhaps, no, of what the ARMM was like. And there are some people who would say, well, you know, they couldn't do it with the ARMM. You know, look what happened there. No, what's going to make this different this time around?
Yeah. Actually, I was also kind of really understanding that, you know, from the perspective of always asked by that question, you know, what is the guarantee that the BARM, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, will going to work this out when there's already an arm that is dubbed as a failed experiment? But that is basically why we have this new political restructuring to be able to address the failure. And we have to understand that the arm failed because of so many factors, and one of which is the lack of genuine political autonomy, lack of fiscal autonomy that this time, this new law, the Republic 11054, actually has already. So I am hopeful, and at the same time, there has to be really, you know, a kind of a participative in the continuation of that quest for a accountable for that good governance that we need to really nurture. For example, in the Young Moro Professional Network, we really encourage the participation of the youth, not just as something that is being influenced by social forces, by political actors, but be able to stand for a collective vision of having that peaceful, of having that a just and fair society where we can work and make things work for the region. And so while there is the law, you know, implementing that is also another thing. And I believe that this is not the end, but this is a new beginning for that continuation of that quest for really a just and lasting peace and good governance for the region.
Very interesting. You say, you use the term new beginning. What you're saying is the Muslim people are, what you're saying is that give us a second chance.
Yeah.
Give us another chance in much the same way that anyone in any aspect of life always deserves a second chance. Ano ba yun?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go to a very short break. Just a while ago, we were showing you live pictures from, if I'm not mistaken, it was another precinct, and I took note of the yes votes there for that particular precinct, 23 and 116. No votes. Again, just to clarify, just to emphasize that this is just one precinct out of very many in the city of Cotabato. Again, polls have closed in the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, and in Cotabato City, which we just mentioned, and in Isabela City, which is in Basilan. CNN Philippines will bring you the very latest on the ground, as well as in-depth analysis on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Stay with us. The plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro organic law is over. This comes years after the administration of former President Benigno Aquino III signed a historic peace deal with the country's largest Muslim rebel group, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. In July last year, the first president from Mindanao, President Rodrigo Duterte, signed the Bangsamoro organic law after certifying it as urgent. Well, let's get an update now from the Commission on Elections. We're speaking with the COMELEC we're going to talk to COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez. Director Jimenez, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Ms. Pia.
Yeah, so
Definitely.
polls have closed at 3 o'clock, all over.
They're supposed to close at 3 o'clock, but right now there's still a lot of people queued up to vote, so we're basically winding down the voting, just really letting those who are already there complete the process. But yes, we're officially closing at 3 p.m.
All right, officially closing, some open, because like you said, there are voters within the perimeter of the voting centers. But also, what about opening? There were a few reports about polls that had problems opening at 8 this morning.
Right, those have a lot of people still in queue. So the voting there is still ongoing.
There was a problem with opening naman.
That's right.
Dahil hindi, for so many reasons.
Their opening was delayed. So in some cases, up to 3 hours. Right now, we're waiting for word whether or not they would be officially extended. But for now, since no announcement has yet been made by the COMELEC Bank, we are still continuing with what we normally do, which is to say, at 3 p.m., if there are still people in the vicinity, then we will process them and let them vote. Again, there is no official word yet of any extension, and this applies to those areas that had a difficult time opening, some of them opening as late as 11 a.m.
All right. Was there any one single precinct or one single voting center, one single school that did not open at all?
Not to my knowledge. No.
No reports of that.
Open.
So,
yes, all precincts open.
All precincts opened and everything going smoothly. Was there any problem with people who couldn't find their names, for example, in the voters list, or for whatever problem, the usual problems that we have on election day?
Right, we had a regular crop of complaints of people not being able to find their names, but in most cases we basically established that they really were not supposed to be on the list, either because they were not registered or because they had been deactivated. We did set up assistance centers in the regional office, for instance, where people could check whether or not they were in fact supposed to vote. So again, having gone through that process, we're confident that everyone who should have voted was able to vote.
All right, James, can you tell us about this how should we call it, a second round of the plebiscite on February 6th?
Sure. Second round of plebiscite would be probably accurate, but this is a part of the plebiscite where we focus on the areas that have petitioned for inclusion into the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. The areas that held the plebiscite today are those that are really asked to ratify the BOL, or the Bangsamoro Organic Law. That's the ARM, of course, and Basilan, including Basilan, Isabela City, and Cotabato City. But for those that are exclusively for the question of inclusion, those that are supposed to join the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, if it is created, their elections will be held on February 6th. So that's about a little over 700,000 voters that we're looking at there.
Mm-hmm. James, when there is an election, because today what we're having is a plebiscite. When there is an election, the question is, when are we going to know the results? When are we going to know who won? So today, for this plebiscite, the question is, when do we know if the yes or the no vote won? What time, what day, what date?
Right. We expect to be able to make that announcement within 4 days from today. Counting again will start today as well. We're already setting up the canvassing center here in Cotabato to convene at 6 p.m. So we will continue with that work until we complete it. So our expectation is that we will be able to complete the entire canvass within 4 days.
4 days? Is that a conservative target? Or
Well, it takes into consideration the travel time between provinces. So I guess, yeah, that's a pretty fair assessment, I think.
Yeah.
4 days.
And as in all other manual elections from the past, syempre ang kailangan is the physical delivery of the ballot box with the ballots, right? And
Absolutely.
all other election paraphernalia.
Right. I get what you mean about how it sounds conservative, but also takes into consideration that we're only dealing with basically one question here, a yes and a no, and only two answers, a yes and a no. So it should not take as long as the other manual elections that we've had experience with, because, you know, in those elections you had to deal with an entire ballot full of names that you had to decipher. But in this case, it's just the yes or the no. So that's why we expect to be able to finish in 4 days. Sorry, I just had to go back over that.
Yeah, that's okay. James, you know, with the exception of those, the reports about two explosions in Cotabato City today, were there any other peace and order situations or problems that you came across that impacted on the plebiscite?
No. The most we had were scuffles among voters. Some voters being very eager to actually get into the polling precincts, but nothing of the level that would have disrupted the elections in a major way.
Mm-hmm. Is there any announcement, or are there any announcements that COMELEC wants to make right now that you can share with us at this moment?
It's a reminder. I guess a reminder would be that we are convening the canvas board at 6 p.m. at the Sharif Kabunsuan cultural complex here in the ORG, Office of the Regional Governor in Cotabato City, and we're inviting the media to come cover the event as these results, once they are completed here, hopefully before the end of the night, will be flown to Manila to be canvassed tomorrow morning, where they will be received by the National Board of Canvassers in Intramuros.
Who is the COMELEC commissioner in charge at the moment?
The COMELEC commissioner in charge is Commissioner Alpareño.
Okay. So again, James, you're saying the Board of Canvassers convening in the Office of the Regional Governor in the ARMM compound there in Cotabato City, yes, at 6 this evening to receive all these ballot boxes. And you're going to begin canvassing tonight?
Yes.
Or flight to Manila?
Around 6 o'clock, as soon as we are able to convene, we will be starting the canvassing, and we will continue unabated until we complete the canvass.
All right. James Jimenez, COMELEC spokesman, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We hope to speak to you again if anything comes up or if you need to make an announcement. In the meantime, Presidential Peace Advisor Carlito Galvez confirming to CNN Philippines on Sunday that a confidential survey was held in the proposed Bangsamoro areas in December, and this month, January 2019, Galvez would not give further details on who commissioned the survey and what agency conducted it, but says the results are extensive and convincing. One finding showing that Cotabato City will have an overwhelming yes vote of at least 70%. CNN Philippines still trying to independently verify the authenticity of that report. Now, in a one-on-one interview, we asked Galvez if there is a way voter turnout could be measured and why President Duterte made a final pitch in Cotabato for the ratification of the BOL last Friday.
There is a very confidential survey na nabasa ko. And then talagang very extensive yung ginawa nila last December 9 to 12, and then yung isa is ngayong January 9 to 12. Ang nakita nila is those who are for yes, ang kanilang reason is there will be peace. Second is there will be reconciliation, there will be unity, there is progress. And pagka kinounter ng counter questions, why there is progress? Alam nila may black grant, mayroong devolution of powers. So alam nila yung sagot. And majority ng sa kanila is talagang they are convinced na the MILF can really deliver the goods and the governance. 70% ng mga na-interviewed are in favor, na sabi nila na the MILF is now capable of doing the governance features. So yung initial result na nakita namin, and then when we go around the ARMM, parang nagtalagang there is convincing correlations at saka talagang similarities sa observation namin. One, ang sabi nga nila is on the areas of Maguindanao, Lanao and Tawi-Tawi, more than 95% to 100% ang magiging turnout na yes. Second, yung sa Cotabato, nung kanilang initial is 75%. We were surprised na bakit 75%. Nung tinignan namin demography ng Cotabato City is 57 are Muslims, 33 are Christians, and the remaining are the nomads. So sa demographic ng configurations ng Cotabato City, and considering that the MILF campaign and the MNLF campaign had joined together, na talagang mag-vote sila sa yes. So this increased the factor na the possibility that yes we will be overwhelming sa Cotabato City. Why Cotabato City na nagano si Presidente? Because meaning talaga sa Cotabato City, he want to make an impression na alam niya yung nangyayari sa Cotabato City, and we gave them the result of the survey. Talagang very conclusive. And so I was so impressed with the survey.
General Galvez, of course, a former chief of staff of the armed forces. He also is a Mindanao veteran. We're going to speak now to Philippine National Police Deputy Director General Archie Gamboa, who is in General Santos City. He is at the National Election Monitoring Action Center of the Police Regional Office 12 headquarters. General Gamboa, also the commander of the PNP Security Task Force for the plebiscite. General, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good afternoon, and likewise to all your listeners, a pleasant good afternoon.
Sir, can you tell us first, do you have a rundown or a summary of reports of any untoward incidents today during the plebiscite in any of the areas?
Yes, actually, basically, the main concern of the Philippine National Police is to see to it that first, all the materials are delivered to the Treasurer's office. That's how we monitored things starting last night and early on this morning. And then second, of course, is to bring these materials, election materials, at the polling precinct. Now, based on our report, almost all of the paraphernalias have reached the Treasurer's office as early as 6 a.m. this morning, and as early as 6 a.m. also, and up to 12:45 because of some delays, but all have been delivered to the polling precinct. The main problem we encountered during the security preparation is the withdrawal of some of the assigned teachers to become plebiscite committee. They're supposed to be composed of 3 persons to man each of the polling precinct. So right away, we had to redeploy some of our personnel, actually 72 of them, to substitute as members of the plebiscite committee, specifically in 3 polling centers in Cotabato City. But all of these things were done in accordance to what has been planned, because really the Philippine National Police, with the AFP and the COMELEC, really has foreseen that things like this would happen. So right away, there must be a contingency plan to substitute. And then, of course, the most delayed in the starting of canvassing of votes was at 1 o'clock. No? Probably because of the substitute of this plebiscite committee. But based on our initial assessment, up to this time, all has been in place as planned. Everything is going through well. Probably the main measurement of how efficient the COMELEC and the security forces have performed in any election or of this specific on a plebiscite is probably a declaration of failure of election on certain places. But so far as of this time, it's good that we haven't heard any of such a thing. So everything is still going on smoothly so far, Pia.
General Gamboa, would you know, or were the PNP personnel told the reasons for the withdrawal of the teachers from the plebiscite committees?
Come again?
Ano daw po yung dahilan why these teachers withdrew from the plebiscite committees, or they didn't think it would be important to find out, and the main role na lang of the PNP was to substitute for them?
Yeah, basically, we don't have any ways of doing that because how can we talk to them when in fact they haven't appeared in these polling precincts? But nevertheless, that might be investigated by the COMELEC and later find out the reasons why. We work on actual things that happen. We don't have to wait for the reasons. Once they don't show up in these polling precincts, we really have to go to our contingencies and substitute them, because our priority for this plebiscite is, of course, that everything would be successfully held.
Interesting that you bring that up, sir. You don't ask questions anymore, but that you will fulfill their duties, step in a manner of speaking, and step up to the plate. I guess this is something above and beyond the call of duty for the PNP personnel. This is something they didn't have to do, but they did. But sir, you said 72 PNP personnel substituting in 3 polling centers, so that's about 24 precincts or 24 plebiscite committees. All in Cotabato City, sir? All in Cotabato City.
All in Cotabato City, yes. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, sir, apart from those, earlier today, we had those reports about explosions. One of them, a fragmentation grenade in Cotabato City. Meron pa po bang ibang reports ng ganyang mga insidente in other parts of the ARMM or other parts of plebiscite areas?
When it comes to the plebiscite area, there's no report of that, the same sort. So basically, everything has been peaceful. Well, what we're just up to is probably, as you see on TV, conglomeration of partisan parties in the different areas. But all of these things have been managed by the security forces. And again, our primary intention of pushing through with the election successfully has so far yet has been done so far.
Okay, and of course, securing the counting, which is happening at the voting centers, and the canvassing. Earlier, I was speaking to James Jimenez of the COMELEC, and he was saying that the Board of Canvassers will will convene at 6 o'clock this evening. So that is another security matter for you, sir.
Yeah, actually, part of the mandate of the election monitoring centers of this sort would only be terminated probably upon the safe return of this election ballots to where it should belong, back to the Treasurer's office. Not unless all of these things are done, then the security forces would not rest yet. We have to continue providing security, especially when COMELEC calls for it.
General, is there anything else you can share with us, other information or announcements you need to make through CNN Philippines?
Well, yes, as I have said a while back in a few interviews, that this is a political exercise, not the right to suffrage. And I think all of those who have voted have used their conscience on how they perceive things, on how they should vote in the plebiscite. The important thing is we have exercised the right, and then there are no violent incidents that have occurred. And moving forward, we encourage other people, especially those voting again or voting separately on February 6th, which will concern 2 provinces, to exercise the same. And we need the cooperation of the public to behave accordingly, so that the security forces won't have that difficult time of managing these elections and plebiscites.
General Archie Gamboa, Deputy Director General of the Philippine National Police. Sir, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We'll pause for a break. You're watching a special presentation of CNN Philippines on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. This is a special coverage of CNN Philippines on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Our guest in the studio still with us, Professor Rene Oliveros. Earlier we were saying na nga, Rene, no, na you're a Muslim scholar, although educated in Catholic schools and Jesuit, specifically Jesuit-run institutions. And you're a former Jesuit, also an ex-Jesuit priest. Back in 2005, and this is interesting to point out, you were teaching at the Ateneo. I'm sorry, I have a cough.
No problem.
Nothing to do with the
I hope you're
plebiscite.
okay,
Yeah. No, I'll be okay in a while, I think. Sorry. But can you tell us about this this course that you were teaching in Ateneo back in 2005?
I managed to get students because we were skeptical whether Athenians would be interested in it. But I think after 9/11, there was a kind of a growing interest. What's really happening? What's going on? Why the violence in the Muslim world? And that's why I managed to get students because they were interested. When I was a teacher in the U.S., death and dying was a popular course. Also after 9/11, they were trying to figure out what's going on, how religion and violence are beginning to show its kind of very ugly image. So I did that in the Ateneo, and after which I managed to bring in another professor, Marites Gingona Africa, who is very active in the interfaith work. So when I think of Mindanao, when I think of Silsila, when you go deeper into the experience of people in Mindanao, the deepest that you can reach is really their faith. So movements like interfaith dialogue can be a partner to a political exercise like this, POL. Because a culture of violence have been created because of these decades of conflict. So the healing process will take time. As they say, hindi to overnight.
Right.
Pagkatapos ma-ratify man o hindi, we go back to the problem, the daily grind of people looking for food. They are the poorest of the poor. That's why the appeal here, even in a day like this, historic day like this, a good Catholic should be praying for what's going on in Mindanao. Hindi dapat nila isipin wala kaming pakialam.
May pakialam tayo.
Meron talagang pakialam. Because we'll be affected. It would reflect on how good a majority we are. The majority and minority dynamics would still play its role in the Philippine context. So right now, I think if this will succeed, this is the legacy of President Duterte, who is a Mindanaoan, to push for the BOL. Kung the peace process will succeed, it would also reflect on us as a Filipino people. That's why when I look at Bangsamoro, I always look at it Bangsamoro Filipino. Okay? They are not a separate state. They are not like an independent state. They are part of the national polity. Their history may be a bit different from us, but in this part of the world, we are all like, as we call it, Filipinos. So now we are giving them, as Samira mentioned earlier, which I really appreciate, a woman, a Muslim woman, a young Muslim woman. They are the next generation. If we have leaders like that and really look at the Bangsamoro identity in that part of the world, giving them a chance to lead and really rebuild for her is new again. Okay, there have been attempts in the past. Let's start all over again. I think when people lay down their arms for this, we have to give credit to the MILF. Okay, so the other armed groups, I appeal, if they are good Muslims, let's work with them. Okay,
yeah,
and let's give the poorest of the poor a chance to develop themselves as people.
A chance or a second chance.
A second
right?
chance.
This is actually a second chance.
As people.
After what,
And for the greater majority in the Philippines, I hope the leaders would also provide an example.
Yeah.
We know in the time of the arm, there was really a problem with corruption. And it's there even in our national government. So when we think of religion, that hits really who we are as people. Are we really good Christians or are they really good Muslims? If they are not corrupt, maybe they can build a community. And it's a good starting point to end violence. Poverty always breeds violence. So
Right. Back in 2012, an interview you, I remember very clearly. You said, "I was surprised that we will no longer pursue a separate state," because that is what the MILF
Yes,
wanted
yes.
initially or originally. That is what the MNLF wanted: separate state. Now, this is not the case, right?
Yes. It's a sub-state. In fact, there's an intergovernmental arrangement, the national government and there is a mechanism. It's almost like a parliamentary system. They can choose their leaders, representation all the way. So it's this mechanism we hope will provide a structure for them that there will be broader representation amongst the Moro people from within.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they even have what they call this. They define it as an asymmetric relationship.
Yeah, it's
right?
asymmetrical relationship. So it's not independent. There is a relationship, okay, but it's seen as like a sub-state to a broader nation state, which is the Philippines, and they are there.
Yeah, okay, a world of difference, like we said, from decades ago, from what they wanted decades ago. But before we continue our interview, Rene, here in the studio, I wanted to speak first to Attorney Ishak Mastura. He is the chairman of the ARMM Regional Board of Investments. Attorney Mastura, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon po, Pia.
Yes, well, before anything else, your family name is very familiar. Everybody knows, I think he's your father, Mike Mastura.
Yes po, he's my father, the former congressman of Maguindanao.
Okay, well, Attorney Mastura, can you tell us first, what are your thoughts now that the polls have closed? They're counting the votes in the different voting centers. The plebiscite committees are counting the votes right now. The votes are coming in very slowly. What are your thoughts?
Of course, as your viewers have seen, this is really a historic vote for the Bangsamoro. It's not our first plebiscite. It's actually our fourth, if you count 1976 peace agreement. So we've been on that rodeo before. So all the previous plebiscites also had these high hopes with regard to finally putting a new face with regard to Mindanao and the Bangsamoro and the rest of the Philippines. So that hope is quite high. It's there, and a new start again, and an old chapter ends. And the significant thing here is the last major Moro revolutionary group, the MILF, has joined government or basically been integrated in the Philippine state. That's why the vote of Kagi Murad, the MILF chairman, which was flashed throughout the nation, is very significant because he is now citizen Kagi Murad Ibrahim. So as citizens, one of our cherished rights is the vote. One man, one vote. So now he becomes a citizen of the Republic of the Philippines, and now he is no longer a head of a revolutionary government. So that in itself is very significant. For the rest of the Bangsamoro, of course, the hope is this new structure, which is very different from the ARM. We have a parliament, we have a block grant, will be properly implemented. And it will take a long time before, we really develop or have the capacity to go on our own. We still very much need the implementation of the BOL because it is a national legislation. So national government has a big responsibility to implement it. In fact, going into the transition, all the members of the BTA, the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, are appointees of the President. So that means there is oversight from the President. And the budget, of course, we don't generate our own revenues. And we have a minuscule 0.06 contribution to the GRP in terms of taxes. I don't really know how it translates, but based on ARM records, it's about $1 billion a year that we generate in terms of our own revenues, while we have a 32 billion budget. So the bulk of our money is still from the Filipino majority taxpayers. So with that comes the responsibility. But let me not go into potential problems. For us, Bangsamoro, this is a significant moment in the life of our people, but also in the life of the Filipino people.
Attorney Mastura, interesting that you say this is a significant moment, and you were pointing out that by voting today, and we showed that video earlier, no? By voting today, the MILF chairman is saying that he is a citizen of the Republic. It is a privilege and a right of every citizen to cast his or her vote, and we saw that very clearly today. Very interesting, actually very moving to see the MILF chairman do that. At the same time, interesting, as you pointed out, this is already the fourth plebiscite. We had the one in 77, 89, 2001, and then today, 2019. But you also say that there's a lot of hope. Earlier, one of our guests was saying this is a new beginning. There's plenty of there's a very high sense of very high expectations, a sense of anticipation.
Yes.
No, but then also we've seen what and as many have called it, no, ARMM, a failed experiment, not very successful in so many aspects, no. And then at the same, that's why earlier ang tanong ko is, how do we balance that with the hope and the expectations that are coming with the plebiscite today on the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao? Because basically these are the same people. What is going to make this different this time around? Is it because you guys want to prove yourselves? What you're saying here is give us a second chance and we're going to prove ourselves.
Well, that's one of the elements, but for me, really, the story is not just about the Bangsamoro. It's really the story of Mindanao, because without us integrating or having the links in Mindanao, then it all fails. And then the link of Mindanao with the rest of the Philippines. Basically, if you look at it from the perspective of the frontier, this is basically the closing of the frontier. Some would contest a narrative of like the winning of the West, right? But in the case of Philippine progress, the inclusion of the Bangsamoro in this national polity, particularly in Mindanao, will spell the success of the rest of the nation, the rest of the country. That's why for me, what's very important is the Bangsamoro will integrate its economy with the rest of Mindanao, because there will definitely be a boom in Mindanao in terms of investment. In fact, the big players are already there. The top 1,000 corporations are already there, and they have big plans for Mindanao. With this Bangsamoro organic law in place, it's a signal that there is going to be a high rate of growth. We've been enjoying that for the past how many years in terms of the Mindanao, but now there will be a definite bump after this BOL. But if the Bangsamoro are to succeed, we need to tap into that growth. So Davao, Cagayan, Zamboanga, Iligan, then we lift all boats. Otherwise, we'll end up again being dependent on government. And if our structure, our system is all dependent on government, you can already see what happened in other areas around the world with regard to countries in Africa that depend on outside resources, in this case, government money from outside. So we really have to develop our own economy, and the fastest way to go about that is to tap into the growth areas in Mindanao. And that also brings about a virtuous cycle wherein we already have a lot of people-to-people relations, but business, investments, economic growth will cement that further.
Can you tell us about your own experience voting today? Where did you vote? What precinct was this? What school? What was your experience like? And not just the experience, but what were your thoughts? What were your feelings?
It was an ordinary day in terms of voting, because I've been voting since I was an adult. So it was nothing new, except that there was no watchers. There were just people milling about. And in my municipality, voting trends are when people are of an agreement that this is a good thing for everyone in the community, especially there's no opposition, then of course it seems very ordinary. So I just voted without any real significance, in the sense of I was thinking I was voting for history. No, it was not that kind at all. But I was conscious even before, for the past few weeks, that when I vote, it will be a vote for peace. A vote for Bol would translate into a vote for peace. Hopefully, of course, that's the narrative. But whether it translates to reality, I would also defer to those analysts who have their own database, like, for example, the International Alert with Pancho Lara, who study these kinds of things. And, of course, from our security sector, they're always updating you also on the threat matrix in Mindanao. So I would not totally discount that that's still a big factor in terms of the success of the Bangsamoro.
All right. Ishak Mastura of the ARMM Regional Board of Investments. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. In the meantime, our senior correspondent, George Quiles, still monitoring the Bangsamoro referendum in the war-torn city of Marawi. George, what is happening there?
The polling centers closed at exactly 3 in the afternoon, and now these precincts are already counting the votes. Now, I have here the chairman of Marawi City Board of Canvassers, Attorney Joseph Hamilton Cuevas, and Attorney Alan Cadon, the chairman of the Lanao del Sur Provincial Board of Canvassers, and they will give us an update or assessment on the conduct of the votes today. I'll start with Attorney Cadon. Sir, can you give us a short assessment on the conduct of the elections here?
Well, we are very happy to announce that there are no untoward incidents reported throughout the day, and the conduct of the plebiscite is generally peaceful insofar as the Lanao del Sur province is concerned.
Sir, do we have an initial probably turnout of votes as of now, or may initial partial reports po ba tayong na-receive as of now?
As of now, kinakandak pa natin yung canvassing ng mga plebcom in the precinct level, after which they will submit it to the City Board of Canvassers.
Alright. Okay, Attorney Cuevas, can you tell us what are the challenges that you faced, especially in the conduct of the plebiscite, especially those areas wherein displaced yung mga residente at mga botante natin?
Actually, we will be the City Board of Canvassers will be convening at 6 p.m. tonight. And as to the reports on what you have mentioned, we will still await kung ano yung may reklamo na kung meron man. But I'm pretty confident the turnout here in Lanao Sur and Marawi City in particular, medyo okay naman tayo dito, no? So no untoward incident was reported. So we expect a smooth canvass starting at 6 p.m.
Alright. Sir, unahin ko lang po yung mga kaso na allegedly possible election offenses or mga irregularities. For instance, there were voters who were not, who left the polling centers without indelible inks. Tapos meron din tayong mga polling centers na walang upuan, sir. So, what can you say about that, sir?
Actually, we'll try to investigate, no? Kasi nung nagkanda kami ng final briefing, alam naman ng mga plebcom yun, sila yung dapat na nagmamanage ng classrooms. Because those classrooms were the ones used during the last barangay elections. Kompleto naman yun. And wala rin namang report na ibinigay dito na, yun nga, as reported, meron daw ibang classrooms na walang mga upuan na na-provide.
So in terms of planning, naasikaso po yan. But on the manner that it was executed, doon nagka-problema. Is that the case?
Actually, na plano po lahat. 100% po talaga kami ready, no? Actually, nag-conduct nga kami ng final briefing just last Tuesday. At yung pinag-usapan lahat ng mga problema at kung meron silang mga concerns. And that issue was never raised during that meeting.
Alright. Sige, sir. Just to quickly wrap this up, after 6 p.m. na i-canvass po yung boto natin sa Marawi City, what will happen next?
After the completion of the canvass of the plebiscite returns ng Marawi City, then I will then turn over the documents to the provincial office, provincial board of plebiscite board of canvassers.
Okay. Now, sir, upon receiving those canvassed votes, sir, what will happen?
Tatanggapin namin, no, lahat ng canvass reports from the 39 municipalities and 1 city, after which ika-canvass namin. And after namin makanvass, i-transmit namin manually, de-deliver namin sa Cotabato City wherein nandoon yung Regional Plebiscite Board of Canvassers.
Okay. Sir, meron na ba tayong timeline as to when we can finish the canvassing here sa provincial level bago natin matransmit, sir, sa Cotabato City?
Considering na isang question lang naman ang issue dito sa Lanao Sur, yes or no lang, we're expecting na mabilis yung mode ng canvassing. So we're expecting na sana bukas, God willing, matatapos namin ito.
Alright. Thank you very much, Attorney Cuevas and Attorney Cadon. Now, we are, well, the weather here is getting better. So hopefully by the end of the day, the transfer of the canvassed votes will be faster. And at 6 p.m., as what Attorney Cueva said, they will be starting with the canvassing of votes at the city level here in Marawi City. Pia.
Well, good to know the weather's getting better there. We hope that is going to be will be reflected in so many other matters. Thank you very much. George Quilas reporting from Marawi City. Trisha Terada now joining us again from Sultan Kudarat in Maguindanao. Trisha, what can you tell us?
Yes, we are right at this time. Counting is already done, at least for the Simway Elementary School here in Maguindanao. And based on what we received, the information that we received, it's a 100% yes for this polling precinct. We went around the different schools earlier, and so far tallying is still ongoing. Here at the Simway Elementary School, the teachers or the plebiscite committee are already busy processing the election returns. The tally's done, so these will now be placed once again in the election, inside the election or the ballot boxes. So after all the precincts have submitted their statement of votes, these will be transported to the municipal level of the plebiscite commissioners. Now, after the municipal level, these will be brought to the provincial level, then to the regional, until the final COC or certificate of canvass, together with the statement of votes, will be transported back to Manila, where the National Board of Canvassing actually takes place. So right now, we're just really waiting for everyone to finish. So as with the other schools here in Maguindanao, authorities have been telling us no untoward incident have been recorded, and so far, generally, it's peaceful, at least for Maguindanao. Pia?
All right, Trisha Terada, they're reporting from that school in Sultan Simway, spelled S-I-M-U-A-Y, I suppose, Simway Elementary School in Sultan Kudarat, a town in Maguindanao. Trisha Terada, they're reporting that it is a 100% yes vote in that particular school. More on the Bangsamoro plebiscite after the break. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. Former presidential peace advisor Ging Deles emotional about the ongoing about the just concluded Bangsamoro plebiscite. The Bangsamoro Organic Law, once called the Bangsamoro Basic Law or BBL, under the administration of former President Benigno Aquino III, during which Deles worked as peace advisor for 6 years. Speaking to The Source, Deles shares how long advocates have been waiting for this to happen.
Well, I think more emotional than I had thought I would be. It's been a long time waiting. So all hopes, all prayers for the Bangsamoro. What is important is that it will create and draw faith back in their future. And that's important in creating jobs. So maybe economically it may take time, but hopefully not as long as it would need.
Deles admits challenges remain with the implementation of the new Bangsamoro law.
It will not solve all of the security problems. There are going to be other lawless elements, but you have a full force that were formerly fighting government, now committed to keep the peace, now to have a stake in the peace. I will imagine that even those lawless elements are, that many of their members are going to begin to think twice. I have no doubt that security-wise, this is so important. It is in fact essential.
Catch the full interview of former Secretary Deles on The Source later at 7:30 tonight. Final words from our guest, Professor Rene Oliveros.
As a Mindanaoan myself, although I reside in Luzon, I am a Bangsamoro because my roots are really there. My mother is a Muslim. So, and we have a president also from Mindanao. So when we look at the Bangsamoro, it's really interconnected to the rest of the provinces there. The success of the Bangsamoro also depends on the role of the progressive provinces. the support. If they allow that development also to flow into the Bangsamoro, then we have a progressive Mindanao. So the appeal is there. Do not think in terms of I am Christian, I am Muslim. But you go deeper than that. That identity must be reflected in your decisions, your actions. So look at one another as brothers and sisters from Mindanao, which has gone through a history of violence. So maybe when we look at whether this will be ratified or not, we are praying for peace and progress in Mindanao. And for my friends in Mindanao, my family, at times we debate about politics, but at the end of the day, we don't look only at our family, but we look at what is best for the people in Mindanao, especially the poorest of the poor, and many of them are Muslims.
Yeah, well, it is much early, too early to tell, but just a while ago, Tricia Terrado reporting one school in Sultan Kudarat in Maguindanao reporting a 100% yes vote for the BOL. Earlier, we had two precincts in one school in the city of Cotabato where the no vote won. But of course, like we say, isn't over until the final counting and canvassing that's going to come in, as James Jimenez, spokesman of the COMEC, was saying in a few days. He says tops 4 days. Hopefully we get that result in just a bit. Professor Rene Oliveros, thank you very much for joining us. I was about to say we hope to see you again, and I hope it will be in even better times when we have very good news about the Bangsamoro. Thank you very much.
Maraming salam. Pia.
Maraming salam. Thank you, Rene Oliveros. And that wraps up our special coverage in the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Catch today's top stories on Newsnight at 6. I'm Pia Oliveros. Thank you for watching. A historic vote on the future of Mindanao. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. We are at the heart of the story, bringing you live reports and in-depth coverage of the situation on the ground, plus comprehensive analysis from our special guests. Good evening, I'm Pia Ontiveros. Election officials now working to count all the votes in this historic referendum to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law, or BOL. Around 2.8 million Filipinos in Mindanao expected to cast their votes. Among the participating areas, Cotabato City seen to be the most hotly contested in the plebiscite. Our senior correspondent David Santos on the ground. David, what is the situation there right now?
Pia, tonight the canvassing of plebiscite results begins here at the ARMM Regional Compound in Cotabato City. Results from the city and provincial levels will all be tallied here. It has been a very interesting day here in Cotabato City. Authorities had their hands full in dealing with the security concerns just before voting centers opened at 7 this morning. The bomb squad had to disable an abandoned fragmentation grenade. It has yet to be established whether this was related to Sunday night's grenade throwing incident. Now, several polling precincts did not open on time, and an exasperated Congresswoman Bai Sandra Sema complained about the more than 3-hour delay before her polling center opened. She vented her ire on police personnel who were assigned at the last minute to replace teachers who did not report for duty.
Public school teacher, ang next dapat yan ay private school teacher, ang next ay empleyado, ang next ay citizen, pang-5 na po yun. Wala namang pong kaguluhan sa Cotabato City para kailangan ang pulis ang ma-deploy po, no? So ano po yung reason at hindi po,
ano lang kasi kami ma'am ng instruction ng city director namin, no? So actually ma'am, hindi man sana kami maano dito ma'am, kay wala kaming order na kami yung isasalang dito. So yung mga teacher po kasi ma'am, yun ang hindi namin na ano ma'am, na bakit sila, dapat sila dito ma'am, tapos bakit kami yung naano dito. Ano lang po kami sa instruction ng city.
Cotabato City Mayor Cynthia Gianni also took matters into her hands over alleged cases of flying voters and voting irregularities in the school where she cast her vote. The feisty mayor confronted a member of the plebiscite committee after a voter complained of being cheated while being assisted in filling up her ballot.
Bakit ganon? So ano masasabi mo? Ngayon, sinabi na siya, nagdiskusyon na kayo. Wala ka bang ginawa na, let's say, sabihin mo na, pasensya na o baka meron kayong replacement dyan o ano?
Hindi po, ipapalit ko po yung akin.
Oh, so, pinalitan mo, nahulog mo.
Hindi po, madam, ma'am, ipapalit ko po yung akin na boto po sa kanya po. Sige na ma'am, pagbigyan niyo na po ako, ipapalit ko po yung boto ko para po maging maayos na po, attorney. Please po.
Bakit please ka sa akin ngayon? Mali mo kanina, tapos ngayon please ka. Kung hindi ka pa namin pinuntahan dito, hindi mapapalitan ng boto niya.
Now, COMELEC says there are proper procedures to handle these kind of complaints, including calling the attention of the poll workers, supervisors. Tension also rose when members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, a political group, were asked to leave the premises of the Cotabato City Pilot Central School just a few hours before polling precincts closed this afternoon. The military ordered members and supporters of the United Bangsamoro Justice Party to vacate the school in order to give teachers and poll watchers a free hand in doing the counting of votes. Now, many of the group's members initially hesitated. They eventually left while shouting their Islamic praise, Allahu Akbar. Pia.
David Santos there reporting. Many voters turned up in today's plebiscite. They include members of the country's largest Muslim rebel group, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Trisha Terada joins us live from Maguindanao. Trisha, how did the referendum there go?
Well, Pia, it looks like it's going to be a long night for different plebiscite committees for the municipal level at least, as local precincts turn over ballot boxes and statement of election returns to the Municipal Treasury Office and Board of Canvassers. We're a few meters away from the municipality of Sultan Kudarat, and at this time, its Board of Canvassers is convening. They will begin the canvassing of election returns per barangay in at least one. And in at least one school, yes, to BOL won by 100%. But we have to take note that the camp of MILF the staunch lobbyist for BOL is in Sultan Kudarat. After decades of armed struggle, carrying guns and bullets, today MILF combatants are holding pens and papers to fight for their future. 0048253. Joining them is no less than their leader, Alhaj Murad Ibrahim, who voted yes to the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
At least for the first time, I've exercised my right of practice. It is now the start or the commencement of the transition from revolutionary to governance.
Hussein Idris has been an MILF combatant since he was young. Like Murad, it is his first time to participate in a democratic process.
Masarap sa pakiramdam, siyempre. Hindi na barilang hinahawakan mo.
As early as 7 a.m., voters have already flocked to Simway Elementary School. Some even brought their cheat sheets or códigos just to make sure they write in the correct vote, while others have nothing but hopes and dreams.
Wala akong pinag-aralan dahil lang sa magbakwit kami, sige-sige. Araw-araw binubumba kami. Yan ang gusto namin, kapayapaan.
Sana po, ito na po yung paraan para makuha na po namin yung kapayapaan po para sa Mindanao.
Murad says once implemented, BOL will prioritize problems of education, healthcare and basic services, and infrastructure.
We cannot really progress if our people are not educated.
And while there is no foolproof guarantee that the BOL will meet everyone's expectations, Murad has this assurance.
We will be very transparent. As long as we will be transparent, people will know what is really happening.
He says some members of the international community have already offered assistance should BOL be ratified. But Murad says whether BOL wins or not, what's important is to continue working for long-lasting peace. After decades of armed done at the municipal level, certificates of canvass will be brought to the Provincial Board of Canvassers up to the regional level. Then the final canvassing will take place in Manila. Pia?
Trisha Terada there reporting. I spoke with the commander of the PNP Security Task Force for the plebiscite. Here's that interview with Deputy Director General Archie Gamboa.
The main concern of the Philippine National Police is to see to it that first, all the materials are delivered to the Treasurer's office. That's how we monitored things starting last night and early on this morning. And then the second, of course, is to bring these materials, election materials, at the polling precinct. Now, based on our report, almost all of the paraphernalias have reached the Treasurer's office as early as 6 a.m. this morning, and as early as 6 a.m. also, and up to 12:45 because of some delays, but all have been delivered to the polling precinct. The main problem we encountered during the security preparation is the withdrawal of some of the assigned teachers to become plebiscite committee. They're supposed to be composed of 3 persons to man each of the polling precinct. So right away, we had to redeploy some of our personnel, actually 72 of them, to substitute as members of the plebiscite committee, specifically in 3 polling centers in Cotabato City. But all of these things were done in accordance to what has been planned, because really the Philippine National Police, with the AFP and the COMELEC, really has foreseen that things like this would happen. So right away, there must be a contingency plan to substitute. And then, of course, the most delayed in the starting of canvassing of votes was at 1 o'clock. No? Probably because of the substitute of this plebiscite committee. But based on our initial assessment, up to this time, all has been in place as planned. Everything is going through well. Probably the main measurement of how efficient the COMELEC and the security forces have performed in any election, or of this specific on a plebiscite, is probably a declaration of failure of election on certain places. But so far as of this time, it's good that we haven't heard any of such a thing. So everything is still going on smoothly so far, Pia.
General Gamboa, would you know, or were the PNP personnel told the reasons for the withdrawal of the teachers from the plebiscite committees?
Come again?
Ano daw po yung dahilan why these teachers withdrew from the plebiscite committees, or they didn't think it would be important to find out, and the main role na lang of the PNP was to substitute for them?
Yeah, basically we don't have any ways of doing that, because how can we talk to them when in fact they haven't appeared in these polling precincts? But nevertheless, that might be investigated by the COMELEC and later find out the reasons why. We work on actual things that happen. We don't have to wait for the reasons. Once they don't show up in these polling precincts, we really have to go to our contingencies and substitute them, because our priority for this plebiscite is, of course, that everything would be successfully held.
Interesting that you bring that up, sir. You don't ask questions anymore, but that you will fulfill their duties, step in a manner of speaking, and step up to the plate. I guess this is something above and beyond the call of duty for the PNP personnel. This is something they didn't have to do, but they did. But sir, you said 72 PNP personnel substituting in 3 polling centers, so that's about 24 precincts or 24 plebiscite committees. All in Cotabato City, sir? All in Cotabato City.
All in Cotabato City, yes. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, sir, apart from those, earlier today, we had those reports about explosions. One of them, a fragmentation grenade in Cotabato City. Meron pa po bang ibang reports ng ganyang mga insidente in other parts of the ARMM or other parts of plebiscite areas?
When it comes to the plebiscite area, there's no report of that, the same sort. So basically, everything has been peaceful. Well, what we're just up to is probably, as you see on TV, conglomeration of partisan parties in the different areas. But all of these things have been managed by the security forces. And again, our primary intention of pushing through with the election successfully has so far has been done so far.
Okay, and of course, securing the counting, which is happening at the voting centers, and the canvassing. Earlier, I was speaking to James Jimenez of the COMELEC, and he was saying that the Board of Canvassers will, will convene at 6 o'clock this evening. So that is another security matter for you, sir.
Yeah, actually, part of the mandate of the election monitoring centers of this sort would only be terminated probably upon the safe return of these election ballots to where it should belong, back to the Treasurer's office. Not unless all of these things are done, then the security forces would not rest yet. We have to continue providing security, especially when COMELEC calls for it.
General, is there anything else you can share with us, other information or announcements you need to make through CNN Philippines?
Well, yes, as I have said a while back in a few interviews, that this is a political exercise, not the right to suffrage. And I think all of those who have voted have used their conscience on how they perceive things, on how they should vote in the plebiscite. The important thing is we have exercised the right, and then there are no violent incidents that have occurred. And moving forward, we encourage other people, especially those voting again or voting separately on February 6th, which will concern 2 provinces, to exercise the same. And we need the cooperation of the public to behave accordingly, so that the security forces won't have that difficult time of managing these elections and plebiscites.
Neither rain nor lack of chairs in some polling centers could stop voters of war-torn Marawi City from participating in the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Our George Quiles reports live from Marawi. George, describe the atmosphere there.
Well, Pia, canvassing of votes here in Marawi starts anytime soon. And the teachers who served as a plebiscite committee are now here at the City Hall on standby. The COMELEC says so far so good, but earlier we saw some irregularities and possible violations to the conduct of the plebiscite here in Marawi.
It's a rainy plebiscite day in Marawi City. Teachers came early to City Hall to pick up plebiscite materials, but the weather has not been cooperating. Teachers braved the rains to make it to their precincts, but some failed to make it on time, delaying the opening of precincts. It's unusually quiet in the voting centers. Only a handful of voters came early.
Maaga akong pumunta ng presinto para may bigay ko ng big yes ko sa BARM. Ang BOL kasama dyan, mapapabilis ang lahat ng rehabilitation sa Marawi.
Pag nasakop na ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao ang Marawi, baka dyan magmula o pagmulan yan ng itong rehabilitasyon ng Marawi City. So, pwedeng gumawa sila ng mga batas na i-expedite yung mga kailangan ng mga taga-Marawi City.
But when the rain stopped, they came in droves. At the polling center in Barangay Sagunsongan, over 100 voters are crammed in this multipurpose hall. People are already hovering over the table of the plebiscite committee. There are no chairs. Secrecy folders are just placed on the floor, so voters have to kneel, sit, or squat on the floor, even elders.
Ma'am, okay lang sa inyo? Kanina wala tayong upuan dyan sa loob.
Okay lang, basta lang makaboto ng yes.
Our camera caught some voters leaving the polling center without the required indelible ink mark on their finger.
Ano ba yung proof natin na nakaboto?
Ito, tama ko.
Pero walang indelible ink?
Wala naman.
We will try to investigate. Plano po lahat, 100% po talaga kami ready. No? Actually, nag-conduct nga kami ng final briefing just last Tuesday. At yung pinag-usapan lahat ng mga problema at kung meron silang mga concerns. And that issue was never raised during that meeting.
Despite reports of irregularities and possible election violations, authorities say the plebiscite was generally peaceful and orderly.
Well, security forces say that there were no reported untoward incidents here in the entire province the whole day. According to Colonel Romeo Bronner, the commander of the 103rd Brigade of the military, the next challenge will be delivering the votes or the canvassed votes to the provincial and regional canvassing centers. Now, Bronner ensures that the people's votes here in Lanao del Sur will be able to reach its destination safely.
George Cahilas there reporting live from Marawi City. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation on the plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. After the break, we find out how election officials assess today's Bangsamoro vote. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation of the Bangsamoro plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. As we speak, the vote count is underway. I interviewed COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez earlier for an assessment of the plebiscite. First, I asked him about reports on delayed opening of precincts.
Their opening was delayed, so in some cases up to 3 hours. Right now, we're waiting for word whether or not they would be officially extended. But for now, since no announcement has yet been made by the COMELEC Bank, we are still continuing with what we normally do, which is to say at 3 p.m., if there are still people in the vicinity, then we will process them and let them vote. Again, there is no official word yet of any extension, and this applies to those areas that had a difficult time opening, some of them opening as late as 11 a.m.
All right. Was there any one single precinct or one single voting center, one single school that did not open at all?
Not to my knowledge. No.
No reports of that.
Open.
So,
yes, all precincts open.
All precincts opened and everything going smoothly. Was there any problem with people who couldn't find their names, for example, in the voters list, or for whatever problem, the usual problems that we have on election day?
Right. We had a regular crop of complaints of people not being able to find their names, but in most cases we basically established that they really were not supposed to be on the list, either because they were not registered or because they had been deactivated. We did set up assistance centers in the regional office, for instance, where people could check whether or not they were in fact supposed to vote. So again, having gone through that process, we're confident that everyone who should have voted was able to vote.
All right. James, can you tell us about this, how should we call it, a second round of the plebiscite on February 6th?
Sure. The second round of plebiscite would be probably accurate, but this is a part of the plebiscite where we focus on the areas that have petitioned for inclusion into the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. The areas that held the plebiscite today are those that are really asked to ratify the BOL, or the Bangsamoro Organic Law. That's the ARM, of course, and Basilan, including Basilan, Isabela City, and Cotabato City. But for those that are exclusively for the question of inclusion, those that are supposed to join the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, if it is created, their elections will be held on February 6th. So that's about a little over 700,000 voters that we're looking at there.
Mm-hmm. James, when there is an election, because today what we're having is a plebiscite. When there is an election, the question is, when are we going to know the results? When are we going to know who won? So today, for this plebiscite, the question is, when do we know if the yes or the no vote won? What time, what day, what date?
Right. We expect to be able to make that announcement within 4 days from today. Counting again will start today as well. We're already setting up the canvassing center here in Cotabato to convene at 6 p.m. So we will continue with that work until we complete it. So our expectation is that we will be able to complete the entire canvass within 4 days.
4 days? Is that a conservative target? Or
it takes into consideration the travel time between provinces. So I guess that's a pretty fair assessment. I think 4 days.
And as in all other manual elections from the past, syempre ang kailangan is the physical delivery of the ballot box with the ballots, right? And
Absolutely.
all other election paraphernalia.
Right. I get what you mean about how it sounds conservative, but also take into consideration that we're only dealing with basically one question here, a yes and a no, and only two answers, a yes and a no. So it should not take as long as the other manual elections that we've had experience with, because, in those elections you had to deal with an entire ballot full of names that you had to decipher. But in this case, it's just the yes or the no. So that's why we expect to be able to finish in 4 days. Sorry, I just had to go back over that.
Yeah, that's okay. James, with the exception of those, the reports about two explosions in Cotabato City today, were there any other peace and order situations or problems that you came across that impacted on the plebiscite?
No. The most we had were scuffles among voters. Some voters being very eager to actually get into the polling precincts, but nothing of the level that would have disrupted the elections in a major way.
Mm-hmm. Is there any announcement, or are there any announcements that COMELEC wants to make right now that you can share with us at this moment?
It's a reminder. I guess a reminder would be that we are convening the canvas board at 6 p.m. at the Sharif Kabunsuan cultural complex here in the ORG, Office of the Regional Governor in Cotabato City, and we're inviting the media to come cover the event as these results, once they are completed here, hopefully before the end of the night, will be flown to Manila to be canvassed tomorrow morning, where they will be received by the National Board of Canvassers in Intramuros.
Who is the COMELEC commissioner in charge at the moment?
The COMELEC commissioner in charge is Commissioner Alpareño.
Okay. So again, James, you're saying the Board of Canvassers convening in the Office of the Regional Governor in the ARMM compound there in Cotabato City at 6 this evening to receive all these ballot boxes. And you're going to begin canvassing tonight?
Yes.
Or fly to Manila?
Around 6 o'clock, as soon as we are able to convene, we will be starting the canvassing, and we will continue unabated until we complete the canvass.
Let's go live now to Cotabato City. The COMELEC, the Armed Forces, and the Philippine National Police making an assessment of today's plebiscite. Let's listen in.
We will be canvassing all the election returns that will be transmitted by the plebcom. So, as you can see inside the canvassing area are the places for the City Board of Canvassers, the sub-canvassing unit, the audit and verification group, as well as the reception custody group. So there will be an order in the delivery or transmittal of the election returns that will be canvassed by the City Board of Canvassers, sir.
All right. So thank you, Tony Rama. Are there any questions? If you have a question, please raise your hand. Tell us who you want to address the question to and who you are.
Sir, you've turned out, ilan yung turn out, mataas ba yung turnout nung mga voters?
Tanong natin kay Regional Director yan, no?
Yeah, so far as turnout of voters, although we are still collating data from the entire arm for the provinces, but insofar as our observation is concerned, as we observe the different voting centers, we are expecting a high turnout. It won't be not lower than 60% to 70%. Actually, I'm stationed here in Cotabato City. I went around the voting centers and observed higher turnout, but although we cannot give you the specific data because we are collating the same, insofar as the other provinces, with almost the same expectation from them.
Are there any questions? Any other questions? All right. Yes. Sir? Preliminary results, actual results, kailan ma-expect?
We have not yet received the election returns, and the results that we gathered are not yet, it's only partial, and these are not validated. These are reports only and not yet validated. So we'll await for the election returns to be canvassed to determine the actual results of votes. Probably 5 hours. It will depend on the situation. Well, after all the election returns have been canvassed, we will definitely announce the final results.
Anyone in the back? Yes, ma'am.
Well, looking back, there were some IED explosions, but when we investigated, it has nothing to do with the plebiscite. Even the explosion last night, there are possible 3 angles. No? The nature of work of the owner of the house, personal grudge probably, and the last is, which is I think very unlikely, is BOL related. The incident is still under investigation by the Philippine National Police.
Sir, there was only one incident of IED explosion.
There was only once last night at around 9:10 in the evening.
So bahay ni Judge Rasalan?
In the compound of Judge Angelito Rasalan.
Sir, no other incidents in other provinces?
In my area of responsibility in the provinces of Maguindanao and Lanao del Sur, specifically the 7 municipalities and Cotabato City, there was none.
Sir, how would you compare the peace and security situation in this year's plebiscite compared, for example, during the 2000 plebiscite and other general elections?
Well, sad to note, I was not here during the plebiscite, as you mentioned. I can only share with you our experience in this plebiscite that we have today.
If I may, General, maybe we can compare it with the barangay, which was more recent. Were you here?
I was in Sulu during the barangay election, and it was really peaceful during that time. On that election in Sulu, when I was the Joint Task Force Sulu Commander.
Sir? Yes, ma'am.
But earlier this afternoon, we were speaking with Chairman Brad, and he said that DF coordinated the movement, their movement with the military. Does the military know about the arrival of the DF?
Well, we treated their arrival here as an ordinary citizen, for as long as they are not in uniform and they are not bearing arms. Yes, we take cognizance on that there were around 5,000 BF yesterday, and we engaged the Central Committee, the Chief of Staff himself, Sami Gambar, and he told us that they will exert their best effort to pull them out. But when we accounted the people that we drawn from Cotabato City, only 2,000 out of the 3,000. And as we account the number today, it went back to 6,000. But the thing is, with our presence, we beef up our the deployment of our security forces so that the MILF could not influence the result of this plebiscite, and allowing the public or the electorates to leave their residences and proceed to the polling precincts to cast their votes.
Based on
We were not informed. We just we came. We were about we were aware of their presence when my ground forces reported the matter to us. So immediately, as what I've said, we called the attention of the Central Committee, informing them that they should go back because only electorates in Cotabato City can cast their votes. Their presence here does not add to the votes for yes in Cotabato.
did their presence discourage voters to go out, or does it cause some disenfranchisement of their party?
As what I've said, we really beef up our forces to make sure that the trust and confidence, building forces, I think, builds confidence among our electorates that they are safe if they will cast their votes.
Sir, when are you going to pull out your
It depends on the situation. We have to assess. It does not mean that the plebiscite is over and the counting and the canvassing. We have to assess the situation. If it requires our continuous presence, then we will do it. But they are unarmed. Yes. No, they are not wearing their uniform, but some of them bears identification card. So meaning to say they are not hostile because they are identifying themselves.
Hindi sila nagtatago.
Hindi po sila nagtatago. Yes.
This is the first time that this many MILF came to the city since when?
Well, they are coming in and out. They are from Maguindanao. They are from the adjacent municipalities of Cotabato, and Cotabato is the commercial center of this area. Well, as we asked them, they were telling us that they will try to support their constituents who wanted to vote for yes. But, we emphasize to them, but for as long as you are not hostile and you do not intimidate the other electorates, I think there will be no problem.
Any other questions? A little louder. Also, what is that?
For the canvassing is on, will there be a cut-off time so that the people get rest, or will it
Continuously. It will depend. We can adjourn from time to time in order to give some time for the members to take a rest. It will depend.
Okay, so I think we've asked all of the questions. Thank you very much for attending this press briefing. The chairman, we will now let the chairman go so that he can convene his own board of canvassers. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, dito muna po ako. Sige. Sir.
Thank you.
A very brief and rather uneventful assessment made by military and COMELEC officials of today's plebiscite for the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Uneventful because it was quite an uneventful day. Not very many incidents taking place in plebiscite areas today, January 21, 2020. 19, there was that little bit of an announcement that they do expect a voter turnout of anywhere between 60 to 70%. And the military commander there, General Sobihana, speaking about the pullout of some members of the More Islamic Liberation Front from some areas or from some plebiscite areas. We're going to be continuing to monitor the situation on the ground in areas where the plebiscite for the Bangsamoro Organic Law took place. Meantime, counting is underway in the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao, Cotabato City, and in Isabela City, Basilan. CNN Philippines brings you the very latest on the ground as well as in-depth analysis on the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Stay with us. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation of the Bangsamoro plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law. As we speak, the counting of votes is underway. The government believes a more autonomous Bangsamoro region in Mindanao will attract more investments and create more jobs. Our Rex Remigio has that story.
Ashlea Omar has been selling menswear and watches in Baclaran in Parañaque for 6 years now. Omar left her hometown in Marawi City when she was 15. Now at 21, she will return home again. Omar will vote in a plebiscite to ratify the Bangsamoro Organic Law that will pave the way for the creation of an autonomous region in Mindanao.
Para po makatulong sa bansa. Gumanda na po yung probinsya namin. Wala na pong magulo.
Like Omar, 22-year-old Faisal Yunus will also return to vote in his hometown in Binidayan Town, Lanao del Sur. He earns less than 1,000 pesos a day, selling various women accessories in Baclaran. Despite this, Yunus believes he will be able to recover the money spent for his trip to Lanao.
Bakit boboto ka para dun sa BOA?
Kasi minsan po may namimigay na mga candidates. Minsan din yung sa mayor 3,000 medyo malaki-laki. Yung vice naman 2,000 lang.
Whatever their motivation for voting is, the future of Bangsamoro is now in their hands. The Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or ARMM as presently known, is the country's poorest. While the poverty incidence rate among Filipinos nationwide went down from 2006 to 2015, it's the other way around for ARMM. It has 3 of the country's 5 poorest provinces, with Lanao del Sur having the worst at 71%. If the region's economy will be divided among its people, each one will only have about 13,000 pesos. This is far from the national average of 82,000 pesos and 244,000 pesos per person in Metro Manila. That's why the Trade Department believes that a more autonomous Bangsamoro region would attract more investors, create more jobs, and give income for the poor.
Maraming maitutulong ito sa ekonomiya natin, yung business and livelihood ng mga kapatid natin ng mga Moro. Dahil, of course, lalaki yung budget doon at yung pagiging kalakal na negosyo ay mas mapapabilis.
The Bangon Marawi Chamber of Commerce meanwhile shares this view, stressing the new provisions that are not found in the ARMM. The group says the Bangsamoro government will now have the authority to issue franchising permits to telco and transport companies. It can also explore its natural resources such as mining and power and set up a Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority which gives fiscal incentives. This is much needed since the region contributes only less than 1% of the total approved investments in the country. They are optimistic they can attract more investors from Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, and Indonesia interested in agriculture and halal food products.
So imagine na gaano kalaki ang maitulong niya sa Bangsamoro area. I'm sure with that, maraming investor na papasok siya.
The Chamber's President Elias Macala, however, believes the ratification of the law is one of many steps to make Bangsamoro a better investment place. He says the national government has to supervise the new region's early years. It must provide tight security, maintain the martial law, and end corruption and bureaucratic red tape in the region. More importantly, he also says the government should speed up the rehabilitation of Marawi after the war with the Maute Group in 2017.
Kasi hanggang ngayon nagkakaproblema
yung mga kababayan namin. Hindi rin ma-establish yung kanilang mga business kasi mismo yung tirahan nila wala eh.
These are also the same reasons why Omar and Yunus, instead of creating their new businesses there, will return to Manila after they have voted.
Makakatulong din po kasi maganda po kasi yung pag-ano dito sa Maynila kaysa po sa Mindanao.
Rex Remitio, CNN Philippines.
Former Presidential Peace Advisor Ging Deles is emotional about the Bangsamoro plebiscite. The Bangsamoro Organic Law was once called the Bangsamoro Basic Law, or BBL, under the administration of former President Benigno Aquino III, where Deles worked as peace advisor for 6 years. Speaking to The Source, Deles shares how long advocates have been waiting for this to happen.
Well, I think more emotional than I had thought I would be. It's been a long time waiting. So, all hopes, all prayers for the Bangsamoro. What is important is that it will create and draw faith back in their future. And that's important in creating jobs. So maybe economically it may take time, but hopefully not as long as it would need.
Deles admits challenges remain with the implementation of the new Bangsamoro law.
It will not solve all of the security problems. There are going to be other lawless elements, but you have a full force that were formerly fighting government, now committed to keep the peace, now to have a stake in the peace. I will imagine that even those lawless elements are, that many of their members are going to begin to think twice. I have no doubt that security-wise, this is so important. It is in fact essential.
Mindanao residents who fled to Manila because of the conflict are very hopeful about the plebiscite. Why this historic vote matters a lot to them in this report by Makoy Popioco.
Johaira Rashid is the last entrepreneur left among her family members who attempted to relocate in Manila. Relocation to bigger cities proved difficult as many of her loved ones went back to Iligan City, some to other provinces.
Gusto ko po sa Mindanao, makakasama mo yung pamilya mo, makakayakap mo sila, kahit anong oras nandiyan ka para sa kanila. Hindi ka tulad na nandito ka, kung may sakit man sila, hindi mo sila maalagaan. Gaya ng pag-aalaga mo pag nandun ka.
But being the breadwinner, Johaira is determined to succeed. She's now tending a small novelty sidewalk stall in Divisoria. The number of Muslim stall owners in Divisoria nearly doubled in the last 5 years. A Muslim traders group says many newcomers arrived in mid-2017, the height of the Battle of Marawi. Not just in Divisoria, but also in Quiapo. Walking around this neighborhood outside the Golden Mosque in Quiapo, Manila, I can't help but feel like I was brought back to Marawi City. And here, Maranaos are selling products that before can only be found in Mindanao, like this sakurab or white scallions that are turned into a Maranao condiment called palapa. Makasri Imam, who used to live right in the street where ISIS Maote group hoisted their flag in Marawi, is now saving up for his own business near the Golden Mosque.
Pakunti-kunti lang yung hanap buhay dito. Makakaraos tayo. Dati tayong negosyante, kahit ano pwede.
Johaira and Makasri are among the thousands of displaced Moros who fled from conflict-torn Mindanao to find greener pastures elsewhere. As thousands vote for the plebiscite on the new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region on Monday, the Moro diaspora like Johaira and Makasri, who could not participate in the polls, pin their hopes on their loved ones. Most Maranaos we talked to in Divisoria and Quiapo said a resounding yes to the Bangsamoro plebiscite and convinced their families left in Mindanao to write that in their ballot.
Sana kung ano man yung maging kahantungan ng BUL na yan, sana po maging susi na to para mas maging maganda yung buhay namin dito sa Mindanao po. Para po hindi na kami nagkakahiwa-hiwalay ng mga pamilya namin.
Gasa pa yun na magbago yung mga kabuhayan ng baka mawala yung mga ano diyan, mga gulo-gulo diyan. Hindi ka matakot.
For them, the promise of a better Bangsamoro could be their ticket back to Mindanao, to a Bangsamoro that is new but familiar, a place where there is long-lasting peace and better opportunities. Makoy Popioko, CNN Philippines.
This has been a CNN Philippines special presentation of the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Thanks for watching. I'm Beyond Tiveros.
This is the newsroom on CNN Philippines. Tonight, the people of Mindanao await results of a historic plebiscite that will establish a new Bangsamoro government. Hello and welcome. I'm Ruth Cabal. Thanks for joining us. Election officials are canvassing the votes for the ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, or BOL. The Commission on Elections says the result of the historic plebiscite is expected after at least 4 days. A favorable vote would allow the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. This will replace the current Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or ARMM. Around 2.8 million voters were expected to cast their votes, but while they have yet to reveal the voter turnout, authorities say the plebiscites in the ARMM, Cotabato City, and Isabela City were successful.
Although we are still collating data from the entire arm for the provinces, but insofar as our observation is concerned, as we observe the different voting centers, we are expecting a high turnout. It won't be not lower than 60% to 70%.
We were able to provide the democratic space, and I should say that we were able to let democracy work.
Among the areas that participated in the plebiscite, Cotabato City is seen to be the most hotly contested. Our senior correspondent David Santos tells us how the voting went there.
The canvassing of plebiscite results is now ongoing here at the ARMM Regional Compound in Cotabato City. But it has been a very interesting day here in Cotabato City. Authorities had their hands full dealing with security concerns. Just before voting centers opened at 7 this morning, the bomb squad had to disable an abandoned fragmentation grenade. It's unclear if this was related to the grenade throwing incident Sunday night. Now, several polling precincts did not open on time. An exasperated Congresswoman Bai Sandra Sema complained about the over 3-hour delay in the opening of the polling center where she voted.
Pag nag-back out si public school teacher, ang next dapat yan ay private school teacher, ang next ay empleyado, ang next ay citizen, pang-lima na po yun. Wala namang pong kaguluhan sa Cotabato City para kailangan ang pulis ang ma-deploy po, no? So ano po yung reason at hindi po...
ano lang kasi kami ma'am ng instruction ng city director namin, ma'am. So actually ma'am, hindi man sana kami maano dito ma'am, kay wala kaming order na kami yung isasalang dito. So yung mga teacher po kasi ma'am, yun ang hindi namin na ano ma'am, na bakit dapat sila dito ma'am, tapos bakit kami yung naano dito. Ano lang po kami sa instruction ni city.
Cotabato City Mayor Cynthia Giani also took matters in her own hands with alleged cases of flying voters and voting irregularities in the school where she cast her vote. The feisty mayor confronted a member of the plebiscite committee after a voter complained of being misled by a poll worker who helped her fill up her ballot.
Kasi nandito na ito ngayon, nagpo-complain siya. Bakit ganon? So ano masasabi mo? Ngayon, sinabi na siya, nagdiskusyon na kayo. Wala ka bang ginawa na, let's say sabihin mo na, pasensya na, o baka meron kayong replacement dyan, o ano?
Ako po, ipapalit ko po yung akin.
Oh, so, pinalitan mo, nahulog mo.
Hindi po, madam, ma'am, ipapalit ko po yung akin na boto po. Sa kanya po. Sige no, ma'am, pagbigyan nyo na po ako, ipapalit ko po yung boto ko. Para po maging maayos na po, attorney. Please po.
Bakit please ka sa akin ngayon? Mali mo kanina, tapos ngayon please ka. Kung hindi ka pa namin pinuntahan dito, hindi mapapalitan ng boto niya.
COMELEC says there are proper procedures in handling these complaints, including calling the attention of the supervisor of poll workers.
And these people are performing functions, and if their time is monopolized because they are being harangued, or not even harangued, I mean, because someone is talking to them and taking up their attention, then they are not serving everyone else.
Tension rose this afternoon when members of the More Islamic Liberation Front's political group were asked to leave the premises of the Cotabato City Pilot Central School just a few hours before polling precincts closed. The military ordered members and supporters of the United Bangsamoro Justice Party to leave the school so teachers and poll watchers have a free hand in the counting of votes. Many of the group's members initially hesitated but eventually left shouting the Islamic phrase Allahu Akbar. Still, officials say the plebiscite here was generally peaceful. COMELEC expects to complete the canvassing of Cotabato results likely later past midnight. Voter turnout in Cotabato City accordingly did not go below 60%. David Santos, CNN Philippines.
Neither rain nor lack of chairs in some polling centers could stop voters of war-torn Marawi City from participating in the Bangsamoro plebiscite. George Cahiles tells us how authorities assess the voting.
Well, the official canvassing of votes here in Marawi has already started. That means in a few hours we'll be able to find out about the Bangsamoro Organic Law's fate among Marawi voters. We'll also find out if the results will reflect the efforts of the local government as well as those civic leaders to bring about overwhelming number of votes for the law's effectivity. Now, teachers who serve as plebiscite committee members patiently waiting for the votes in their respective precincts to be canvassed. Authorities say that they are satisfied with the generally peaceful and orderly conduct of the plebiscite. A large number of Maranao voters showed up in polling precincts, debunking forecast of a possible low voter turnout, hoping that their main issue, the city's rehabilitation, will be prioritized under the new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. The Naudal Sur election officials hope they can finish the provincial canvassing by tomorrow. From Marawi City, George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
Many voters turned up in today's plebiscite in Maguindanao. They include members of the country's largest Muslim rebel group, the More Islamic Liberation Front. Trisha Tirada also reports authorities say the plebiscite in the province was peaceful.
It looks like it's going to be a long night for different plebiscite committees for the municipal level at least, as local precincts turn over ballot boxes and statement of election returns to the municipal treasury offices and the Board of Canvassers. We're just a few meters away from the municipality of Sultan Kudarat, and at this time, its Board of Canvassers is already convening. The Board of Canvassers will then tally the election returns per barangay. In at least one school, yes to BOL won by 100%. But we have to take note that the camp of MILF's staunch lobbyist for BOL is in Sultan Kudarat. Once canvassing is done at the municipal level, certificates of canvass will be brought to the Provincial Board of Canvassers up to the regional level. Then the final canvassing will take place in Manila. According to Lieutenant Colonel Harold Cabunok, commander of Army's 33rd Infantry Battalion, the plebiscite went well, at least in Maguindanao. It's peaceful, no untoward incident has been recorded so far. Plebiscite committees likewise say all is well. There was just a bit of a problem with the process of voters locating their precincts and their names. Other than that, they say they're overwhelmed with a high voter turnout. In Sultan Kudarat, Maguindanao, Trisha Tirada, CNN Philippines.
What do you think about our top stories tonight? Send us a message at CNN Philippines. We're also live on Facebook. We'll read your comments at the end of the show. And that's the newsroom tonight. Thanks for watching. I'm Ruth Cabal. Good evening.